ePart Trade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place.
Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. Where can we? Fifth Third.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our at scottlewisinc.com.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2023, brought to you by Racer, ePortrait, and Speed Sport, presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, PIC, Penske Racing Shock, Scott Lewis and Associate, Total Seal Piston Rings, and sponsored by ARP, Performance Plus Global Logistics, and Shop Monkey. Good morning again. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of ePortrait, the racing industry, every minute, every day. We are going to be live for 5 amazing days with the most incredible lineup of speakers. Now, this year, we're going to be not only live on Zoom, but also on YouTube, through the ePortrait YouTube channel, through the Racer YouTube channel, and through the Speed Sport YouTube channel, as well as on racer.com and on speedsport.com. So if you're watching us, please share those links with all your friends in the industry, because if you work in the racing industry this week, you should be watching it. So help us spread the word. Please share those links. Thank you very much again. And with me this morning are Judy Keane, the co-founder of ePortrait, Paul Fanner, president, founder, and CEO of Racer Media and Marketing, Ralph Sheen, president of Speed Sport, Jim Roller, editor and contributor of Speed Sport, and Brad Gilly, our host, who is going to be hosting Steve Phelps in a few minutes. So ladies first, Judy.
Thank you, Francisque. And thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning. We are so grateful and proud to each one of our very hardcore racing sponsors that are presenting this week. So thank you to them. ePortrait is not only a racing trade-only platform, which simulates a trade show all year long where buyers could connect to suppliers, showcasing as if they were exhibiting, but we also host technical webinars, weekly ones. And then the cherry on top is this special spectacular week, this gathering that we've created for the industry. So I can't wait to get it going. Paul?
Well, thank you, Judy. And it's an honor to be back here for our 4th year with you. What a great idea the two of you had, and thank you for sharing it with us. I think we all have a deep love of the industry and the people who work in it. This week is our love letter to everybody who makes the sport happen. We think you are the story this week. And your hard work has built a vibrant, dynamic sport that is accelerating in a way we've never seen before. But the brand that was there in the beginning, the one that first inspired me to do what I do, is speed sport. And without speed sport, there would be no racer. And I mean that sincerely. With the guidance and help of Chris Economaki in the beginning, we launched our company. And the friendship I enjoy with the speed sport team is something I cherish. Particular character named Ralph Shaheen. Great to see you this morning, Ralph.
Thank you, Paul, and all those feelings go right back to you and your entire team there at Racer, buddy. This week we literally are going to be talking to everybody from the head of Formula One to truck and tractor pulling. So we are literally going to cover every aspect of this motorsports industry this week. And to help do that is going to be my good buddy, Jim Roller.
Thank you, Ralph. And I have always enjoyed being part of speed sport. And this is my maiden voyage on the e-part trade train. And I'm very much looking forward to a great week and hearing all of the great speakers. And of course, we've got some great hosts as well who will be helping us get into the interesting aspects of each of these forms of racing. As Ralph said, we'll be covering the entire gamut, and we look forward to hearing from you folks through the chat to let us know what questions you may have for all of our guests, and that will make this an even better group effort in this wonderful week. As Francis rightly pointed out, this is an industry trade show through modern technology.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jim. Brad, welcome back to your 4th annual, and thank you for being with us today. You have a busy day ahead of you, Brad.
It is a busy day, and I want to thank you, Francisque, and Judy, and Jim, and Paul, and Ralph, and everyone involved in this. And the great thing, and I think Judy said it best, this is essentially a trade show, and we get to do this virtually, and we get to talk to people, as Jim was mentioning, throughout the week here. If you have a question for any one of our guests, you can always type it into the chat, and we'd love to talk about what you want to talk about, because that's what this is. This is where the interaction happens, whether it's on a trade show floor or right here on ePart Trade. We get that. But to also look at the guest lineup like we have, like you mentioned, Francis, we're going to kick it off with Steve Phelps coming up here in just a few minutes. And even today, even just this morning, from DTM to Dakar to the World Racing League and Elmore Engines, ending it toward the end of the day with folks like Bob Sargent, Time Attack, and everything in between. That's just part of Monday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is a big week for the racing industry, and it's an even bigger week right here with what we have with Race Industry Week. And it's going to be wonderful to talk to everybody and learn from everybody as well. And I think that's one of the more key things, not just find out what people are doing with their own within their own series or whatever they might be in, but also what we can learn from every one of these people as well.
Absolutely, Brad. And as a matter of fact, we even got some very special last-minute speakers. And Judy, do you want to mention a really big name in NASCAR who we announced only on Friday?
We were fortunate to bring in Rick Hendrick. So he's coming on. We have Kevin Harvick coming on. That's going to represent cars. So I'm excited to finally have cars on this special week. So a couple big ones.
And we should have another surprise coming on later today. We're going to be announcing. So, Paul, any thoughts on the program this week?
Well, it's the one time I think we're all together working in common purpose to grow this sport. And one of the things I realized when this began during the pandemic, we are all in this together. Without the commitment, the tireless commitment and relentless hard work and that racer's determination to make it happen, this sport wouldn't be where it is today, especially with that body blow that it took in the winter of 2020. This didn't look very promising at that time. Things were stopped or barely coming back. And look at the sport now. I mean, the vibrancy we see across the globe is stunning.
You're absolutely right. Ralph, you on the road and a racetrack every weekend. I mean, you have seen a lot of that happening this year, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Francisque. From biggest tracks in the country like Daytona and Indy to some of the smallest like Lima, Ohio, I've had a pretty good opportunity to see how the sport is growing in this country, and it's booming right now. And it's exciting to be able to bring all that to everybody here this week.
Thank you. Jim, this is going to be your first time hosting sessions with us this year, so we're delighted to have you on. Do you want to share a little bit some of the session you'll be moderating?
Oh, certainly. Today, I'm very excited. We're going to be talking to Thomas Voss, who is the CEO of the DTM, the German Touring Car Championship. We'll be talking talk about extremes, as Ralph said. We'll be going from the road courses of Germany to the deserts of Saudi Arabia, as we talk to the folks with the Dakar Raid Rally. And I'll be wrapping up my duties today with something that's near and dear to my heart, and that's vintage car racing, as we talk to Patrick Peter from Peter Auto. And I'm very excited to hear about plans that he has coming up for 2024 and beyond, including a little hint, maybe even some events in America.
Absolutely. So we should have Steve Phelps with us in a few minutes, and Brad, you're going to have Steve on today, but a few other sessions as well.
Yeah, for sure. Looking forward to this with Steve Phelps, definitely. But some of the things that I'll be back for, the World Racing League, can't wait to find out what they've got going on, the NHRA, the SCTA, and Land Speed Records, talking about that. Mike Birch from Speedway Motorsports, he was with us last year here on Race Industry Week, and I thought there were really a lot of things that he said that were very educational and informative, especially as it relates to business deals, and be it sales to sponsorships to all of that. And I thought a lot of that stuff was fascinating. And then to end my day with Time Attack is going to be a lot of fun. But heck, I look forward to hearing Ralph with Bob Sargent a little bit later on today. F1 Powerboat Championship, H1 Unlimited, all of the different things that we have here today alone. This is just going to be action-packed, literally covering everything motorsports, which is pretty awesome.
You're right. And then this is the first time we're bringing boat racing, and that was through the help of Speed Sport, H1 Unlimited and F1 Powerboat that Ralph is going to be interviewing today. So those are unbelievable series, right, Ralph?
Oh, yeah, and they're seeing a lot of growth. And, I know a lot of people probably have heard about these series, but maybe they don't know everything that goes on with them or how these boats actually work and what's involved in putting those events on. So we're going to dive into that a little bit. Pardon the pun. I just can't believe I already went down that road. But yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about the high cornering speeds of F1 and the high speeds in general of unlimited hydros.
Excellent. Thank you. So we are waiting for Steve. He should be on with us any second. So we're just going to carry on until Steve shows up. And I'm getting a signal.
Let me jump in here. We were talking about the pandemic and how with every bad, there's a good. And that's how this week was developed. We were just talking. There were no trade shows. Let's create one. We're in our 4th annual now, which is so hard to believe. And so I just imagine, how are we going to make it better every year? So, and now here we have Steve Phelps coming on, and I was amazed how he guided NASCAR, one of the first sports to come out of the pandemic and host events. I mean,
it was the first sport.
That's amazing to take on.
Yeah. NASCAR led the way, as it often does, to the future, and they opened sporting events by being the first to come back, and credit to them.
Yeah, very much.
And then you're right, Judy. I mean, it's, when you think back in 2018, when we launched the e-portrait platform, people thought we were crazy. And if you had tell us that 5 years later, we'd be producing our 4th annual Race Industry Week with our friend from Racer and Speed Sport and have this most amazing line. To be honest, I don't think anyone has assembled a lineup of speakers of that quality in the history of racing. I mean, it's unbelievable. So we're waiting for Steve, and we should have him any second. Sorry for the little delay, and we are in touch with his office right now. And so why don't you carry on, Paul, and maybe Ralph, a little bit on, and while we are trying to get Steve on.
Well, I just want to say that it was interesting watching the length of the season now. We had a shifted season in 2020 and 21 as well. But we had the final round of the Formula One World Championship this past weekend, and I've just noticed these seasons seem very long now. The amount of content being produced by all of the racing series, the number of people racing around the world, I don't believe has ever been higher. And I've got a friend leaving for the Asian Le Mans series today, and beginning that journey. So what we've got is a 24/7, 365 sport. It's happening everywhere, almost all the time, a little bit like e-Partrade.
Well, I'm getting the signal that Steve Phelps is with us right now. So Ralph, Jim, Paul, please stay with us 1 second. We are going to be bringing Steve with us. And while we do that, we're just going to, hold on 1 second. I see Steve Phelps with us. So Ralph, stay with us 1 more second. And we are going to transition into our next session with Steve Phelps. So good morning, sir.
Good morning. My apologies for being late.
You're welcome. No worries.
Nice to see you. Thank you for joining.
Hey, Judy.
Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, Francis, Judy, we'll see y'all here in a little bit. Steve, we're going to hang out with you here for a decent part of the next hour or so. And to echo what Francis and Judy said, we really appreciate you coming on here today to kick off Race Industry Week. And you were a guest last year, and it was greatly appreciated. A lot of great stuff. And man, where we are today, a year from last year, and all of the different things that are going on, we know you're a busy, busy man, so we appreciate you.
My pleasure to be here with you, Brad.
All right, well, let's, you know what, this week, in just a couple of evenings on Thursday night in downtown Nashville, Tennessee, NASCAR is going to crown the champions in all 3 series. Ryan Blaney, the first-time Cup Series champion, Cole Custer in the Xfinity Series, Ben Rhodes in the Truck Series. So with that, let's just talk about what 2023 was as a season for NASCAR, and maybe some of your highlights.
Well, I think it's, if you think about anytime you have a kind of a special moment, an anniversary, for us being the 75th anniversary was just special heading in. And you think about what we did to celebrate the past, and then really in the first third of the season, and then kind of that middle part, which was more of a thank you to fans for looking at the present, and then looking at the next 75 years. And I think that was pretty extraordinary, just as a backdrop. And then all the special things that happened. So starting with the Clash at the Coliseum again, and then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. winning the Daytona 500 with a single car race team, going back to North Wilkesboro for All-Star, I would call it an epic event at the Chicago Street Race, our first street race in our 75-year history. That was pretty extraordinary. The epic in many ways, including the epic rain that we had on Sunday. But I thought it was a great learning experience for us, and we'll be going back to Chicago. And then I think, I found it interesting, listening to Sirius XM and some other kind of folks talking about how the first part of the playoffs were kind of going to form. It was, no one really said it was boring, but that's what they were intimating. I didn't think that at all. But then again, I am a bit of a homer. But I thought that the playoffs were spectacular. And, that last race in Phoenix, and, watching Ryan get frustrated with Ross, who's racing him hard, racing him clean, getting in the back of him, and then Martin closing. It just, I thought it was just a spectacular finish to our 75th anniversary season. So really excited about what we saw. I thought the racing itself, I don't know how every year the racing gets better, but I thought the racing this year was spectacular. And, I think Phoenix itself, I think, was a good test for us, and the changes that were made from a tire perspective, and really having us have a good short track race. I know that some people don't call a mile track a short track, but But I was very encouraged by the racing, and I think we'll see more and better racing with some of the things we'll do with the testing that's coming up, and have our racing being even better than it was this year, which had record numbers of passes, et cetera.
Yeah, and we definitely look forward to talking about all of that and more. It's incredible, and I love the storylines that racing just brings. And you mentioned a couple of them. Martin Truex Jr., the clash at the Coliseum, 2022 goes winless and misses the playoffs in spite of actually being in the top 4 in the standings at the end of the regular season. Comes back this year, wins the clash to open things up, gets 3 wins along the way, and the regular season championship. And then the other big name driver that a lot of people expected to win a points race in 2022, Ryan Blaney, while he did win the All-Star race, he did make the playoffs in 2022, but then comes back in 2023, 3 race wins and a championship. Steve, when you look at things like that, what does that say about our sport, that in one year, the best of the best in our sport, elite level drivers can miss the postseason, the next year come back and win a regular season championship? The next year, also, you take a guy like Ryan Blaney, who continues his drive up through the rankings to come back and win the season-long championship. What does that say about just the competition overall?
I think the competition is extraordinary. I mean, we had 19 winners, 20 if you include Blaney at All-Star last year, and then 15 different winners this year. I think it's extraordinary, and the number of teams that are winning as well. 10 to 12 teams winning in a year. That's really, it speaks to, I think, the parity and really how hard it is to win at NASCAR. It's just hard. And the difference between winning and not winning is just so narrow. I would have lost a bet if someone had said Chase Elliott wouldn't win a race. That wasn't on my radar at all. Or honestly, Martin Truex coming back and winning the regular season title wasn't on my radar. And Ryan Blaney winning the championship, possible, but he wouldn't have been in my my first 1 or 2 picks. And I think there's some that would have been, right? Like a Kyle Larson, who contended and ran Ryan really hard, and or William Byron winning 6 races this year. Probably wouldn't have guessed that either. So that's why I don't bet, because I'm not good at it. And I think it's just the unpredictability of where our sport is from a racing standpoint. And that's fantastic. Excited about what 24 is going to bring. I think we're just going to see better and better racing. And I think the 2 areas that I think were a little bit of a concern last year and this year were the road courses and the short tracks. I think the short tracks are going to be better. And if the short tracks are better, I think we'll also see better racing on the road courses. And our guys are always trying to solve for better racing. It's the promise we have to our race fans. And I think, we'll keep making significant gains there. And then I think, who would have thought with this new car in, 2022 and 23, that some of the best racing is the intermediate tracks. So, it's just, we keep trying to put out the best product we can, and the teams keep building great race cars, and the talent level of our drivers it's just pegged. It's off the charts. And I'm certainly proud to be a race fan.
Mm-hmm. Steve, you talk about the race car, and we definitely saw improvements with the short track package, especially in the season finale, and really not just a great race with the Cup Series, but a great race weekend with all 3 of the divisions. When it comes to making the hard decisions in the sport, everything, typically you make one decision here and it impacts different things on down the way. The race car itself, the next gen car debuted in 2022. And like you mentioned, 19 different winners, just an incredible season. all the way around. We come back this year and continue to see great racing, but there was this one thing that people wanted more of, and they wanted, more action, more competition on short tracks and road courses. But to make those decisions as to what to do to the race car affects a lot of things, including your suppliers, including the race teams, including a lot of people. You mentioned a test coming up next week at Phoenix. There have been several things tested as well, not just on the race car, but also with Goodyear. But can you take us behind the curtain just a little bit? And everyone has their own opinion. You hear a driver say we want more horsepower. You hear someone else say we want less tire. You hear someone else say, well, it's an aero problem. But trying to find what's going to work for everybody, and most importantly, what's going to work in the eyeball test for the race fans. What goes into that?
Yeah, well, I think that first and foremost, Brad, is the great racing itself, right? So it's not great racing at any cost, because there are costs associated with this, and you can't, on the one hand, say, hey, we want great racing, and there are limited budgets, right? We're trying to solve for our race teams to make them more financially viable, with increased revenue and some type of cost containment that would go, that we would implement as part of a new charter extension in 25. So they're kind of a little bit at odds with each other. So what opportunities do you have? And we've looked at some things from an aero perspective under the car. What happens with the diffuser? Can you take the diffuser off? So all those things are in play. And the tire, I think people underestimate the importance of the tire, which sounds ridiculous because that's obviously the contact patch. But I think Goodyear has done a much, much better job in trying to dial in what's going on with this race car. I don't think the answer is more horsepower, because more horsepower is expensive. If you ask a driver what's going to solve for it, they're always going to say, give me more horsepower. It's a thing. I'm not a driver, but I've listened to enough drivers, and that's their solution. And so the question is that really what it is? I don't know. I think there's some gearing things that we're looking at as well, some shifting things. So I think it's a combination of things. There's not a silver bullet out there that's going to, I don't even want to call it fix. I think on the road courses, Brad, I think we made a mistake on, not having cautions at the end of the stage breaks. I think, we saw at Sonoma and Indy, it just was, I just don't think it was as compelling. When you bunch the cars back up, got the best racers in the world, beating and banging on each other. Okay, that's a thing. And it works. And I think there are some changes that we made. Obviously, COTA was a mess. Just the restarts in turn one, and guys going 7 wide. I mean, okay, that doesn't work. So we made some changes. And did everyone love those changes? Maybe not. But we also need to make sure we don't have a demolition derby. It's the highest form of motorsports, and it needs to be, at a level that it should be at, and not, guys just kind of rooting and gouging and careening off each other into that turn one. It just didn't work. And so I think it's a combination of different things that we'll continue to make gains on.
For what it's worth, by the way, Steve, this time last year, I thought it was the best idea to eliminate cautions at the end of stages on road courses. And as the season went on, I thought it was the next best idea to bring back the cautions at the end of stages. It just goes to show you that, hey, you can plan for one thing and it looks really good on paper and it really seems good in theory as well. But then the reality brings you something completely different, because the one thing we don't know at any time, how are the teams going to strategize it and what's it going to mean to the product on the racetrack?
Yeah, and I think one thing that I would say we as an industry, as the NASCAR, our race teams, our racetracks, the sanctioning body, we can move swiftly. And I've personally said this a lot. We're going to test things, try things. If they don't work, we won't do them again, right? So lots of naysayers on the Chicago street race. I thought it was one of the best races of the year. It was spectacular. And I think it proved a lot of people wrong, that you can have great racing on a street race. if it's the right street race, right? That course had lots of passing zones. It was very wide in a lot of places, narrowed certainly in some other places, but it was an extraordinary street race. But it was the course itself that led to that. Certainly some drama around, having a damp racetrack, and that had some interesting things. And watching Shane do what he did, I thought was it was a cut above. And our guys are like, hey, it was embarrassing that we got beat by SVG. Shouldn't be embarrassed at all, right? He races a very similar car. Those guys have never run a street race. He's run a bunch, right? He had a competitive advantage against these cars, and he was coming out of corners and getting against the wall where it would be inches from the wall. Our guys thought they were close, and they'd watch him. They're like, wow, no, they're close. He's close. And he ran a great race. And we're excited to have him see how he does at races that are not street races, how he does on ovals. And it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And Justin Marks and that Trackhouse team, they push the envelope, and I think it's great. They're willing to do things that some teams just aren't willing to do. And, Justin's got a good mind for that. And I think it's paying dividends for them.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about adaptability. And before you came on, we were talking about during COVID, NASCAR was the first professional sport to come back and what it really did for racing. And I can remember, more than 20 years ago, the late Lanny Edwards, who used to run Devil's Bowl Speedway and co-founder of the Chili Bowl and all of those other things, was telling me that, a guy will pawn his TV to buy a pit pass if his car is running. So as a promoter, I want to make sure that people can come out and race because they will find a way. And what I mean by that, the theme of this, it always does seem like racers will find a way. You mentioned a couple of big events, the Coliseum with the Clash at the Los Angeles Coliseum. That was another one. How are they going to put a racetrack in there? This isn't going to work. How are these cars even going to fit on something so small? The Chicago Street Course, not only did the sport pull it off, but the sport pulled it off, as you mentioned, in literally century torrential downpours, more rain than they would typically have in 2 months, all dumped on the racetrack in one single weekend. Yet you pulled off a complete race weekend, which did that. What does that say about just racers in general, but also NASCAR's adaptability to potentially surprise us even more?
Yeah, I think, Brad, I think our ability as an industry to solve for difficult things. You had mentioned COVID. That was an industry-wide thing. It wasn't a sanctioning body thing. It was everybody, right? It was the sanctioning body, the race teams, the racetracks, the drivers, everyone, Goodyear, everyone pulling together to create something that others didn't think we could do. And we did it. And everyone had to play their role, right? We had to play a role talking to governors and safety officials, and the racetracks had to do that and solve for, I had one situation in New Hampshire where I called the governor of Vermont to call the governor of New Hampshire to see if we could get them to move, right? Because it was, and the governor of Vermont, he races stock cars, so thought that was a good place to start. He'll do anything to get in a race car, apparently. It's just, but it was an industry-wide thing, right? And a lot of the things that when we talk to our race teams, when we talk to our own employees, it's having them think differently about the business. Doesn't mean that we're going to make change for change's sake. That doesn't make any sense. But having a calculated risk, like the Chicago street race, I thought it was a risk that we should take. And, we lost a ton of money on that race. It's the best money we'd spent. Because what I do know is, as we're talking about, and I'm sure there's a question there about where we stand with our media rights deal that is upcoming, Brad. Fox and NBC certainly, and obviously the NBC race, or the Chicago street race, was in the NBC part of the season. It was the second highest race we had all year. People were interested in tuning in to see what was going to happen, particularly with casual fans. Listen, our ardent hardcore fans, they are, they're going to tune in for anything, right? That's who they are. It's awesome. We get the best fans in the world. But it's that casual fan that's going to drive those incremental numbers. It's just a fact. And so I'm not suggesting we're going to have 5 street races. We're not. We may not have 2 street races in a year, but do I foresee in the future that we have 1 street race, maybe 2? Yes, but when you create something special and then you replicate it again and again and again, it's going to stop being special. At some point, most likely we're going to stop racing it in Chicago and we'll go somewhere else. It needs to stay fresh. And, you need to mix in things that are kind of, staples of the sport, the Daytona 500, the Coke 600, the Southern 500, those things with other unique special things, like going to North Wilkesboro. Are we going to go to North Wilkesboro for All-Star forever? Maybe not. But I know we're going back next year. Had a great event, this year. So it's really just being smart about how we do that. What I would say about the Chicago street race, in addition to driving significant interest and then significant viewership, those media partners that we're in discussions with that are not our existing partners were captivated by the Chicago street race and have pointed to that as, wow, that sounds like a really cool thing. Can we have something like that if we come on to NASCAR? And so nothing to announce today, but it made a difference. And so if you're thinking about existing partners like Fox and our willingness to go to, build a track in the LA Coliseum or race Bristol on dirt, go back to North Wilkesboro for All-Star, all those things create interest from our broadcast partners. And listen, we got a lot of great sponsors in this sport and that spend a lot of money with the race teams, the racetracks, the sanctioning body. The biggest checks are coming from our media partners. And we are fortunate that we are able to get very large checks because it feeds a lot of mouths in this industry. Not one mouth, everyone. And so when you do things like that, that show that the sport is not willing to just kind of stay in its lane, but really to broaden where we go, how we go about things, what we're doing with the next gen car, all these things have a meaningful impact on the success of the sport. And that, again, is the promise that we have to our race fans, which is we're going to keep pushing to make this sport better and better and better.
It's interesting in talking about this too. Obviously, the core of the sport, the Daytonas, the Charlottes, the Atlantas, the Richmonds, all of the tracks that we've historically come to know and love, those are still on the schedule in a big, big way. We tend to talk more about the new things like we have talked about here today, from the Chicago Street Course to the Coliseum to what is old is new again to North Wilkesboro. What does that say, Steve, about how dynamic the schedule could be in the future and ever changing? In fact, even a question in the chat, would Boston ever be a consideration for a street race?
I think everything's on the table, Brad. I know that's a bit vanilla and I'm not trying to evade the question. I think the one thing I will say is that schedule variation is going to continue. Are we going to continue to race in Atlanta and Richmond and Charlotte and, other places that are fixtures on our schedule? We are. I think the question is as we're thinking about alternate locations, our schedule is not going to expand. So we're at the 36 points paying races and the 2 exhibitions. We have 38 races on our calendar. For the foreseeable future, we are going to have 38 races on the calendar. Our season's long enough. And so I don't see that expanding. With that said, I do think there's some places where we race twice that, honestly, if we raced once, and I won't get any specifics, but if one of our racetracks is not selling out with 2 races, what we have shown is when you go to one race, like a Michigan, like a Pocono, a Dover, all 3 of those races are sellouts. And that's what we need to do, in my opinion. So it's not that we want to take races away from markets, but if we're not having sellouts, unless the racing is extraordinary, and I'll talk specifically about like Daytona, right? Season ending, that wasn't a sellout. It's difficult to sell 150,000 people coming to an event twice a year. You can do it for the Daytona 500 because it's special. Doing it for their season-ending event. Listen, do I think the grandstands looked good? They did. Wasn't a sellout. And so what we are endeavoring to do is, by the time we get to 25, 26, 27, we had 12 or 13 sellouts this year. Okay, that's not enough. It was 5 more than we had last year. And I'm hoping, and we'll be really working hard to make sure that we have more sellouts. Like Iowa will be a sellout. It will be, and it will be a sellout, relatively quickly, because there's demand there. So we have to make sure we're going to places where we have demand. Do I think if we did a street race in Boston, that it would be a sellout? I do. Not sure where we race in Boston. But after Chicago, the phone was ringing for other cities. They're like, well, we can do that. And we'd love to have NASCAR come here. So again, nothing to announce at this particular point. And, street races are hard. Look at the F1 race in Vegas. Visually stunning. Had some problems. And logistically, they're very difficult. But I think street races are something that will be on our calendar for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it was definitely exciting. By the way, you have an advocate for a New Jersey street race as well. So just as we're talking, more ideas are coming in. I do want to ask this one from the chat too, Steve, especially considering we've even had some more news recently. NHRA has done an exceptional job of attracting women drivers. Do you have any theories as to why they've been successful? And I had something blocked. Why they've been successful, and other series, including NASCAR, have struggled, have not come up as fast. I'll point out that we've got a wonderful up-and-coming 17-year-old in Jade Avedizian, who was just announced by Toyota as one of their development drivers, and we have others along the way. But I think a lot of people also look at it, Steve, and say, hey, we have a long way to go if, to bring more women drivers into the sport. Where do you see that?
Yeah, I would say women and people of color. It's just, if you look at the pipeline, historically, the pipeline was filled primarily with white men. And so, it's a narrow, it's like a funnel, right? So who's going to the top of the funnel? And then how does that go to the bottom of the funnel? If you consider the bottom of the funnel to be, the NASCAR Cup Series, then it's predominantly white men. And so is the funnel changing? It is. The funnel is, there are more women and more people of color that are in the funnel, in the development portion of NASCAR than we've ever had. I'm encouraged by that. With that said, we have a long way to go. An analogy is probably not a great one. There are certain industries or functional areas that, just take NASCAR, where you look at engineers, right? There are a lot of white male engineers. Are there getting more people of color and women that are becoming engineers? There are. And I think that same thing is happening within, I'll call motorsports broadly. I think NHRA is, they, for whatever reason, have had more women that are participating in that, kind of early on in the adoption phase, that have been able to graduate to what would be the bottom of the funnel. And I think that's a, whether, and in different classes as well within there, right? So it's, whether it's funny car or it's whatever it is, there are different pieces where they've had success. But if we can't get more women into the funnel, or people of color in that developmental series phase that are able to graduate with additional seat time and showing success, that's important. So our Drive for Diversity program is designed to do exactly that. And have we seen some success? We have, right? You look at the graduates of our Drive for Diversity program, you've got Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez, and there are more coming. And we need to have, to find talented female drivers to get into that funnel and then just keep driving forward. Do we have some very talented women right now that are in the development series and working their way up into our national series? We do. So I'm encouraged by that. But it's not something where you're like, hey, find this 17-year-old girl and say, yeah, I think we should put her in Xfinity, and then in 2 years she can go to Cup. That is not feasible. You've got to have the seat time. I'm encouraged by things such as iRacing that allow, honestly, all talent to understand whether they have talent or not early on, right? That doesn't cost a small fortune in order to do that. And we're seeing drivers come out of that series, out of the iRacing series, that are making their way into trucks, Xfinity, into Cup. Obviously, the poster child for that is William Byron. But there are others, right, that are in all the series. It is a good tool to kind of weed out those that are talented with those that, frankly, just don't have the talent to do it.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. And I will say, too, we focus on the driving side of it, but you walk up and down pit road right now, and you will see exactly how diverse NASCAR is, whether it be people of color and or women who are working within the industry. It's amazing to see the cross-section of people that you see up and down pit road. And a lot of times those things start to grow outward as well. Maybe someone is influenced by someone they know who goes over the wall, or, someone who sits on top of the pit box as an engineer or whatever. And the next thing you know, they're getting behind the wheel somewhere. So there is a lot of diversity in NASCAR. I realize the focus is what's sitting behind the wheel, but it's amazing to see how much it's grown up to this point so far, Steve.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Brad. And I do think, I applaud the NBA and the NFL for having female officials. We've had female officials for a long time, and not a lot of fanfare around that. Maybe there should be. But to your point, you go up and down pit road, whether they're officials or, the pit crews themselves, it is very encouraging to see the talent rise to the top. And see this kind of diversity movement. What I can assure you is that there are no gifts out there. These people are earning it. Race teams don't have crew members that are, hey, let's have this person of color here because we're true to that mission. It's like, no, let's make sure we have the best athletes, the best guys going over the wall because we want to win the race. That's why they're there. So it's a talent thing. It's not something that is, hey, we need to get more diverse. Yeah, we need to get more diverse. But you need to make sure that we have people that are talented enough to do that. And I think we've got absolutely, you look at, diverse drivers and female drivers that are in the pipeline that are super talented. It's just going to take some time to make sure that they get the seat time or, the crew time in order to be at the top level and come to the Cup Series.
For sure. All right, Steve, let's shift gears a little bit. You mentioned media rights, and one thing we do know for 2025 and beyond, the Xfinity Series in its entirety is going to be on the CW network. This is an over-the-air broadcast network that pretty much doesn't matter where you are. That comes into your home. That piece has already been talked about. What we don't know is what's going to go on with the Cup Series and the Truck Series. There have been a lot more reports, and you have even talked as well about a streaming partner and whatever percentage nice that might be, a streaming partner with the broadcast. We even had a question about this, about how do you turn NASCAR fans over to that side of it. I know nothing's been announced, but what can you tell us about maybe where we are and some of the challenges that you guys face as a sport, or some of the directions where you want to go as a sport when it comes to the broadcast partners?
Yeah, as I said, we have nothing to announce today. I think we will have something to announce shortly. What I do know, we are going to, like every other major sport, we are going to have some form of streaming in our sport. What that looks like, I can't really say right now. But our sport is going to be a mixture of broadcast television, cable, and streaming. What percentages of those are, Brad? Again, nothing to announce today. Do I see something with more from a in race or live race action being primarily streaming? I don't. I think it'll be a mixture, and I think that mixture is consistent with where sports are today. The other thing I would say is right now we have 2 broadcast partners. We know that we are going to, do I believe NBC and Fox will be back? I do. We obviously have added a 3rd partner with the CW with the Xfinity series. So to have 33 broadcast races on Xfinity, I think that series is really going to step up and shine because of the visibility that the CW is going to bring. Just more eyeballs, 125 million homes, just like Fox, NBC, CBS, and ABC. It's their 5 network partners. The CW is one of them. Certainly less known, maybe slightly less watched, but it's going to be an anchor property for the CW. So it's going to be great for the CW. It's going to be great for NASCAR. Additionally, I think the CW is going to be a good partner in promoting both the Truck Series as well as the Cup Series. And lastly, the company that owns the CW, Nexstar, has 201 affiliates around the country. They're going to plug those in as well, all promoting NASCAR. So the CW, in addition financially helping the sport out, is going to be a great partner. I would say that Fox and NBC have been great partners in helping to promote the sport, over this past 10-year period or 9-year period, with 1 more year to go. And we are going to have an additional partner, and we may have 2 additional partners. And that's kind of where we're trying to figure out, kind of in these last few weeks, what that's going to look like. But we already know we're going to have more partners. Whether we have 4 total media rights partners or 5, I don't know. That part is still in the balance. But we're hoping in the coming weeks to get that firmed up. And I do believe, and I think other major sports are going to do the same thing. I mean, you look at the NFL. The NFL's got a ton of partners. The NBA right now has 2. If I were a betting man, which I'm not, they're going to have more. They are going to. And are they going to have some form of streaming? They're going to. And whether it's a kind of a companion streaming, so you look at NBC, I'm not suggesting NBC is going to the NBA, but they have 2 opportunities to, actually 3. They've got NBC, they've got USA, then they've got Peacock. So when you're looking at these sports properties, these media companies, ones that are traditional media companies that have 2 or 3 different opportunities. So Fox right now really just has Big Fox and FS1. They don't have a Peacock version of Fox at this particular point. Maybe they will in the future, maybe they won't. But Fox seems to be betting on cable being around for a long time. So I think what I would call hedging our bet, I think, is a smart thing for us to do as a sport. No one has any idea what's going to happen with streaming and what's going to happen with cable. We do know that broadcast television is going to be around for the foreseeable future at 125 million homes. That is not going to change. The cable universe, what we do know is the cable universe has declined. And so what does that look like in 2 years, 5 years, 7 years? Don't know. But we better make sure that we have distribution points that will allow us to be successful moving forward, to have as many eyeballs as we can, while not insignificant, also getting paid. The revenue is significant that comes in from these media rights or from these media partners.
Yeah, we look forward to hearing those announcements as they come up as well. Steve, there are a lot of analogies that people can use for the things that come across someone's desk, and yours has a lot of them, but I'm going to use one that I've heard you use before, and that's a stool. And we've already talked about several of the legs of this stool, from broadcast to racetracks to schedules and a lot of different things. The competition side, the race teams. And when we talk about media rights, the next thing people talk about are the charter agreements with the cup teams and all of that. As a sanctioning body, and dealing with your competitors and everything that you have to do to make sure everyone is healthy in the sport, what can you tell us about where we are now with that?
So I would say we've had some good dialogue with our race teams. We have quarterly team owner council meetings. I think our last team owner council meeting, we made some progress with our race teams, having them understand where we are in terms of how we see the future looking for our charters. So we are all in on the charter systems. We think that the charters have been valuable to the sport overall. Race teams want three things, or so they have told us. They want to be competitive on the racetrack, which right now that's a check. They want to increase their enterprise value of the charters. That has been a check. And they want to have a path to profitability. That's not a check right now. It's just not. You know, our race teams, by and large, are losing money at the cup level. And that is something that we need to solve for. You solve that with two key pillars. One is to make sure that they're getting additional revenue. So they're interested in getting more revenue from the sanctioning body and the tracks through the purse. That is something that we need to do. The only way you can do that is to have increases in your media rights, which is what we're doing today. So we are unsure what that is. When there is more clarity, we'll understand what those financials will look like. And then second, and not small, honestly, is some type of cost containment. So whether that's in the form of a cap or whether that's in the form of, you know, the parts and pieces that make up the next gen car, or trying to limit those pieces, I don't know where we're going to net out on that. But and I'm not suggesting that our race teams can cut their way to success. I'm not suggesting that because I've been accused of that in the past. There needs to be a mixture of those two things, but both are important. If profitability or break even is an important element for our race teams, then you have to do both. And that's what we'll focus on. And then there'll be some governance issues which will, I think, make the sport healthier and how the sport is run healthier. And then the other part, Brad, really is around the promotion of the sport. So we need to do our part as the sanctioning body. The tracks that we don't own and the tracks that we do own need to do their part in promoting NASCAR and the races themselves to get more and more sellouts. The race teams need to do their part on helping to promote the sport, in addition to what they do today, which is, I would say that if you look at how race teams are, the makeup of the race teams, it's primarily to make sure they're building fast race cars and then making sure they're have the right crews at the racetracks in order to win. And that's what their goal is, as it should be. And so the significant makeup percentage-wise are on the competition side. They're not on what I would call marketing promotion sides of the business. And I'm not suggesting we're asking them to do that. But what can we do collectively with our race teams that drive the growth of the sport? And importantly, what can we do with our drivers that do the same thing? Because the drivers are the show. And so we're building this brand new production facility that will come online in Q1. January of 2024, that will be kind of the cornerstone of what I think success will look like for us, including two components of it: live event production that will come out of that building, and then just content in general through NASCAR studios. And I'm super excited about that. One of the projects we're working on right now that's been announced is this Netflix show that we're doing with a company called Words and Pictures. So I've heard, I don't know, 10,000 times, maybe more actually. I know it sounds like a really high number. Hey, you know what NASCAR should do? You should do a Netflix show, right? Like Formula One. Like, oh, that's a good idea. So we are going to do that, which will come out sometime around February 1st, which would be great right at the start of the season. I haven't seen the episodes, but those that have, the first 3 episodes that have already been done I'm told they're spectacular, and will be a love letter to NASCAR. And we're excited about what that looks like. And so I'm super bullish on the future, Brad.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it too as well. Steve, we really want to thank you for joining us here this morning. We really appreciate you kicking off Race Industry Week with us. Looking forward to seeing you and everyone else in Nashville as NASCAR gets to celebrate a season and crown champions this Thursday night.
Thanks, Brad. Great to be with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. Thank you. So, Brad, thank you very much. Great interview. We are going to be running a video from our sponsors, and we will be right back for our next session with the DTM. In the meantime, we said this morning, if you're watching us on Zoom, on YouTube, on racer.com, on Speed Sport, please share those links with all your friends in the industry. Everybody this week should be watching the program. So thank you very much, and we will be right back with you.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. A special thank you to all our sponsors who make the program available for free to all the attendees. So thank you very much. They help us cover the production of this week, which is pretty significant, and that allows us to make this program free for each and every one of you in the industry out there. So Jim, did you enjoy Steve Phelps' interview? As a veteran journalist, you probably learned a lot.
Yeah, very much so. He always insightful to hear from the folks who are making things happen in these big racing series, and certainly none bigger in America than NASCAR. So it will be interesting to see as a former TV guy myself. It's always interesting to see just what the business side of the television deal will transpire. The CW announcement obviously was very exciting, as it was a new partner. A new player in the game. And that's always exciting, because anytime you can bring more folks to the table who have interest in our sport, then that creates a little competition amongst the others for that product. And of course, as Steve said, those rights fees are very important. The whole landscape of motorsports television changed so drastically in 2000 when NBC came into the sport, and CNN and some of the traditional partners like ESPN stepped away for a little while because those networks always use NASCAR to leverage sponsorship for other series like the ASA and the World of Outlaws. And when that leverage went away, it kind of left the other series out there on an island. So now today, through pay-per-view and streaming and things like the CW coming on board, it is giving us a much richer landscape for fans to be able to access auto racing content. And it gives the sanctioning bodies and the racers themselves more, because they can come across more sponsorship opportunities. The more eyeballs you get, the more value we have.
Absolutely. And I see that Thomas Voss is joining us. So we're going to travel to Germany to meet with Thomas, who runs the DTM. So guten Tag, sir.
Oh, your German is very good.
Oh, sure.
Hello.
Excellent. So we'll leave you in the hands of Jim. Thank you very much. We'll be
you.
on for the next 25 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Jim.
Hello, V. Gates, my friend.
Oh, no, it's even better than Francisco, your German.
It was 2023 was a very exciting season for the DTM, wasn't it? Because you had 16 races, 13 teams, but probably most important, you had 5 different brands represented and 13 debut drivers. Do I have that number correct?
No, this is we have 28 drivers with 6 manufacturers.
No. Well, what I meant was you had 13 debutants, new drivers.
New drivers. Sorry. I didn't know. Yes, yeah, of course, we had. But it's very necessary to have especially the young German drivers into such a series. But we are also looking for international drivers, of course.
This was a series that launched many great names: Bernd Schneider, Dario Franchitti.
Yes.
He was never a champion, but he certainly, that's where he cut his teeth and got his introduction to Mercedes and that sort of stuff. Drivers many times make the sport, but also for racing series, manufacturers are a big part of it. how has the switch that you made to the GT3 cars a couple of years ago, how has that helped you with your manufacturer relations?
Unfortunately, not really. Of course, we have still a very good relationship to our manufacturers. They are building those cars, but they sell it to customers. The same system all over the world, I think. So the role of the manufacturers for DTM changed, especially last year. Since almost 40 years, we are going into the 40th year next year with the DTM. Since almost the whole time, the manufacturers played a major role. They financed not only the team but also the complete series. And if you see in the late 90s, the DTM had a Formula One standard. It was an international racing series. Not only from the media point of view or a commercial point of view, but also from the technical point of view. It had at this time a Formula One standard, and now it's a GT3 series. But I think it's a little different GT3 series from IMSA or from all the SRO series which are running in all over the world. We are running with one driver. We have not with two, with all the other racing series with GT3 cars. We have a performance pit stop, which you all know from IndyCar, from NASCAR, from Formula One. And we changed to Pirelli tires this year. And I think as we ran the ADAC GT Masters for almost 20 years in Germany, we put the best things together of both series and of both worlds. Unfortunately, the manufacturers are supporting the teams with cars, with their factory drivers, with the spare part packages and all those things, but they're not supporting the series as itself as they did in former years.
Does that, in America, we have seen in the past that manufacturer involvement in a series, and as you said, like in the 90s, where they were so involved in the series, once a manufacturer reaches its marketing goals, many times it will leave a series. Does the GT3 platform, because the factories are just supporting private teams, does that give you more stability long term?
I think for me, NASCAR is a sort of role model in this thing. They are supporting the series a little bit, but they are supporting the teams and they're supporting the drivers. And I think this will work also for DTM and maybe also for other GT3 series. It makes the things more stable because manufacturers change their mind, their strategies, especially in those times where especially in Europe, politically everything and everybody is focused on electric cars. There are laws by the European Union that after 2035 there don't have to be sold new cars with any other drivetrain than an electric one. So I think motorsport has to change, and some of the manufacturers might think about pulling out of motorsport for a few years or which time ever. So we need those series to keep them into motorsport. But the race series itself, they have to change with the changes you find in the mobility of the road cars.
Well, what kind of sustainability projects do you have? How do you plan to address this? As you say, to 2035, that it seems like it's 12 years away, but that clock runs quickly, doesn't it?
No, it isn't, because all the car manufacturers are working on it very hard, and they're trying to sell their cars. And all the marketing project they have for the next years are all going into an electric direction, or most of them are going into this direction. We introduced a new kind of fuel almost 3 years ago in ADAC GT Masters, and we use the same fuel in DTM now. It's called Shell Blue Gasoline. It has 50% renewable and non-fossil ingredients, and it has about 30% less carbon emissions. But also, beside the technology of the cars, we have some projects. We have the project together with the technology company, a water technology company, which you might also know from Formula One, BWT. It's an Austrian company, and they are handling with water technology. We have installed water dispensers in the complete paddock to reduce the number of plastic bottles in the paddock. And with this arrangement, we have saved more than 300,000 plastic bottles per year in the paddock. I think this is also a thing we have to be focused on, not only on the technology of the cars. We have another one since several weeks only. There is it's has to do something with the transport of spectators to the racetrack. Only 5% of the emissions of such an event, a spectator event, is from the cars directly, from the race cars on the racetrack. The other 95% of emissions are from the logistics and the spectator traveling. And we have a carpool app which we use directly by ADAC. We found it by ADAC, and this carpool app we now use to bring the people together to go together to the race venues.
That's amazing. That I visited Zandvoort this year for the vintage car race, and it was wonderful to see that the public transport virtually took you to the front door of the racetrack. So anything we can do like that is a huge plus, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It has to be more accepted in Germany. It's not really accepted. I think it's America. It's better than in Germany. Everybody wants to go with his own car, but we are working on it.
Your season just finished up about 4 weeks ago. Were you pleased with the season?
Yes. For the first year, you see, we got the rights to do DTM. We received the rights. At this time last year, beginning of December. So we had plenty of time to prepare the season. Even if we started in end of May last year, which is late for normally in Germany, we started in middle of April. Due to the weather conditions in Germany. But we started in late May this year. 28 cars was much for us in the first season. And the spectators honorized the very good sport we found this year. We had 12 different winners in 16 races, 6 manufacturers. We had stars like Mirko Bortolotti and Thomas Preining, who was champion. Very hard fights, but no major accidents with burned cars or something that we found over the last years. We have very stable TV ratings in Germany. And so, for the first year, I think it was okay. We had one thing we found out, we had over 30% of the spectators were younger than 16.
Wow, that's a marketing man's dream, isn't it?
Yeah, if you see on the grandstands of a motor racing event, you normally find people of our age.
Yes, it's nice to see full heads of hair as opposed to gray balding folks in the grandstands. Now, at the beginning of the season, you broke a record with 9 different winners in the first 9 races.
Yes.
As you said, you had I believe it was 12 different winners over the season.
Yes, in 39 years, this never happened before.
Never happened. Yeah, yeah. Now, Thomas Prenning, as you said, was the champion, but the championship went right down to the wire. He had to win the last 2 events back to back at Hockenheim, didn't he, to clinch the title?
Yeah. It was astonishing because after the first race, he got 20 kilogram more weight in the car, and he also with this extra weight, he won the race. It was a little bit of pity for the spectators because he got champion in the qualifying on Sunday morning because in DTM the first 3 of the qualifying received 3, 2, and 1 point, and with those 3 points he got into the qualifying on Sunday morning. He got champion, and so people watching the race on Sunday afternoon. They did see a champion, and he won the race, but he was champion in the qualifying.
He celebrated in grand style, which we would say here in America, with a victory.
Yeah, and it was the first Porsche win of DTM in their 75th years of Porsche existing, and so they did everything right.
Yeah, good year all the way around. Now, you mentioned the balance of performance. Now, for many of the folks who would be on this Zoom session that we have, balance of performance can be a dirty word, as we would say here in America.
Sometimes dirty, sometimes good.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on which end of the balance you're on, right? Do you? How does the DTM handle that? It's fraught with public relations. It's fraught with keeping your constituents, which you're serving 2 masters. You're trying to give the fans great racing, and of course, all racers will always want that advantage. So how do you do your BOP, and how do you then balance with the constituents once you balance the field?
We make it easy and simple. We use the BOP of SRO, of Stefan Rattel. We have the same tire on our cars as he has in most of his series. And he knows all the German racetracks. And I think it works very well. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, depending on which car, and it's very hard to balance all those different types of cars, V6, double turbo, twin turbo, 10-cylinder combustion cars without any turbo, the engine in the front, engine in the back, engine in the middle. So it's very hard to balance those cars, and everybody wants to win, of course. And you see, if you see inside one brand, you see the difference between the drivers. It's not always the same driver running in front with the same balance of performance, and that's what it makes. And we are. Of course, there's always room to improvement or for improvement, but for us it worked very well this year. On the first 6 places of the championship, we had 5 different manufacturers. So I think, more or less, it's okay.
Yeah, you can't ask for anything more.
But it's a science for itself.
Speaking of the technology, you've run the GT3 cars since 2001. We've talked a little bit about sustainability and obviously the politics of moving the motoring industry towards electric cars. What kind of future technologies are you maybe looking at for 2024? Anything you can tell us about yet?
For 24, we will of course stay with GT3 and GT4 cars. But for the future, I think in 5 or 6 years, we started negotiations with the manufacturers and also with the suppliers. Schaeffler, for example, is a very good example. They're very keen, and they're a partner of DTM. They are very keen also on the future DTM cars. And I think we have to have parallel systems. I think we should run combustion engine cars as long as we are allowed to. Of course, running them with e-fuel or something like that, which is carbon neutral. But I think we have also to develop electric cars because our series road cars might be electric cars in the near future, more and more. I was in Scandinavia a few weeks ago. They have almost 30% of all the cars running in Scandinavia are electric cars now. It's the same aim for Germany for 2030 to run 20% of all the series road cars with battery electric. So I think motor racing has also to move in this direction, but this don't have to mean that the combustion engine cars will stop. Why? I think we can have a parallel lines for the next 10, 15, 20 years. We are a little bit depending on what will go on our roads, and as soon as people on the roads are going with electric cars, they also want to see motor racing with electric cars. But as long as they don't drive those cars on the road, I think they are not so interested as some of us will think at the moment. So we are in negotiation with the manufacturers, how their plans are. We start now. We have a next meeting in middle of December here in Munich. And also we are also in negotiation and talks with other promoters, with other racing promoters, especially the Japanese guys from Super GT approached us a few weeks ago, and they are sitting on the table here in middle of December. And of course, we will integrate other race series promoters, for example, IMSA or SRO or ACO if they want. And we will also integrate other car manufacturers in the discussion. Because at the moment, no one did find any solution for racing with electric cars without making everything equal. Formula E at the beginning was a one-make car.
Mm-hmm. When you, I think motorsport though is going to, because of its history, is always been the place where car makers have come to prove the automobile. And that's how racing started in 1923 with Le Mans. I mean, the whole purpose was to prove the viability, proof of concept for the motor car. And I think that auto racing is going to be the natural platform for the manufacturers to prove their products, will it not?
Yes, of course. But in the last 10, 20 years, we left out some technologies which are now in the road cars. We left it out on purpose in the race cars, because race cars always should be fast and quick and reliable and everything else. But the normal road cars are all that, and they are much more. I think, for example, only a small example, why can't a race car be driven autonomously in safety car conditions? Why do you have to steer a race car in safety car conditions? I think this is this is a part. I think we have to overthink for the next future for the future spectators. What are they interested in?
I think there are probably some Formula One engineers out there that would love to be able to control the car from the
Why not? If you saw the race
Formula One, I
yesterday,
should say, probably.
virtual safety car, everybody, the one is going in 82 kilometers per hour, the next is going 78. So why don't make it equal? No advantage for anybody. Put your hand off the wheel and let it drive in those safety car periods autonomously, and then go ahead as a driver.
In the final couple minutes that we have left, you talked a little bit about your television and how stable your numbers were. Again, as a TV guy for most of my career, in the production area, and part of the Speed Sport 1 network that's launched this year. In fact, DTM was one of our anchor broadcasts. So thank you very much for giving us some outstanding competition that fans could see on Speed Sport 1. How do you expand your media footprint for 2024?
Also in Germany, regular TV stations are important, still important, but of course streaming platforms are growing and growing and growing, and all over the world. So this is our first aim. We have a TV contract with Pro7. It's a free premium TV broadcaster here in Germany. We have 70 live broadcasters all over the world. But I think the next step would be to improve our streaming platforms and going to also to foreign streaming platforms in foreign countries, in different countries, on all continents. And of course, social media is playing a big role. Unfortunately, we don't have the possibility at the moment, as Stephen Phelps told us in the interview before, to have an own Netflix series or something like that. But I don't want to copy everybody else. So we are thinking about other type of programs together with our home broadcaster here in Germany.
And who should we be on the lookout for in 2024, driver-wise? Any announcements you can make? Will we see Thomas trying to repeat? What's the outlook for the 2024 competition?
I don't know. We started the entries now last week ago. Of course, I think both drivers of Up Sportsline coming with an Audi with Red Bull support. So Kelvin van der Linde and Ricardo Feller, you always have to have a look at. Thomas, I hope will come back to the series. Mirko Bortolotti, who was second this year and the year before, he should be champion in the next year. But we will see.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and I certainly look forward to watching the great excitement that DTM always brings to the racing fans.
Thank you for having me on the program.
Dankeschön, Thomas. Thank you very much. I'm glad
your German is better than my English.
My French is better of them all. So now we're delighted to have the DTM. That was very important for me to make sure we had your series covered. So stay with us. We are going to stay in Europe for the next session. We're going to go to my home country, France, to talk to two gentlemen who are involved with one of the most iconic off-road race, the Paris-Dakar, called now the Dakar. Stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors and we'll be right back.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. Again, a special thank you to our sponsor who make it available for all of you, the attendees from around the world, to watch this program for 5 days, absolutely free. So again, you know, we said it, share those links, the Zoom link, the YouTube link, the racer.com and speedsport.com to all your friends in the industry. I mean, the lineup, again, is unbelievable, and the amount of information shared this week is priceless. So feel free to share that with your industry friend. We'd love to have you on. Jim, thank you for being back with us. And this next session is I grew up in France watching the Paris-Dakar, you know, and I remember when I was a kid watching those cars, they would drive actually from Paris all the way down to Marseille, take the boat and go to Africa. So we have two gentlemen joining us today, Pierre Lenfant and Adrien Lepin, and there's the new generation of the ISO group that organized that great race. So without any introduction, I think Pierre and Adrien are on. So Jim, we'll let you carry on.
Bonjour, gentlemen, and welcome to Industry Race Week for 2023. It's a privilege to have you on and to be able to talk to you both.
Hi, Jim. Thank you. Hi, Jim. Nice to meet you.
This event has been run since 1978. It first really came to my attention in 1983 when Jackie Hicks won the Paris-Dakar in the Porsche, and this event has gone through a very interesting life, starting out as the Francis just said, the Paris Dakar Rally. Now it is just called the Dakar, and it has moved from Africa to South America, and since 2020 has run in Saudi Arabia. This is really a challenging event. Tell us what for you guys is the biggest challenge.
Yes, first of all, Jim, thank you for invited us to this meeting. First time for us, so thank you all. As you said, the Dakar now have a very, very long history and is known as to be the most incredible and tough cross-country rally in the world. I think the most important ingredient is trying to renew year after year without changing everything. We have to keep the most important thing is to keep alive the challenge, the adventure. This is the DNA of our event, but now we have to think about the new reality of our world and creating a new challenge. And maybe we will have the opportunity to talk about this. But for sure, we have to make with our past and thinking about our future when we are creating every year the new route of the Dakar Rally.
Just to maybe complete what Pierre is saying, as you know, Dakar, the DNA of Rally Raid is discovering new areas, discovering new cultures, seeing new territories. So as you said, it all started from Paris to Dakar, discovering Africa, then moved to South America, and now in Saudi Arabia. So part of this is really, giving the opportunity for cross-country passionates to get to discover new territories. So yes, one of the biggest challenges is to renew. And as you know, competitors will go through 500, 600, 700 kilometers a day, and renewing this constantly year after year is challenging.
But you're an event organization that's used to logistical challenges. Certainly, you run the Tour de France, the Paris-Roubaix, Paris-Nice, just to name three of the unbelievably wonderful bicycle races that you run, golf events, and now the FIA Rally Raid World Championship. How many events do you foresee that championship growing to, given the size and magnitude that each of these events has?
Regarding the World Rally Raid Championship, so just to give you a bit of history, this championship was created in partnership with the FIA and the FIM, so the Federation of Cars and Automobiles and the one of Motorbikes, in order to give the opportunity for the Dakar Rally to be part of a World Championship, and also the opportunity for our clients who run on Dakar and manufacturers that are involved in cross-country to get other race opportunities to Dakar standards. So ASO are owner and organizers of the Dakar Rally, but promoter of the World Rally Raid Championship. We're promoter because we are the ones that organize the Dakar, and we have the best knowledge in terms of organizing an event that's moves a lot and specialized in cross-country. So we have this knowledge. And so today we support organizers of cross-country races or rallies around the world that wish to be part of this World Rally Raid Championship. And we support them in delivering an event at the standards of Dakar. It's nothing as long and as challenging as Dakar, because we're speaking of 5-day races and not 12 days races like the Dakar. But the Dakar remains the main event of the championship. We can compare it to the WEC a bit with the 24 Hours of Le Mans. This is the main event, and the other events are an opportunity to compete in the championship, but competitors and clients think of Dakar and prepare for Dakar all year long. So that's the main goal. And today we're 5 events during the year. I must say that as many championships, we have quite of a specificity. we don't have a limit of cars that can participate in the championship. So we don't have a limit on the grid. We're not around the circuit. So as many competitors that wish to participate, they have to register. Having not this limit, we obviously are also with teams have a limited budget. And so going around the world for 5 events is for now the limit of the logistics associated to the budget that teams are ready to put in, and also the time it takes to travel from one place to another. So for now, we're on 5 events. I believe that's where we're going to stay for at least 1 or 2 more seasons, and then we'll see how it progresses.
Well, every great racing series has to have a crown jewel, and certainly the Dakar is the crown jewel of the Rally Raid World Championship, as you say. A great comparison there to the World Endurance Championship, with Le Mans being the crown jewel of that series. You have, as you said, it is the FIA and the FIM, because your event is also unique in that it is not just for cars or for bikes. It has cars, trucks, bikes, quads, UTVs, and even classics. How do you manage all of that? Because there's many different automotive cultures that are coming together for this event. How is that managed?
About all the different categories, for sure it's always been in the history of the Dakar Rally. And if you remember the first edition, there only one overall classification with gathering all the categories, for sure. And actually, we have a lot of different categories and classification. But yes, it's a good job to think about the routes, the itinerary, because we have to make this possible for all kind of category. Actually, we split it for the classic and for the modern, and we will see that maybe after during the conversation. But also for the new category for alternative energies. Yes, we have to make something new and different. But for the classic, we have trying to make something more consistent for them without too long kilometers per day, because we are covering I think 30 years of motorsports. So yes, we have to create something possible for all of them, from the small Citroën 2CV 50 horsepower to the big Pro Truck Ford with a big V8 big block inside. So we have to think about it for the classic. And that's why when we are making the recce of the itinerary, we have a dedicated team for that, with dedicated vehicles for that. And on the other part, we have the big part of the recces with 3 vehicles and a big truck to make the modern one with the 600 kilometers per day of off-road tracks.
Also, keep in mind that the Dakar Classic has its own itinerary. So it has its own itinerary adapted to the vehicles, because obviously in the main rally, competitors are always asking for a tougher Dakar, and the cars and vehicles are going in that way. But the classics, bear in mind that as they have old vehicles, old before 2000, the year 2000, the itinerary is dedicated. They still do a lot of kilometers, but it's more of a let's say a cruising rally than a tough rally. So they still have tough navigation. They can still get lost also, but it's an adapted track.
Be kind with the classic, Adrien. Be kind with them.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, the classic, yes. When we launch it on 2021 for the first edition, we don't want to use the principle of pure racing. So we put in place the system of regularity race, which is very appreciated from the competitors. And we have inside this regularity different category, and it's very, very comfortable for us to provide something adapted to each cars inside the classic.
And also, what's magical about this event is that you end up in the middle of the desert on a giant bivouac with all different types of people. So you have the pros that are running for big manufacturing companies, but you also have the pure passionates with their old Citroën that participates in the Dakar Classic. You have the quad rider also that's doing the rally. And so all of those people and profiles get mixed together on the track and on the bivouac. So they help each other in case of any emergency during the rally. And so there's a real adventure that's shared commonly around the event. And that's also what makes the Dakar Rally that incredible.
It truly is a motorsports melting pot. Ben Holmquist must have read my mind, because one of the questions that I had for you was specifically for competitors, but he puts a little twist on it. And if you have questions, just text us or go to the chat, and you can ask questions, submit questions through the chat for anyone that's out there listening. And Ben says, what kind of advice would you give to event managers when it comes to handling the complex logistics and scheduling personnel to create a premium experience? Because like you said, you want it to be new and fresh each year for the competitors. That really is your constituency, is the competitors. How do you what kind of advice would you give anyone trying to put a big event together?
Well, in terms of logistics, I mean, it's always complex, and maybe we'll do a quick parallel to the World Rally Raid Championship, where we actually have a technical partner that really helps us and is dedicated to facilitate the worldwide logistics of the registered teams and competitors in the championship. When it comes more to the Dakar Rally and the logistics on the rally, I mean, it's hard to give good advice. I mean, the Dakar is such a big machine. We have dedicated teams that work all year long with this. We work with the host country also that facilitates on-ground logistics. But I mean, it's really it's a full-time job of a team of roughly 25 people, fully dedicated all year long to building a great event, plus extras that work more on demand and closer to the event.
Yeah, this indeed, it's very difficult to have some interesting advice for that, but the main thing is to have the perfect coordination of all the aspects, and that's why when Adrien said that we are 25 people during the year working on this event, this number grow up weeks after weeks, because for sure after the Dakar we remain 25 at the office, but actually we are more than let's say 100 people, and 1 week before the start of the rally we are 300 people, and on the bivouac we are in the total 5,000 people traveling every day from bivouac to bivouac, for sure including the competitors, etc. But yes, that's why with this huge number of people, you have to be sure of the coordination, and
it's coordination, communication, planning. We on Dakar we have a general briefing every evening. There's a sports briefing for competitors, but also we give advice on logistics, on coordination, everything. We use a dedicated app also, where we are able to post some guidelines, some informations road books to go from one bivouac to the other one. Communication and planning is key for me.
Yes, and you have to know that when we built our process, we use a lot of military system, in fact, and in the organization, we have a lot of people working in the past in the military, and we use their process because for sure there is no place for interpretation, and we have to make plan B, plan C for everything, because for sure all we have on the paper before leaving for the Dakar, when you will be on site, there will be every day new things appears, and you have to be ready for that.
One thing that has always intrigued me about this event, and you talk about the 25 full-time staff and how as you get closer to the event and actually running the event, how the staff and everything grows. You're dealing not only with the race teams, the manufacturers, the sponsors, but you're also dealing with governments. I mean, the event first moved to South America because there was unrest in Mauritania. And how do you manage that? I mean, perhaps you could offer up some ambassadorial services for the world in the current state we're in to try and settle some things. But certainly that has got to be a big part of what you have to deal with every year, and that is the world situation. How do you do that?
Yes, it is complicated. We work all year long with the host countries, the local federations. We're in contact regularly with them. We have teams that go meet them regularly, and they also come to Paris to meet us. So we work with local federations. So that's how we manage to host a rally in a certain country. In South America, we're working with a local team on site that actually lived there for a while and helped us really with let's say the local relations, because you need somebody on site and you need a good contact or a good team of contacts on site, because that's how it works, and to pass the information. Also, if you organize a rally in South America from France, well, yes, you will need to go there regularly, but you need some local presence.
We talked a little bit with Thomas Voss from the DTM a few moments ago about how the industry, the motor industry, is moving towards electric vehicles, sustainability. What kind of things does ASO and the Dakar have on the horizon that is going to help them meet the challenges of the sustainality issues and the environment issues that are particularly unique to your kind of event?
Yes, for sure. We already spoke about the Dakar Classic, but this is not the point. We talk about the past. So now, yes, it's time to talk about the future. And we just launched for the first edition for the next Dakar, the Mission 1000. But Adrien is in charge of this new category, so I let him speak about it.
Yes, so Mission 1000 is a new challenge that we are introducing to the Dakar, and ASO had the idea of creating this challenge today because we were, let's say, a bit today the technology is still uncertain. We don't really know in which direction we're going. There are plenty of ideas, and we are on one side having competitors and manufacturers that are asking for tougher Dakar, more kilometers, and today, technology doesn't follow. And so if we speak of 100% electric or hydrogen or even hybrid using a minimum of synthetic fuel, having those refueling or recharging spots or hydrogen refueling in the middle of the desert today, it's just not feasible and not possible. So Mission 1000 is a dedicated challenge to those new vehicles using alternative energies. So it's really mainly dedicated to 100% hydrogen or 100% electric and some hybrids. And Mission 1000, why? Because it's experienced 100 kilometers of Dakar every day for a total of 1,000 kilometers. So we have built a dedicated itinerary that goes through the same type of terrain you would find on the Dakar Rally, just for a shorter distance, roughly 100 kilometers, but benefiting from the same arrival as every stage of the Dakar Rally, because we also want them to arrive and to benefit from the media and the press we have in this area. So that's the purpose of the challenge. Today, I mean, for next Dakar, we have 10 vehicles registered. Some are privateers with, let's say, very advanced vehicles and new technology, but we also have a few manufacturers, and one of the biggest projects we have actually is called HEISS. HEISS is a conglomerate of Japanese manufacturers, Toyota, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Honda, that are working together for the future of mobility within hydrogen. And so they will be attending the first edition of Mission 1000 in January with 100% hydrogen SSV. We also have 6 bikes, 1 Chinese brand, 1 Italian brand, and 1 Spanish one, 100% electric bikes. So they will be also participating in the next Mission 1000 challenge. So very exciting. Let's call it a first step to bring those new energy and technologies within the Dakar. Dakar is motorsports. It's important to be a laboratory working for the future of mobility, and Mission 1000 today will be a good opportunity for those vehicles to showcase their technology and prove that it can test it and prove that it can go through 100 kilometers of Dakar route. So that's
we are exactly at the crossroads for the future, for the cross country. From one hand, we have the manufacturers more or less ready for that, but on the other hand, the technology is not ready to make an entire complete Dakar, and also the federation, like the FIA, is not completely ready, to be honest, with the regulation to accept these kinds of new cars, of new technology on a cross-country event. That's why we created as a challenge and not as a real race.
Well, and again, to the point of your event being a motorsports melting pot, when you can announce and you can hold up to the rest of the world that you actually have competing manufacturers working together on a goal that is unheard of, and you should be applauded for that, and all the best in the future in that endeavor. What does the rest of the 2024 event look like? The standard Dakar, if you will, above and beyond the challenge.
The, let's say, modern Dakar, not the classic one, is I think will be very, very interesting. We have 8,000 kilometers of rally, including like 5,000 kilometers of special stage. And this year we have launched a new concept. Maybe not a new concept, but something new for the Dakar, called 48 hours chrono. I explained to you the spirit is based on maybe you remember the cannonball organized in the Egyptian country from Mr. Fenouil, who was a crazy guy in the cross-country world, and for sure, we can't reinvent the cannonball, because if we do that, we will have the FIA and the FIM after us. So we try to make something close to the spirit. And for 2 days, we will have only one stage about 600 kilometers of 100% of dunes. So imagine you are at the start of the stage with your car, and you are ready for more than 600 kilometers of dunes. And after from 5 p.m., you will have to stop at the first point of the organization you crossed. So we have we will put in place 8 different points to stop the car, called brake zone. And at this point, you will find only 2 cars of the organization, 1 medical car and 1 from the sports organization. And the organization will give you only 1 sleeping bag and 1 tent and 1 survival ration kit for the food. And you will be on your own at this point. No medical from your team.
No contact.
No contact, because there is no signal. No team manager, no motorhome, nothing. Just you, your car, and your sleeping bag for a night in the desert. And the next morning, the start will be done at 6:45 a.m. and you continue for the rest of the stage. So for sure, we will have, I think, a very good story on each brake zone, because we will have 1 team from Toyota completely cut off all the rest of his home team. He doesn't know where is the other one from the team, where is the team from Audi, if he is from Toyota, for example. So for the strategy, it will be very interesting to see what happens on site.
Outstanding. Thank you for taking the time out of what has got to be a very busy schedule for you gentlemen, putting on this event and then overseeing and promoting the World Championship. We thank you for joining us here on Apartheid Industry Race Week.
It was a pleasure, and thank you again for inviting us.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Adrien. Thank you, Pierre. Merci. That was great. And love to hear about the Dakar. So stay with us 1 second. And then, Jim, thank you for your contribution this morning. We'll see you a little bit later today. We're going to run a very short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with World Racing League.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there, it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are 2 types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. RJ Teal is with us, Brad Giddy is with us. You guys carry on.
And awesome. RJ, I'm very excited. This is your first time joining us, so welcome.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. We appreciate it. RJ, excited to spend some time chatting with you about the World Racing League, and appreciate the opportunity to do this. So I want to start just by saying, on your website, World Racing League's goal is to provide a highly competitive, professional level racing experience on an amateur racing budget without compromise. So tell us what that means.
So, World Racing League, our goal has always been to provide a professional racing experience. Our business, both in World Racing League and then also our professional racing business, ACI Motorsports, that races in SRO and IMSA, have a lot of experience at the professional level. We also have a lot of experience, the management in amateur racing. So what we sought to bring was kind of a mix of both, where competition is very high, the level of performance balancing is very high, our standards of driving are high, but we do bring the barrier of entry down to get into the series. We also try to control costs with things like 200 treadwear tires, for example, are a requirement. So many of these cars will do an entire 8-hour race on a single set of tires. And just by trying to engage partners and sponsors to help control costs for everybody.
That's a wonderful thing. Well, let's talk about where you are in the season right now. And speaking to you from the Lone Star State, I know a lot of people in Texas are pretty excited about a visit to Circuit of the Americas coming up.
Yeah, that's right. So the final round of our 13 event season this year is at Circuit of the Americas. So that's our national championship race. We'll have 2 8-hour races, then practice and qualifying on Friday for us here. So that's a big one for us. We've got 88 cars registered right now for those 16 hours of racing.
That's very exciting. Also, if you're tuned in right now, I do want to remind you and let you know that you can always type a question into the chat, and we'll certainly get to as many of those as we can. But pretty exciting what the World Racing League has going on, because we mentioned Circuit of the Americas, but like you said, that's just one of your 13 race schedule. The road courses that y'all are visiting throughout the year, and your 2024 schedule is already out. These are the premier motorsports facilities here in the United States, and everywhere from Road America to Daytona, Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen, and so on. So let's talk about your schedule and some of these tracks in which the series competes.
Yeah, so that's been, that's another big part of the professional racing experience. We want to take people where they're going to be racing as they move up the ladder, or if they decide that, WRL is their home. But yeah, we're going to start the year off at Eagles Canyon Raceway next year. That's a new track a lot of people are excited about, but more of a club level facility. Then on to, your Barber, Mid-Ohio, Road America, as you mentioned, added Charlotte this year. So that is actually confirmed. You heard it here first. So we will be going to Charlotte, also Watkins Glen, Sebring, Coda. So anywhere that you see on TV just about is covered. We do cover some other parts of the country. Colorado, we go to High Plains Raceway, which is an excellent facility. Keeps us a little bit further west so we can support all of our customers out that way.
Oh, that's really cool. And what a great announcement as well, by the way. I think that's pretty awesome. So we're looking forward to that. I want to dive into the chat because we do have a question that came here early. RJ, you mentioned performance balancing. How does performance balancing work? How do drivers get involved, and how do you control cost?
Yeah, so performance balancing, and I was listening earlier this morning talking about BOP, can be a 4-letter word. But we do everything with us is based on power to weight. So our entire rule book is built around the weight of the car and then dyno jet horsepower. We keep a dyno jet on site that's accessible to all of our competitors throughout the weekend to verify on our dyno. Obviously, our scales are the ones that are going to matter. But what we found is that controlling the power to weight and then adjusting that power to weight with modifiers for things like aerodynamics, suspension, forced induction, all the things that we've found through our data collection that contribute to performance are considered and then go into those modifiers. So for example, if you're running a bunch of aerodynamic devices or some really fancy, triple 4-way adjustable shocks, those things are going to be accounted for in the modifier table, especially in our general production class, which there are general production 1 through 3, which are going to be, Porsche Caymans, E46, BMW M3s, a lot of the club racing cars you'd be familiar with from your, typical club racing events. And then the GTO class that sits above that and GTU are going to be our Grand Touring class that welcomes anything from, we've had previous generation NASCAR Cup chassis out there, Ginettas, all your GT4 cars, V8, E46 M3s. But again, all of these things are balanced with just horsepower, weight, and then those modifiers. And what we find is we'll have, a 25-year-old BMW with an LS swap racing a brand new Toyota Supra GT4 and finishing within seconds of each other after 8 hours. So the performance balancing, we really believe in it. We believe enforcement and consistent enforcement is super important. And what that's yielded for us has been a really competitive series.
Yeah, and that's great because look, if you're going out there and competing, everyone wants a chance to be competitive, and that's a great thing. And you even mentioned some of the different cars. It's been pretty awesome. We were talking with Steve Phelps from NASCAR earlier, but heck, we've had Cup teams actually participate in your series as well to start getting some more road course skills. But these are mixed in with, like you mentioned, amateur racers and everybody. So what a great opportunity to not only see people who are doing this for a living, at the top of their game, but also people who are amateurs and being able to just be racers together, be it on or off the track, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I've used this analogy quite a bit, but the best soccer player in the world, there's a lot of soccer balls in the world. It's a very accessible sport. Racing's a little bit less accessible, obviously. But we try to make it as accessible as possible to anybody who is qualified and has the relevant experience. And we want to give everybody an equal playing field where they can go wheel to wheel with these professional drivers. And in many cases, what we've seen, especially through the amount of seat time that we're able to offer in an endurance format, is that a lot of these amateur drivers are elevating themselves to the professional level, whether they stay and race with World Racing League or if they do move up, they're more than capable of competing with those people who, are out there racing, for paychecks every weekend.
RJ, here on ePart Trade, we talk to a lot of different people, from competitors to suppliers to buyers and all of those other things. I want to talk about the competitor side of it first of all. If I'm interested in getting into WRL, what do I need? Do I need to come with my own car? And if so, is the rulebook easily accessible? How hard would it be to join a team, or are there teams out there who are letting me put myself in a seat? How does all of that work?
Yeah, I think you pretty much touched on all of it. But yeah, so our rule book is extremely concise. That's another benefit of the power to weight based classing. So it's sub 20 pages cover to cover. So if you're interested in World Racing League, highly recommend that you take a look at that. But as far as how you get into it on the as an individual, you can either come with a racing license from your SCCA, NASA, NASCAR, IMSA, FIA. Those are all accepted and transfer over as long as you're in good standing with that organization. And then additionally, we do again, we talk about accessibility a lot. We do accept people that are coming from, HPDE if they've been doing it for many years and they are, in an advanced solo status. They'll be able to come on in a probationary status, be on watch, have to participate in the test day, meet all of our requirements, and then that's another way for them to get in. So we do buck the trend, some of the conventional licensing methods, as we do have other ways. Also, if you're coming out of something like Champ Car or another endurance racing series, we make it really easy for you to come in. Again, those people are on watch. It is a pretty laborious process to get approved, but it is another one of those ways that we control costs and help bring people in without forcing them into a schooler situation where they may already have more than enough seat time and awareness to do really well in endurance racing and continue to develop. As far as getting into a car goes, there's a couple of ways you can go about that, but what you mentioned, I highly recommend. Quite a few teams out there that offer rental seats, so you can show up, cars ready to go. A lot of them will provide you with food and everything else. So it's, arrive and drive is kind of super popular within World Racing League. So I actually highly recommend, if you're interested in getting into World Racing League, running a car yourself, that's a great place to start, just to see how one of these operations works, what tools you need, all of that stuff. If you are very familiar with if you've been sprint racing another chassis, or if you own a shop that takes care of a particular make or model, probably makes sense for you guys to come in right away with one of those cars that you're familiar with. But again, it still doesn't hurt to get that experience of running with a rental team, and there's quite a few out there. And if you go to our World Racing League WRL Racers group on Facebook, if you're interested, lots of teams advertising seats for rent there.
When you talk about cost containment too, I think another thing that is really appealing about the World Racing League, a no contact culture. Tell us what that means.
Yeah, so obviously, anytime you put cars on a racetrack, things can and do happen, but we are very strict when it comes to contact. We're very consistent with the messaging, and we hold everybody to a really high standard of conduct. You're out there racing for 8 hours, sometimes 14 hours, and then even 24 hours we've done in the past, and we may do again in the future. But there's no reason to put yourself, your equipment, your other teammates' time, and of course the other teams that are on the track at risk unnecessarily, especially early in the race. So something that we've seen is that we've had to really crack down on that, take a really firm stance. But I think we've been kind of leading the industry in the way that we've been handling contact, being extremely strict, kind of regardless of where you come from. Because those drivers that are coming from professional series, they're going to have to adjust a little bit, because we don't allow, rubbing. Rubbing is not racing with World Racing League. We want the cars to arrive and leave the way that they came. It's a safety thing. It's a performance thing. And ultimately it comes back to, cost containment, because nothing's more expensive than, a car sitting in the garage that's not on the track running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very true. From the chat, RJ, you mentioned a desire to come further west so teams from California don't have to haul so far. Do you have any updates on plans for some of the great West Coast tracks?
Yeah, so it's certainly been on our radar. Anybody who's raced with us from the West Coast, it's always asked, and I'm always super transparent with it. 2021, 2022 were huge years for the race industry in general. A lot of growth. Just about everybody I've talked to, 23, things pulled back just a little bit. So we're kind of waiting for the right time to make the move out there, but it's absolutely on our radar. Also, just building a schedule, especially with the big tracks that we're going to, it's extremely difficult, because a lot of them are very rigid, and trying to keep at least 3 to 4 weeks between events, because again, we do want this to be sustainable for not only the professional teams who have, a couple people working on the car all the time, but also the people that are working in their garage, because that ultimately probably is 60% or more of our competitors, keeping everything spaced out. So yeah, it's just a real challenge. Going to the West Coast is something we're definitely interested in. And anybody who is interested in us going to the West Coast, please send us an email. Let us know where you'd like us to go, what you'd like to see. We're very eager to get more feedback on that.
Yeah. By the way, Jennifer Long said we'd love to have WRL run at Utah Motorsports Campus. So how would we go about getting a contract with WRL?
Yeah, again, just definitely reach out to Race at Race WRL. That goes straight to me. There's only 2 of us full time, so you'll either get myself or JC. But yeah, shoot me an email. We'd be happy to talk about it. And I think this is a perfect time to start talking about 2025.
Oh, yeah. See, this is great. This is what ePart Trade's all about, bringing people together. On the supplier side of things, there are a lot of great parts vendors out there, and you have a lot of great customers out there racing with you as well. So let's talk about that side of it. When it comes to the competition, being able to supply all these racers, if I am either a vendor, a distributor, something like that, or maybe I'm actually a supplier, someone who feels like what my product is going to fit what your racing series is as well. Can you tell us about people involved with you or how to get involved?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, just keep spitting it out there, but feel free to reach us by email. That's going to be the best way to get in touch. But yeah, I think we have an excellent platform, especially for anybody who is, in the industry to promote their products and services. One of the biggest things with World Racing League is even, 94 cars or 90 cars at Circuit of the Americas is a big number, but remembering that those teams are comprised of anywhere from 3 to 5 drivers, subtly that number really grows quickly. So we've, all of the partners that we've had to this point have found a lot of success in working with us. I think one of the big things is a lot of these people do take those relationships they build within the World Racing League and take them to the other series they participate in, which is one of the really interesting things about endurance racing. Is a lot of these people have their own sprint racing cars or race in another series, and then come together with their group of friends to form a team to race in the World Racing League. So the amount of reach that we have outside of just WRL is pretty significant, and we've definitely seen quite a bit of conversion there as well.
Yeah, and with a variety of classes of cars, again, you talked about racing the Porsche Cayman and so on and so forth on up. Another thing that's talked about in today's world as well is electrification. Does that fit into the WRL at this point?
So it's funny you bring that up. We've talked about it quite a bit. I think there would be some opportunity to do something within a World Racing League weekend, especially if that becomes more popular as time goes on. But for right now, we're going to stick with kind of the internal combustion. I think the electrification presents a lot of really interesting challenges that we would love to be host to. I think it's going to reinvigorate kind of what racing was at the beginning, where it was, not about setting distance records, but just finishing, and finishing without issues. So I think that's something that especially in terms of endurance racing is going to be extremely interesting once that begins to come to fruition, and we're absolutely interested in being part of it.
Yeah, that's really cool. Again, what you have to offer now and what the future might be able to hold. Let's say I'm interested, or I have someone who is interested. I want to bring them out to the racetrack, introduce someone to World Racing League, and be it on the spectator side or maybe kind of showing someone around. I wanted to go to Circuit of the Americas coming up this weekend. What do you encourage people to do? What's out there and what's available for someone to come check it out, either from either side of the fence, let's say?
Yeah, so for Circuit of the Americas presents a couple of challenges for us. We are actually just had a big one of our largest spectator events so far at Sebring. We were 2 of the major spectator events for Road Atlanta this year. Looking to add Daytona and a couple more to that. But COTA, they do have some challenges because they have some Christmas events that go on during our event. So we're not able to host spectators. But if you're in the industry, if you're in the area and you'd like to come out, again, just shoot us an email, reach out directly, and we'd be happy to get you in. It's a super event, lots of access, obviously, at COTA. As much as we'd love to offer spectators, it's something that we have actually pitched them on because they do this big Christmas light spectacle. I've said for a long time, I think it would be excellent to race at night under the lights with the Christmas lights all around. I mean, as the last race of the year, but yeah, still working on that one.
I say I would love to see something like that happen. That would actually be pretty amazing to see you guys be able to pull something like that off. And again, when it comes to the whole culture and everything, look, there are people who might start in this class and you have 5 classes of cars out there. Maybe I want to graduate to the next class, the next class. What's the culture within the competition side of WRL as far as, you know, hey, I've raced this car. I'm ready to pass it on to the next person, but I'm ready to jump into this car over here. What's that like out there in the paddock?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, and interestingly, we've seen it kind of go both directions. So both drivers and teams that have raced GTO, which I would call, you know, obviously our fastest class, have moved into or jump in and out of general production cars. I think that's as a driver, that's of huge value to drive different cars, especially across the same weekend and in similar conditions. That's something that can work to your advantage. But race car drivers are generally, you know, aspirational, hardworking people. So we've seen a lot of people start out, bringing their car, especially in the earlier days, out of a series like 24 Hours of Lemons or something like that, and then progressing and moving up and being competitive. And I think the stepping stone of moving from the general production classes, where you could race something like an NC MX-5 Cup car, for example, in GP3, or an E46 330 CI, something like that, that's going to, you know, start you out a little bit slower, and then progress throughout the World Racing League all the way up to, you know, what I would say is in our GTO class, the GT4 cars racing there at about probably 85% of their pace in the Pro Series because of the tire and some of the power reductions. So we do kind of have something for just about everyone. And I do highly recommend that, you know, people start slower first if they have the opportunity. Working 3 pedals and understanding how the driveline plays into vehicle dynamics is something I think that, I'm afraid that we might lose, but I think is very important.
Yeah, that's interesting. You had mentioned earlier, RJ, talking about the race cars and making sure everyone is on a level competitive playing field within their class, and, you know, from aerodynamic enhancements to different things like that. And you had talked about, you know, well-researched in what you do. How did you come up with some of those things? If my car is too fast and I need to temper it down a little bit to be competitive with everyone else in my class, how do you come up with those things?
So we collect a ton of data. We have these, what we call black boxes, which are essentially AIM data boxes that are running some custom software on the back end that we use to do a lot of different overlays. Obviously, all these cars fill out at the beginning of the year what they call a disclosure worksheet that goes into our digital logbook system. And we're able to really quickly look, compare the data that we collect to what these cars are declaring, because unlike something like a GT4 series or something where they have everything is homologated and they're running the same parts, you know, we may have a V8 Miata or a V8 E46 M3 where there's not going to be a playbook for how do you balance the performance of this car? Do we need to take 2 degrees of wing out? And we don't necessarily want to be that. We like the creativity aspect. I think it absolutely has its place with conventional BOP, but we've just found this this different method. But everything that we do is data driven. For example, all of our fuel in the GT classes is based off of horsepower. That was all done just by analyzing, stint lengths, run times, and then adjusting it. And we try to make very small adjustments. And again, when you drive everything with data, it's allowed us to get to the point where, year over year rule stability is very high. Very few changes are required, but we do have, things are constantly emerging. These, direct injected turbo motors make power very differently than a naturally aspirated motor does. In our GP classes, people are starting to utilize these ZF 8-speed automatic transmissions that they're taking out of more modern BMWs and putting those even in Miatas, which, makes those cars more accessible still. But we have to consider the performance advantages of something like that. That's, both its potential and what it's capable of doing right now, because these things are kind of emerging. So tracking that, for me has always been a lot of fun. That's something that I enjoy doing when it comes to the rules and stuff. And ultimately competitor feedback, coupled with that data that we bring in is what drives most of the changes, and I think has led to what we have now, which is very competitive.
That is actually really incredible. And I cannot imagine what it's like to officiate, especially from a tech side of things, such a variety of race cars. But I also look at it as a huge appeal as a racer to be able to be introduced to such a variety of things out there as well with other race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's been a ton of fun. We enjoy getting to do it. We've been consistently impressed with what people bring out. The level that people have raised them to every year. That competition gets tougher and tougher, and we see more and more teams kind of rise to the occasion, and that's what ultimately is what makes it so fun for us to do.
Well, I'll tell you what, RJ, World Racing League, you guys have put together an incredible schedule, an incredibly competitive series where people get to race on some of the most amazing racetracks throughout our country. And we thank you for giving us time here today. And heck, look forward to a big weekend down in Austin.
Yeah, absolutely. Check it out on our YouTube channel. We'll be live streaming the whole thing. So 16 hours of coverage if you're looking for something to do this weekend. That's YouTube/RaceWRL.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Francis, Judy?
Well, thank you, RJ. Great pleasure to have you on. Stay with us 1 second, and we're going to be running a very short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with Ilmore Engineering. Thank you very much.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We are joined by the great Jeff Hammond, three-time NASCAR crew chief champion. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, y'all. Hope you are having a wonderful day. I love the start so far with Phelps and everything you've done so far. I mean, great start to the industry week.
Absolutely, and we traveled to Europe with the DTM, to the Dakar, now RJ, and we have a big lineup waiting for us today. And so the next session is going to be a very special engine builders, right, Judy?
Yeah, I'm very excited. I've wanted Andrew to come on with Ilmore Engineering for a couple of years now, so we have him this year. Jeff knows all that they're involved in, so this is going to be an educational webinar here. Here comes Andrew.
Morning, everybody.
Hello,
Good morning,
Thanks
Andrew.
for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Jeff, we'll let you take over.
Thank you very much, Sarah Francis and Judy, and we'll see you shortly. Andrew, good morning. Hope you're having a great day, and hope you had a well, I guess a little time off and ate a little turkey.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, had a few days off there. Like I said, celebrate Thanksgiving, had some family over, and yeah, we're in the off season here, but it's anything but off, as I'm sure you know.
That's right.
It's it's some of the busiest busiest days of the year here during the off season for us as we get ready for the start of the 2024 season.
You know, with that being said, how about giving us a little history of Ilmor, as far as as far as it pertains to you, okay? I mean, because I know we could get really, worldwide, international wide as far as Ilmor is concerned, but let's really try to focus on, what goes on in your world.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll keep it somewhat brief, but I'll go back to the start of our spec engine program, which the ARCA Ilmor 396, which was came out in 2015 with the ARCA series, and it was designed as a cost saving measure for teams, and it was intended to be very consistent, low cost per mile engine that teams could migrate to and get somewhere on the order of 7-8 races out of each engine between rebuilds, and improve, like I say, the cost of teams, as well as improve competition. Make the engine side of things less of the story. Take that into 2018, and we came into the NASCAR Truck Series with a derivative of that engine, and then a further derivative, largely a different engine, was also built and provided for the SRX series, and we continue with the ARCA, the Truck Series, and the SRX series today, along with some other derivatives that we've come up with for other things like track day cars and other high performance racing stock car type focused cars. So.
Okay, with all that being said, this, if you can give us a brief overview, how many engines do you guys build in a season? I mean, in a year, when you get ready to start, like I mentioned, 2024, what is usually your inventory? And we touched on the series that you're helping. So what kind of inventory do you have to carry?
Yeah, annually we build, between ARCA and the Truck Series, as well as some of our other smaller stuff. We would build, and also including SRX, we'd build about 280 engines a year, and that's pretty average. I would say we don't have a lot of ups and downs. Things stabilize pretty well there, but yeah, right around 280 engines a year.
I guess one of the first things when somebody who's maybe listening here, and folks, just remember, if you have a question for Andrew, please feel free to send it to us, and we'll make sure he gives you an answer, or we'll give you an opportunity to be able to get in touch with him so you can get your answer. The thing is, when you're doing this, and let's just say, for instance, you pick the series. I'm gonna let you pick the series. How do you maintain? Because everybody knows 1 or 2 horsepower is a big deal to most crew chiefs and drivers. All right. So how do you maintain that kind of, I guess you might, level playing field when you build your engines and you get done with them? Is it a hard thing to get, repetitive stuff? Because I know back in the day, and it's a totally different world now, because, we were always trying to find that a little extra. So we were doing something a little different with the cam, or changing the valve angle. I'm saying we were doing stuff to try to find horsepower. So when you get an engine better, oh yeah, we're going to take this one here. But in your case, you've got to have a target number you're looking for. I would, the way I understand it, and that's what you're shooting for, plus or minus, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So we, per our contract, and what we generally tell people is, we are required to supply engines that are within 1% of best to worst. The engines must be within 1%. Now, over the course of an engine's life, it'll go out for a race, especially like a short track race. It'll pick up a little bit, and it'll also, towards the end of its life, start to fall off a bit as it wears out, and it's time for it to be rebuilt. So to really bookend it, we need to be able to stay tighter than 1% when the engine leaves the door, to account for it picking up a little bit and then also falling off a little bit. So as engines are built and dynoed here, we hold them to 0.6%, just over 0.5%. Within a window of 0.6%, we have enough wiggle room to allow the engine to increase a little bit in performance through that first race, as it, quote unquote, say, loosening up, and then also fall off a little bit. And so it's a challenge, to say the least, and it's taken us, we're always improving on that topic, and it's taken us years to really get to a point where we, every single engine comes out of the build shop and goes down a dyno, we know it's going to be within that 0.6 number. And it really just comes down to quality and consistency on the assembly side to ensure that things are the same engine to engine. It's having good suppliers. It's having suppliers provide parts that are the same as they were from day one to today, and like I say, also making sure that our builders are applying the lessons learned from years past, and making sure that everything's assembled the same way as well.
You mentioned SRX, ARCA, and the Craftsman Truck Series. Out of those 3 series, are they interchangeable, or do each series have a little bit of a nuance, or does the series directors want you to build them a certain way and have their kind of like their own identity?
Yeah, the SRX engines are really kind of on their own. They are unique, but the ARCA engines and the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series engines are actually allowed to go from series to series. So you could take an ARCA engine, or as an ARCA team owner, even you could say, well, all right, we're gonna try out the truck series, and you could take that same engine over to the truck series and race it there. Vice versa, maybe you want to do a driver development program as a truck series team. You can take your truck series engines and run them over in ARCA. Performance is exactly the same. The costs are a little bit different from an ARCA engine to a truck engine, but that's really due to some parts that are of a little higher quality in the truck series because they run longer races. They go to more big tracks, places like Texas, places like Vegas, places that the ARCA series doesn't go to. And so, for those reasons, the ARCA engine on its own doesn't need the higher dollar parts. But yeah, it's between the ARCA and the truck series engines, even looking at them on a stand, there aren't many differences external that you could identify, and internal, there's very, very few differences. The rotating assembly is between an ARCA engine and truck engine is identical. The pistons, the rings, rods, crank, are all identical. There's a few little differences, like I said, up in the top end, and performance-wise, they're exactly the same. So,
with that being said, the thing I'm curious about is when you go to the racetrack, you see these teams. You don't have to bring an engine tuner, do you? Because you've got people there that are overseeing your engines, correct? I mean, that your guys have to monitor these engines, and we want to explain to me like how that works on a weekly basis, especially during race weekend.
Yeah. So come to the racetrack, you unload and roll through tech typically, and in the tech line, we'll have guys there that are flashing the ECU for that weekend's calibration. They are looking under the hood for anything that may be sticking out, maybe like a spark plug wire laying on the header, maybe a power wire that could chafe, or an oil line that's maybe close to something. Just a general overview of things, making sure you get wide open throttle, making sure everything's connected and hooked up. And then some guys on the inside, we have a data log that we installed that we've developed, and then also looking over some wiring inside to make sure there's nothing that might trip us up during the weekend. Following tech, trucks will go out on track, cars go out on track, whichever. And while out on track and coming in and out, we will be downloading data from the ECU, looking at it, reviewing it, seeing if there's anything like fuel pressure issues or battery voltage stuff, or just anything in general. Looking at the health of the engine, making sure temperatures are in check and that sort of stuff. Following practice, if there's any issues, or during practice, if there's any issues, say show up there and starter gives up for whatever reason, we have a support trailer there with parts. All of our guys there are trained on working on every aspect of the engine, as well as some aspects outside of the engine, some car side stuff. Help with, say, a starter replacement as an example, and then get you back on the way. And post practice, review all the data, provide information to teams, liaison between teams in NASCAR, teams in ARCA for any repairs that may be needed. Help to make sure that there are officials present if necessary, and that sort of stuff. And then roll that all over into qualifying again, just as a support role if anything comes up. By that point, cars and trucks are typically in impound, so it's hands off at that point, but just kind of on a maintenance mode. And then in the race, if something comes up, we'll have guys in fire suits on pit road. And again, if something happens during the race, we'll have parts, we'll have tools, we'll have guys there, go over the wall if needed. and help out with whatever might need help. So.
That's the good thing. I have had that experience with your organization with the Craftsman Truck Series a few years ago. And I was very impressed, with everything you said. And folks, you need to understand this. When he says go over your truck, I mean that. I mean, they'll come back and say, hey, you need to put some heat sleeve against that oil line. It's getting against the header, or you need to put a tie wrap here or give or something. You guys are not just going through the motions. You take what you're doing seriously, just like you were part of the team. And I thought that was commendable, because it's hard to find people who, not number one, are willing to make that extra effort to get up underneath something and look in areas and check under the dash. And I think the other thing is, explain just a little bit about the flashing that you're talking about each weekend that you go through, and the reason why, and how you arrive at that particular program.
Yeah. I mean, largely from a performance standpoint, it's there's no changes week to week. But as weather changes, if we're coming into a 95-degree day compared to maybe we're compared to looking at the 24 schedule, say like a March Bristol, where it's going to be a little bit cooler or something like that. The engine too needs to be a bit different, right? We need some more fuel here at some places, less so at other places. So we just we need to ensure that everything's the same week to week by way of the calibration, by way of the engine flash, and so this year was a bit new in the Truck Series. The ARCA Series has had it for a while, but the Truck Series adopted the digital dash from Holley this year. ARCA Series has had it now for a couple of years, but our guys will also go in and we will apply the proper firmware to the digital dash to make sure that it's functioning as it should. Teams are still allowed to customize it, put gauges with whatever ranges, whatever lights, that sort of stuff, all in there on their own. That's totally customizable by the team. But as far as data collection, things like that, teams are now able to access data in the Truck Series through the dash, and we ensure that the dashes are set up properly as part of our tech line inspection process. So,
I've had somebody ask the question. We talk so much about Ilmor. If we do business with Ilmor, do we own the engine? And then how do they regulate the number of miles or laps? And how do you constitute when you say you need to rebuild this engine? And let's just say you give me a number, and let's say the number is 1,200 miles. Have you got to run so many miles on that engine before you'll rebuild it? Or, what kind of rule and regulations do you deal with there? Is that a series decision, and or is it a Ilmor decision?
Yeah, so to your first point, yes, the teams own the engine. It's not like the typical stock car, National Series type of relationship where majority of teams lease an engine. Teams do own their engine in the ARCA Series, Truck Series, and the recommended service life for the engine is 1,500 miles. Being as the team owns the engine, it is their decision if they decide to bring it in for a rebuild earlier for whatever reason, take it longer if they want to take it longer. But the team does own it, and it is their choice to rebuild it at whatever mileage they see fit. Largely speaking, most teams will rebuild them right around 1,500 miles. If for some reason the engine has a problem, say you have a 1,000-mile engine and it goes to Talladega and is in a hard wreck, right? It's maybe knocks the accessory drive off the front, runs without oil pressure, runs without a water pump belt, runs hot, runs without oil pressure, whatever the case is. And you decide, right, our schedule is coming up here is going to be pretty tight. We don't want to have to run out the last 500 miles of this engine and then put it into the rebuild cycle and wait for it to come back. Let's just rebuild it now. We have some time. We'll certainly we'll do as the team requests. Like I said, the team owns the engine, so at the end of the day, it's their decision. By the same token, if you bring a 1,000-mile engine to us and say, right, ran without oil pressure, ran a little hot, could you guys take a look at it and maybe avoid rebuilding it, but just replace what it needs? We'll do that too. We'll rework it, as we call it, and that helps teams. The ability to kind of go in two directions there: just repair the engine and let them continue running it, or rebuild it, bring it back to them fresh, and give them the opportunity to make the engine available then for another 1,500 miles. It just depends on the situation, depends on the desires of the team, and we monitor average rebuild mileages to ensure that things, primarily from a cost standpoint, are still achieving our objectives, right? The end goal, the spirit of the program is to reduce costs, to provide a level playing field as it relates to the engine, and to make sure that there aren't teams that are getting out of line on that sort of stuff, and rebuilding stuff really early or anything like that. And today we haven't had any teams that have gotten in hot water on anything like that. Everybody adopts a program as it's intended.
Oh, that sounds really great. I mean, and again, having experienced so much of that, it's like I say, it's almost like having that crew member, but not owning that crew member, and you get the benefit of your experience and anything that, like I say, what I also love about it, if there's an issue within the program, everybody knows the issue. You know what I'm saying? We need to take a look at your, whatever. We're seeing something here we got a little concern about. And when you were talking about rebuilding engine, I wanted to make sure, again, that our viewers and listeners understand what you mean. If I bring an engine in and I say, look, I'm worried about something and my valve springs or my heads or whatever, can you do something about that and make sure I hadn't hurt a piston? What will that entail? Will y'all pull the heads and check the spring tension and stuff like that, and then maybe rebuild the heads and just put them right back on the engine if you don't find anything wrong? Is that how you do it?
Yeah, it depends on what's happened to the engine. We have, after doing this for so many years, we've seen a lot of things, right? And so we kind of have some standard operating practices where, you talked about valve train stuff. Say driver misses shift or something like that, right? Just accidentally misses shifts as an example, and say over revs the engine to whatever 9,000, 10,000 RPM, something like that. And so we have a group of guys in North Carolina, full-time guys in North Carolina. We also have our shop here in Michigan, but the guys in North Carolina will do an initial inspection on it. And if there's no damage to the bottom end, if there's no piston or valve contact or something like that, the guys in North Carolina, they'll leave the heads on. We have the tools in place to be able to do the top end work, to replace lifters, to replace springs, rocker arms, whatever it needs, retainers and the whole bit, and just do the work that's necessary. Do the work that we've determined over the course of years and kind of validated, replace the parts that are compromised as a result of whatever happened, whether it's an over rev or an overheat or running without oil pressure, whatever it is. Fixing the bits that need to be fixed and leaving the parts of the engine that are intact and unharmed or unaffected by whatever it is that happened alone, and saving the teams the money that would otherwise be spent on stuff that was okay.
Okay, all this happens. Do the series directors want to know that you've gotten this engine back? Do they kind of like work hand in hand, or they just totally rely on you as far as something that's going on? I mean, is it something that you have to pass off to the Craftsman Truck Series guy that, hey, we rebuilt the number 1 truck's engine over here, and we found a, do they keep up with what you've done?
Yeah, so I say largely they're hands off on like the day-to-day detail stuff. However, we stay in constant communication. After every race, there's a phone call with the series that we talk through whatever issues were going on, and then at the end of the year we do a big summary, and we go through every issue line by line. We go through the team's averages and things like that for rebuilds, and we talk through whatever it is that's going on. We have a really, really good relationship with the ARCA series, a really, really good relationship with the truck series, great relationship with the SRX series as well. And we have a lot of regular communication, and they're up to speed on the issues, but by and large, they kind of let us interact with our customers directly, and we keep them apprised of whatever it is that's going on. And like I say, we do summaries and we do phone calls and things like that often, and keep them in the loop on whatever it is that's going on.
Well, speaking of anything going on, Phil Nails would like to know, do you serve any international series? If so, how do you handle servicing and rebuilds internationally?
Yeah, Ilmor in the U.S., we don't serve any international series today. There has been some discussions before. I think it would probably just depend on the situation, depend on how many miles and how often the intervals would go. Years back, we've done international series and support for international series before, and it's certainly doable. It's just a matter of doing whatever's appropriate for that particular series, for that particular situation.
Is there any series right now that's looking at possibly using your service with, we have potential of growing Ilmore as far as and the similarity of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series as well as SRA? Those right there are three great series that are really benefiting from your work and your service as well as the savings. And again, I can attest to the fact, it's like anything else. I mean, you always want to save anything you possibly can, and you guys have proven over the years to be very reliable, day to day, week to week. I mean, that's the thing is, everybody I've ever talked to that's been involved have got some high reviews. I mean, we all know engines are engines and parts are parts, and you can't always guarantee that a part's not going to give a problem. You do everything you can as far as making sure you use the best parts possible and give them the greatest opportunity to survive. But stuff happens.
Yeah, that's right. Stuff happens, exactly. Yeah, it's as far as other series go, we're always looking for other series. We don't have anything right in the forefront right now, but we're always looking for other series, areas to grow. Maybe not this exact engine platform, but any engine platform. We're really, we talk a lot. Obviously you and I worked a lot on stock cars and NASCAR world and the ARC world, that sort of stuff. But we're really an end-to-end supplier. Ilmore Engineering is an end-to-end supplier. Customer comes to us with some engine request. Maybe it's a 4-cylinder turbo, or maybe it's a V6, whatever it is. And we would love any opportunities for stock car or otherwise to grow a program like this or otherwise.
You were talking about your folks and everything. Again, you got people here in North Carolina, right over here in Mooresville, at your own shop right there at Team Penske, correct? I mean, unless you've moved and I didn't realize it. But how many people between Michigan and Penske do you have that work for Ilmore?
Between Michigan and Mooresville, we have about 140 people, and then of course our sister company in the UK, they have a similar number of people over there as well.
Bill also asked a question here, since we're getting close to the end of our time period. I'll try to answer this question: is what are your common track day applications? I think you kind of explained most of them, but I guess he didn't quite hear all that. You mind going over it one more time?
Yeah. It's I would say the most common one is a V8. That's, I wouldn't say it's based on like our spec engines, but it is like an LS Gen 4 GM Gen 4 based V8 engine with a dry sump oiling system and in some version of a stock car or a stock car that's been repurposed to run on road courses or something like that. Kind of like I mentioned a minute ago, a real end-to-end, solution for somebody where, there's an ECU, there's a wiring harness, everything is assembled and provided, throttle body to oil pan, alternator, water pump, oil pump, the whole engine, bell housing, the whole assembly. With an ECU and a calibration sent out to a customer. So, that's like I say, Gen 4 GM based engines are most common to answer Phil's question there. Yeah.
Real quick, also, we didn't touch on this. We talked about rebuilds. How many rebuilds do you try to get out of an engine? I own an engine, but yet, I've been racing it, and we've gone 1,500, and you rebuild it. You rebuild it again with 3,000 miles on the block. Where do you call is enough and we have to start over?
Yeah, so they're really, we have mileage limits on every part in the engine, and some of those mileage limits are inspect and continue to use. So, for example, a good one would be like an intake manifold or a valve cover or a valley tray or an oil pan, something like that, where it comes in, we crack check, we clean it, we ensure everything's okay, and then we'll continue to reuse it. There's engines in the single digits, like engine number 5, that's still out in the field today, running laps. And, it has had the block replaced, it's had the crankshaft replaced, it's had connecting rods, cylinder heads, it's been, it doesn't share any similar parts except for, like I say, maybe valve covers, intake manifold, maybe a valley tray, things like that. but it's still engine number 5, and that helps us really from a maybe we call it like a paperwork standpoint, keeping miles on components, keeping miles on an engine, not having to deal with creating new numbers for engines that are maybe reusing parts or something like that. So we try to get 4 builds out of a block. We try to get upwards of 10,000 miles out of a crankshaft. We've got mileage limits, like I say, on connecting rods and cylinder heads, and we do other checks with cylinder heads, whether it's cylinder head hardness or seat height measurements and things like that, to ensure everything's still within a serviceable life. And again, it goes back to your earlier point about performance and being able to maintain performance. You have to kind of keep your arms around the parts and not let them run for too long. Otherwise, you will lose the performance consistency, right? You'll end up with an engine that's higher in higher in miles and lower in performance, or something like that, or similar to it.
Right.
So it's important. It's important for us to keep a close watch on those things, replace parts when they're worn out, and it provides consistency.
Well, Andrew, it's really been a pleasure to host you today and share the success of Ilmor and how it's still affecting not only SRX but the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series as well as ARCA. And again, being a competitor, I really appreciate the service and the due diligence that your company puts out there each and every week for all these series.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I appreciated talking with you here today as well.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Great honor to have you on, and what a great company you represent. Thank you. So, Jeff, stay with us a few more seconds. We are going to be transitioning into our next session. We're going to be basically bringing on Mark Miles and Marshall Pruitt. So, thank you very much, Jeff. We'll see you again soon. Okay.
ePartTrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartTrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartTrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer, in all its forms, has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. We have on the screen the one and only Mr. Marshall Pruitt. Good morning, Marshall.
Morning, Francis. Great to see you. Judy, great to see you as well.
You as well. You as well.
We're delighted to have you back, Marshall, and you've got a lineup of good speakers this week to be hosting.
Well, we've got Mark Miles, IndyCar CEO, Penske Entertainment CEO. We've got IndyCar President Jay Fry coming up. We have one of the most inspirational IndyCar team owners in Ricardo Juncos as well. And there's Mr. Miles in that incredibly smart blue vest of his.
You know, you look pretty good yourself, Marshall. You clean up pretty well, rarely, but occasionally.
The fact that you'll lie to me this early in the morning, greatly appreciated, Mark Miles.
Good morning, Mark. Thank you for being with us. We'll leave you in the hands of Marshall.
Uh-oh. Well, no, it's a pleasure. I'm sorry that we can't speak longer, but I look forward to chatting with Marshall.
Great. Well, Mark, why don't we take a quick look back at 2023? I think everything else we're going to do for the rest of our 20, 25-ish minutes will be looking forward to the future. A lot of positive things happening for IndyCar this past season. Also, Indy NXT, owned by the series, really big grids there. Not asking for a promo reel. Don't want you to cut a WWE promo for us here, but what are one or two, maybe even three positives coming out of 2023 you and IndyCar looking to build on as we head towards the future?
Well, we always start with the sport. And I always sort of object when our people call it the product, because to me it's a sport, and tough to grow a sport and your fan base and your fan engagement if it's not compelling competition. So we're very proud of the fact that it was another fantastic year, I think even improving year in terms of the sport, the competition on the track. And I would name that as first. Second, all of our fan metrics, whether it's the television viewership, which was greater than everything than we've had since 2011, or social and digital, and you know this very well, as well as the fans turning up at our tracks. Attendance was way up, merch sales at the tracks was way up. All those metrics really were positive and meaningfully so. I guess third, on the calendar, we announced we'll move Nashville to the finale next year, and we moved from Belle Isle to downtown in Detroit, and Hy-Vee did it again. So I just feel like the calendar's in a good place, and fans appreciated those key moves.
Why don't we kick off there, Mark? Calendar-wise, we know that some of the other series IndyCar is competing with, trying to surpass, done some big things recently, whether it's Miami for F1, Las Vegas taking over the Strip, NASCAR going to downtown Chicago, huge TV ratings, huge positive event for them. Happy that we're going back to Milwaukee. Love that we're going to downtown Nashville. Does IndyCar see some of these big, newer things its rivals are doing and say, wonder if we need to get on the board with some big idea for something new and different we haven't done to engage a whole new audience?
I guess the answer to that question is yes, but I want to go back and reiterate. To me, the move from Belle Isle to downtown Nashville around the Ren Center was that sort of major change and paid off, right? It definitely had a much bigger impact in Detroit than we had before, taking over the city, lightening up the skyline. I thought it was a very important, very impactful improvement. Sort of gracefully, I think, moving to Nashville next year downtown and making it the finale. Maybe that's in between, right? It's a future event when we first do it. Yeah, and you mentioned Milwaukee. Everybody's anticipating Milwaukee. We're stoked about being back there and hopefully, making it bigger and better than, I don't know about ever. I don't go back that far, but in my experience, the best ever. So I feel like those calendar things really mattered. And saying that, we're working on at least one that I think people would see as high impact, very different opportunity for 2025 in the United States that it's too early to talk about, but we're certainly looking for big events and big partners in the process. You're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? I mean, if we have a lot of change, people say, oh, they forgot about date equity, and our fans like to know that if it's in the beginning of March, we must be in St. Pete, and if it's in early April, we must be in Long Beach, etc. On the other hand, we do want to keep it fresh, and we want innovation in the calendar, and we try to find the right balance between the two.
Talk about north of the border, south of the border. Otto Ward might be the happiest human being on earth if we were to announce IndyCar making its long-awaited return to Mexico. I know our beloved fans in Canada would love more than just one visit by IndyCar. You have 17 total races right now. expanding the calendar north and south a possibility or a priority for you and Penske Entertainment years to come?
Yes and no. So first of all, we consider ourselves a North American series fundamentally, and that's why whether it's Canada to the north or Mexico to the south, it's going to have to be in North America. It's going to have to be races that we can drive to, get to without the airlift to be championship points races, at least the way we look at it right now. Saying that, I think the international expansion, and in this case, I'm not talking about North America, that opportunity comes as we end the season, in pretty early in September. So we've got 3+ months off, and there, I think, important reasons that we take that approach. But I also think that opens up the possibility of some international event or events where the right conditions come together. First of all, we want to go places where we think we'll have a really dynamite, intense, popular event. And there are places where we think we have that sort of fan base that want us back. So that's sort of the first box to check. Obviously, we'd have to have the right financial conditions, but I think there are opportunities in that regard. And I like it best when we can do it at a time where it's a decent time zone for our North American fans. So we might be in Latin America, we might be in another part of the world, but we'd want to schedule it so that it works both for the crowd in attendance, but also for the time zones that matter most in the United States. So those things all have to come together. And then, maybe there's 1 or 2, or maybe someday 3. Whether or not it works will determine the scale of it. And maybe it wouldn't be, we want to crown our IndyCar champion at the finale in Nashville, but this could be something where it's based on prize money won or some other way to connect 1 or 2 or 3 events together and make more excitement outside the U.S. That helps us in lots of ways, but not do it in a way that kind of convolutes the schedule that we have in North America in the traditional points race.
Let's close on calendar talk, Mark, we have 1 confirmed non-points event next year at the Thermal Club, that $1 million challenge. Where's Argentina living on realms of possibility for that post-season slot you mentioned, those number of months of inactivity? New president, new administration has been put in place here finally. Where does Argentina live on possibilities for 2024 postseason?
Well, I don't know if we're in the red zone or just inside the 50-yard line, but I think it's quite feasible, even for the off season, if you will, the post-championship part of the 2024 calendar. The presidential election happened. By all indications, that is not presented any new challenges to us. We have a promoter who is putting together the components to organize a great event. We've got a fantastic facility that's available to us. So I think it could be an example of the kind of thing that we could do. So we just got to get everything, all the I's dotted and T's crossed, and hopefully it can happen, and it could be formalized and made public in probably the early part of the first quarter of next year.
What are you hearing from IndyCar team owners, Mark, about heading to Argentina? I know for some that I've spoken with, somewhat indifferent, right? Not seeing it as a huge financial adder for them. Nothing super negative, but if we go, we go. If we don't, we don't. Are you getting greater enthusiasm from others? If your paddock said, if we were to just stay within North America, that'd be just fine. Curious what you're hearing from the paddock.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a trade-off. Stay within North America versus go to Argentina or Brazil or you fill in the blank for non-championship fourth quarter calendar year racing. I'm not sure why we would do that in the U.S. If we've got a great event that has the vitality that adds to the popularity of the sport in the U.S., then I don't know why we wouldn't look at it as a potential championship event. I think, as usual, your characterization of the reactions of the paddock are pretty good. There's a couple who say, well, if the money doesn't really move the needle for us, for most, they think that it's quite helpful. It could be in total a meaningful increase in the leader circle. For example, if we put $200,000 into the leader circle per car, and if we only took 22 cars, the leader circle teams, it's $4.4 million, which is a healthy increase in the total compensation through the leader circle. And I'm not saying that'll be the money, and I'm not saying it'll be limited to 22, but I think in all it's a meaningful amount of money, especially when you consider we wouldn't do it if the organizer didn't also pay for all the costs to get the cars, the freight, the teams, the people, room and board. Basically, it's like going to this event, and I'm not saying they have zero costs because there are crashes and things happen. But basically, none of the logistical and travel costs, all of that would be paid. So whatever's added to the leader circle for an event like this, in our mind's eye, would be additive and really quite helpful.
Similar, if not identical, model to what we had with our last international event in Brazil. So interesting. Spent a lot of words recently writing about gaming and IndyCar in hopes that something would work out with your now former vendor. I joke with you that I keep waiting to hear that Mark Miles Gaming Incorporated is going to be developing the next IndyCar platform for folks. Where things at here? Is it realistic to think there'd be anything available by 2024, or is 2025 with whomever more realistic window to set our sights on?
Yeah, I don't think 2024 is realistic at this point. You've already reported on essentially on where things stand. Our contracting party for the development did an enormous amount of work and spent an enormous amount of money. A lot of code has been written, and the bits that we've seen are really impressive, I must say. So, damn it, it's a shame to see all that work not brought to fruition. So I think where things stand is that we understand through their public disclosures that motorsport.com is not in a position to continue to invest to finish the work, but a lot of work has been done. So logically, you think whether it's Miles Gaming or something else, somebody else, it might be a great solution and expedite the completion of the work if somebody comes along who can figure out just the right business model to pick up the work that's been done and go from there. Because we really do think it's pretty impressive stuff. That may not happen. There are complications, but there are phone calls being made, just to touch base with prospective investors or partners or purchasers of the work that's been done so far. If any of that could be pulled off, I think it will expedite the completion of the game, and we'll look forward to that happening one of these days.
We have IndyCar going hybrid in 2024, first time in its history. Not lost on me, Mark, as well. I started writing, I think, on the 10th anniversary of the Dallara DW12 chassis. It is now legitimately eligible to enter vintage racing events. Most vintage series have a 10-year moratorium before a chassis will be accepted. We go to Long Beach next year, where we will have IndyCar as the headliner and vintage IndyCars competing. Again, not lost on me. In theory, a team could enter both events with a DW12. A driver described it to me as the Mr. Potato Head of chassis because it's been so heavily modified to maintain its relevance since it debuted in 2012. Curious if you can share Penske Entertainment's view looking at a new F1 chassis that came out in 22, IMSA with new GTP cars, NASCAR with a new Cup car. Is there any urgency within Penske Entertainment to modernize its chassis as well?
I would say that we are entirely focused on the hybrid and getting that on the track and having it be additive for our racing, improving the quality of the racing, increasing the chances of us finding the third OEM that we'd like to find and bring in. And so those are kind of the things right in front of us. And I don't think that that a new chassis is going to get in front of that line at this point. So when it might become relevant, I don't know. But we have great racing. We have fan metrics increasing. We think there's some fan relevance to improving the racing through the hybrid that we're working on, and we want to get all that done well and behind us before we start thinking about what else might be new.
You mentioned third manufacturer. It's not my favorite question to ask, but continue to ask it and hope I get a fun and interesting answer. Any progress here on inquiries from new manufacturers who might want to come play an IndyCar, or those the series has maybe reached out recently to invite them to take a look and consider?
I think that that invitation is an open invitation and on a number of email and phone lists. So really, I think that we're not likely to see the third OEM happen until we get the hybrid on the track and people see what it does for us. And then I think it does some great things. The technology itself is interesting. It's real development. It's not some kind of hybrid motor off the shelf. By the way, huge kudos to both Ilmor, GM, and Honda for their hands-on work to develop these technologies with us. So that's one. Two, I think it's more horsepower and more exciting racing, even more passing. It offers that opportunity. And three, if you were the next prospective OEM coming in and you've got sort of the current engine, you look at Honda and Chevy as having a whole lot of experience, a big leg up. So a change like this may create kind of a reset opportunity that would encourage a third OEM to join us. We'll see.
Two items to close, Mark. Why don't we talk about the evolution of, I don't know what to call it. You and I have said, do we call it charter? No, well, that's NASCAR's. Do we go franchise? Well, that's what they had back in the kart and champ car days. I don't know if we've come upon, maybe since we last spoke about this, IndyCar has happened upon a name, but the idea of creating equity in an entry for these independent businesses, right? Chip Ganassi tied to IndyCar, but that asset of each entry doesn't have a specific value that could be sold, traded, or otherwise. Know that we reported here on Racer a couple months ago about ongoing efforts to develop this topic. Believe another recent meeting with team owners and such were held. Can you give us an update here, Mark, on how this idea is coming along and if we've come up with a name for it?
Well, maybe this isn't. Maybe we ought to call it a leader circle membership.
Ooh,
because
I like that.
I think, as far as I know, the leader circle kind of our thing. Our people know what it is. It currently suggests a certain number of participants in it. So anyway, who knows? Well, maybe that's the name. But I think we all care about the concept, and I wouldn't call it equity, because equity often means different things from a property right perspective. But the idea is to create, whether it's through contracts or some other system of agreements, for the selected teams that obviously are the stellar teams that have had substantial commitments to IndyCar racing and been successful, and to have them have more of a property right, more of an asset value, so that if the day comes when they want to get out, they have something they can sell besides their equipment in their shop. And listen, Roger Penske is the owner of the IndyCar series, but he's also got a little bit of a track record as an owner of a team in different series. And I think he likes the idea. It's been useful in other examples. We think we can come up with a way that makes it useful for us. There's just lots of questions to ask. We had another sort of round of conversations. I reckon it's almost a month ago. We spoke to the owners of all the teams individually. We floated some options and ideas where you could sort of choose which ones you liked or didn't like. And I think we're still a ways off from having the kind of clearer consensus that we feel like we need to pull the trigger. There's lots of questions, least of which is what you call it. It's how many cars are in it? When were those cars selected? Do they pay? And if so, how much is their investment to get into this group? What are the conditions for sale? And there's probably a dozen others that really have to be worked through. So we continue to float thoughts about those ideas. Some of those thoughts we hear from other team owners, and it's not a concept that I see going away, but I don't think it's one that's going to be locked in, based on this year's results, or we'll see how the relevance of 2024.
Has what you and the Penske Entertainment leadership seen, Mark, with Michael Andretti and Dan Taurus and their desire to bring Andretti Global, to Formula One, and that somewhat ugly public dispute, not necessarily from the Andretti side, but from the individual teams within F1 saying, no, we don't want more, dilute the product. It's been a messy kind of bar the doors type routine so far. Has that shaped your thoughts in your discussions with teams here, whether it's one currently in the series or those you hope might enter, to say, we obviously can't field 40 cars at every round, so there's going to be a limitation to how many we could welcome into a leader circle program, but we don't want to be the series that also turns people away. Has what you've seen with the Andretti Global effort shaped any of your talks here with this charter-ish type thing?
I'll get to the Andretti Global part of your question, but I think the other things you just said in framing the question are really important. There are just a lot of considerations. I already mentioned how many. You just sort of said, well, I would say the bid and the ask is 22 and 27, right? 22 is kind of the traditional leader circle number. 27 is the most we can accommodate on the grid at our races outside of Indianapolis. So, and we've had 27 full-time teams, as you know very well, of late. So we'll see about that. Listen, I have all the respect in the world for Dan Taurus and what he's trying to do, and with Michael, in creating the Andretti Global brand. And by the way, that you probably know, that's not just about motorsports. They are investing in other sports. They're investing in women's sports, and they want to create something, in my mind, akin to Penske Corp, right? Where all their businesses, whether they're the sports businesses or the insurance businesses, or you name it, can benefit by the activities, the global reach, and the success of what they choose to do in sports. So the strategy is pretty clear. I do think their situation is an example where trying to create this kind of asset value for the teams can get very complicated. We've benefited, I think, whether it was Holman George, in sort of my 10 or 11 year tenure, or Roger, or Penske Corp and Roger, by single ownership. We have a responsibility. We have to protect the integrity of the sport, but it's not very complicated. If we think something really needs to be done, for sure, we're going to talk with the stakeholders, but then we can decide. And I just don't think we're looking at it. I mentioned, let's not call it equity. Equity to me means, you have an ownership stake in the entity, and you probably have dividends, and you probably have governance, and you probably have a whole lot of other details to the involvement that I don't necessarily believe are helpful to having an agile, upwardly mobile sport. And I think there's a way to avoid all those complications while still creating some asset value for the selected teams. So, yeah, I do think the Andretti Global case with F1 is a bit of an example of how, when all the stakeholders are involved in the, let's call it governance, it can get pretty hard to settle.
Ripping down here quickly, Mark, wanted to touch on, to close, media rights. We have one more year, I believe, in the exclusive agreement between IndyCar and NBC, streaming as well on Peacock. You give us an update on how that is going, knowing that seems like I'm reading more, listening to more podcasts. Jay Marine recently from Amazon Prime talking about what they're looking to acquire and valuation and tier one properties. I hope we're going to learn that IndyCar is going to be paid trillions of dollars to be on great networks and streaming platforms. You give us an update how that's going.
Well, a trillion's a lot.
It is.
That'd be pretty sweet. Your starting point in the question is correct. So we first made the NBC deal in 2018 for 19, 20, and 21, and then we extended it for 22, 23, and next year, 2024. So they have our exclusive live rights through 2024 calendar year. In our agreement with them, we did not grant to them any so-called back-end rights. Sometimes, for example, as I'm sure you and some of your listeners know, we might, as the property owner, have a deal with an incumbent partner, and we might get to the point where sometimes you make an offer to them, this is what we want to extend. They say no, you go back out in the marketplace, you get a new level of understanding of what your values are, they go up, you go back to the incumbent and say, now you have a right to match. That sort of thing is just not in our agreement with NBC. And NBC's been a fantastic partner, I really do believe, in every respect, including the basic sort of the business aspects of it. And so they understand that, and they understood what that would mean at the end of the agreement. And what it means is that we are now at the place where we are having, we call it a road show. So I've been in LA for a day each of the last 3 weeks, in New York for a day each of 2 weeks, going back to LA before Christmas. And these are conversations that we have. Let me see if I can get rid of this. With broadcasters, and there are several interested parties. These things are not like here's an RFP, fill in the blanks, and we'll see who's highest. It takes a lot of conversation around programming, scheduling, around promotion. Obviously, rights fees at the end of the day are very, very important to us. I think it's going to be a growth opportunity for us, but I don't know about trillions.
I can negotiate on your behalf if you want me to, Mark, but you probably don't. Greatly appreciate you taking some time for us here, Mark. Look forward to the ongoing efforts this week with the ePart Trade, Racer.com, and Speed Sport Industry profile of so many interesting folks. Thank you, Mark.
Pleasure. Thanks, everybody. Have great holidays when we get there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Great honor to have you on. Marshall, stay with us a few seconds. We're going to be running a quick commercial from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you for the next session. Thank you.
ePart Trade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePart Trade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePart Trade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
There are two types of people, racers and everyone else. In a sport driven by passion, excellence, courage, and ingenuity, Racer Magazine is for those who believe that racing is a way of life. Get 1 year of Racer's print and digital editions for only $50, with instant access to our digital issue archive. Subscribe now at info.racer.com.
Speed Sport 1 is your new home for motorsports. If you're a hardcore race fan, you've got it all on this new, exciting network. It doesn't matter if it's on land or water, 2 wheels or 4, asphalt or dirt. It's all free at speedsport1.com. You can also take it on the go with the Speed Sport 1 app. Download it today. This is Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. As mentioned earlier, we're live on Zoom, but we're also live on YouTube, ePortrait YouTube channel, Speed Sport YouTube channel, Racer YouTube channel, as well as on racer.com and speedsport.com. So please feel free to share those links with anybody you know within the industry. Everybody should be watching. So we're going to travel back to France again this morning, Jim, to talk to Patrick Peter. I've known Patrick for many, many years. Is not a guy that you're going to see on the spotlight, but it is a brilliant producer. In my opinion, he's probably the best one of historic events in the world. And everything he touches becomes gold. So I'm delighted to bring Patrick Peter on. He should be with us any second. And you're going to learn everything he does, and it's absolutely unbelievable. So I'm being told by our producer that Patrick is with us, so he should be in any second. And before we start, we're going to have also a little video that Patrick would like to share with the audience that tells us about all the great events they produce. So I think Patrick is on. Good evening, Patrick. Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. So why don't we start with the little video that you wanted to share with the audience?
Okay.
Great way to start the session. So Jim, we'll leave you in the hands with Patrick.
Bonsoir, Patrick. Welcome to Industry Race Week.
Thank you.
That video is an outstanding way to begin because it demonstrates the breadth and depth of the Peter Auto event calendar, which I can't think of a form of historic or vintage car racing that your group doesn't have its hands on. How did you find yourself bringing the business towards that genre of motorsport?
It starts very difficult. It starts very difficult because I'm not sure, I'm French, and I will need the help from your friend, which is friend too. And please, Francisco.
Yes, I'm going to step in. So, Patrick, maybe I'm going to try to do it in English, but maybe
But
slower.
tell me in French. Tell me in French.
In French, ok, I'll do it in French. So, Jim dit que c'était une excellente vidéo pour commencer, pour expliquer tout ce que vous faisiez et que le nombre d'épreuves que vous organisez dans le monde est absolument incroyable. Voilà.
Yes, but I don't know if it's a good video, but it's quite confusing because, you know, it's impossible to show you all the year in 2 minutes. I think we organize per year, we organize around 15 different events. With different type of events. I show you some racetrack event, some rally, some sports event, some regularity and elegant rally. It's quite there is many events. The biggest one was Le Mans Classic. I think you looked the Le Mans Classic with the famous Le Mans start. Etc., etc. But we organize every year. We organize 6-7 race on the racetrack. We organize every year the Tour Auto since 33 years. We organize the Chantilly Elegance every other year. 1 year Le Mans Classic and 1 year Chantilly. And since 2-3 years, we organize the Rallye des Princesses, just for the ladies.
Le Mans Classic this year was the biggest it's ever been. Where do you go with that event now that it has grown so much and become really the crown jewel of vintage car racing?
We began the Le Mans Classic in 2002 with 30,000 spectators. This year it was 235. Of course, it's completely different. The first one we had 300 car. Now it's 800 race car, and we had 9,000 club car. But I think the size is, of course, the size is important. But what is the most important for me is the quality. The quality, we are very happy because we have a driver from everywhere in the world. Of course, from Europe, but we have many cars from US, from Argentinian, from Hong Kong, from Australian, etc., etc. And I think it's, I don't know if it's the biggest event in the world, but it's one of the biggest, sure. And we are very proud to arrive on this level now. It's difficult to tell you what we will do next time because we just finished this year and we need some time. The next one will be in 25, but I'm sure we will find new ideas. I think it's very important because, like spectator, if you come 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and every time it's the same, it's finished and you know the event. And we need to provide new animation, new grid, new for different for the parents, for the family, etc., etc. I think it's very important to have new animation every time.
Your Peter Otto organization runs events throughout the world. Do you have your eyes at all on the US market?
Of course, we think about US market. It's a very big market. And we will organize something next year in September in California. We will organize something for the Rallye des Princesses. It will be a small rally with 50 cars, probably, in California between Los Angeles and Napa Valley. But many times we think about to do something with a racetrack in US, and it's quite difficult for us. It's quite difficult for us because the rules are not exactly the same in US and in the European market. You know, in the European market, we have the rule is the Appendix K from the FIA, and the cars are exactly the same. between the Italy, France, UK, Germany, etc., etc. And in US, you have a different culture. You have a different culture. For you, it's not so important if you find a Ford engine in a E-Type Jaguar, for example. It's just an example, but you can change, etc., etc. In Europe, we are very strict with the originality of the car, and it's difficult to mix European driver and US driver because the rule is not the same and they don't understand. Of course, when European people go in US, they take the same rule, etc., etc. But for the American people, when they come, and we have many American drivers in our race, they use absolutely the FIA rule.
So how would, if let's say I had a 917 that I wanted to bring to one of your events, how would I go about doing that?
No, it's easy. You come, no problem. We have different races for that. No, but 917, we have probably 6. You know, we have per year we have 6 events in a racetrack, and in each event we have, I think, we have 9 different grids, and we have one grid for the 917 everywhere, and you are very welcome with your 917, no problem. But
I wish I had a 917. I would join you.
No, but to be clear, normally when American people arrive for one race, they don't come for one race. They come for one season, and the car stay in Europe, and they go and back many times in the season.
Are there any other new events in Europe that you can tell us about for 2024?
For 2024, yes.
Or beyond.
No, we have one event. We organize a concours, Chantilly, Arles-les-Grands, Richard Mille. We organize that since 2014. And the concours, the level of the concours is, the perception of the concours is different in Europe and in US. For many US collectors, the concours is really the top. Of course, Pebble Beach, but also Amelie Island, etc., etc. In Europe, it's different. Many collectors prefer the race and the rally, etc., and it's more difficult to attract the collector in the concours. But we have a good awareness now with Chantilly. Clearly, the location is absolutely fantastic. It's very nice, etc. We have many animation, but many car makers ask us to extend the event. Until now, it was just a concours. Now, during 3 days before, it will be also a motor show, but for the business, for the car maker. Because all the motor show in Europe stop. The Frankfurt stopped some years ago. München is not in very good condition, etc. Geneva in February, we don't know exactly, etc. And we want to organize a motor show just for very high level brand. For the minimum level will be Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and after all the Ferrari, Pagani, Bugatti, etc., etc. And the target is to have, there is probably 25, 30 different brands like that. And our target for the first year is to have around 12, 15 brands. And besides Chantilly, we have a racetrack in Mortefontaine, and they can go with the customer to try the car, which is very important with this type of car, because you can buy a car by internet. It's a small car for the city, etc. But when you buy a Ferrari or Bugatti, you want to try it, to drive it.
Now that event is going to be in September again, the 12th through the 15th, correct?
Please?
That event will be in September again.
Yes, between 12 and 15. So sorry. Yes.
Oh, that's. Do you have? This is like asking a parent if they have a favorite child, which they will never say that they do, if they're, especially if their children are listening. Do you have a particular type of event that you like better, whether it be a track event or one of your elegant rallies or one of your historic rallies? Which kind of events do you, Patrick Peter, prefer?
Always the next one. Always the next one. No, because I like the rally. I like the racetrack, etc. Of course, an event like Le Mans Classic is something very special. It's fantastic, and you imagine for a collector to be in your car during the night on the straight line. It's something. It's a dream. It's a dream. But there is many things to imagine, and for me, I always think to find something new, and I will not tell you something today because we have to think about that again, etc., etc. But I like to imagine something new.
Well, I can tell you as a part-time commentator that the 2 times that I was able to do TV commentary for Le Mans Classic were two highlights of my life. That is truly a special event, and it should be on any motoring enthusiast bucket list, as we would say here in America. Many congratulations on that great event. The vintage racing world, as technology is moving forward, we're seeing cars that are now, as I used the example of the Porsche 917 earlier, you could, with the right amount of money and the right wherewithal, you could go and you could buy a vintage race car. Nowadays, with the computer technology and the engineering that is going into things like the Peugeot 908s and the Audi R8s and the R15s and the R10s, do you see that being a challenge to the grids moving forward, or will those cars just not enter the vintage market because of that engineering challenge?
It's more and more difficult to use the very modern car. It's more and more difficult. I don't know. Clearly, the most modern grid now with us stopped in 2010 for the GT and 2005 for the prototype. But in the past, 10 years ago, I organized modern race. I organized many modern races. I organized Le Mans Series, which is the WEC now, etc. And of course, when you look a car like a Peugeot 908 or something like that, before to start, you need 5 engineers, 5 computers, and 30 or 45 minutes, etc. And it's more and more difficult. And for me, I'm not sure it's my cup of tea. I don't know. And I don't know. We need to have more modern car because we want to attract more young spectator, and I think it's very important. But this type of car, after around 2000, there is a lot of electronic. It will be probably difficult to find spare parts in 10 years or 20 years for this car. Clearly, I'm not very comfortable with your question for that.
I guess the other challenge besides that technology would be sustainability and how the world marketplace is moving towards electric cars and more sustainable. How do you think vintage motorsports and historic motorsports fits into that landscape?
I'm quite optimist. I'm quite optimist because I think, you know, we have ecological problem like everybody, etc., and in all the country. But for example, in Le Mans Classic, we have 30% of the grid who race with synthetic fuel. We provide Aramco fuel, which is synthetic fuel, and we with probably less 75% of the emission. And I think with that, of course, ecologists want always more. But I think with that, it's a good answer. After, I'm sure the condition to drive in the traffic, etc., is more and more difficult. You have speed limit everywhere. You have a lot of problem, and the car are not very fun to drive. You have help for everything, etc., etc. And I'm sure you will have always a driver who like to drive, just to drive. And I think the historic car has a good future. You know, I take always an example. In 1800, to go from France to US, you need a sailboat. A sailboat, there is no necessity to have a sailboat now, but the harbor are full everywhere, and you have a sailboat lover everywhere. And I'm sure it will be the same with the historic car. I'm sure.
I guess in closing here, as we only have a couple minutes left, I'd like to go back. We touched briefly on the your Princess event that you're going to be holding next September in 2024. This event will run from up to Napa. You said 50 cars. What if someone wants to become involved in that event? How would they go about doing that?
It's easy. It's easy. We have the website of the company, Peter Lotto, etc. And there is all the information. And I'm not sure it should be open today, but in any case, it will be done before the end of the year. But it's just for the ladies. It's just for the ladies. And I can tell you, it's very good to organize something for the ladies because they are very, it's easier as a man, you know, they don't have ego. And when a man is on the podium, he's very happy. But when he's not on the podium, it's because the mechanics, it's because the car, it's because the neighbor, etc., etc. And with the ladies, they are happy on the podium. And when they are not on the podium, they say, okay, I need to improve me, and it will be better next year, etc. And clearly, it's very, very good.
Are there any qualifications, or is this a fairly open event? I mean, is there do you have to have a certain license requirement, or you just have to have the right kind of car and the want to, as we would say here in America?
No, we want we choose a good car because we need different type of car, etc. And after we don't need a champion. We need something, somebody with fun. No selection, no selection.
Well, I heartily look forward to that event, and thank you for taking time out of your busy day to join us here at Industry Race Week.
Thank you very much, Peter. You did very well. You say you were worried. You said, I don't know if I can do an interview in English. You did brilliant. You did absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much. I don't believe you, but thank you very much.
you did very well, and I could have stayed off, so I stay on just to make sure you are comfortable, and thank you. And as I said during the introduction, is Peter is not Patrick is not someone that's going to be on the spotlight, but everything he does turns into gold. And so it's a brilliant organization run by a brilliant man. So thank you very much, Patrick, for being with us today. Merci beaucoup. Bonne soirée. Okay.
Have a good day.
And stay with us one more second, Patrick, and then we're going to move into our next session. So Jim, stay with us, and we're going to run a very short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
The #1 source of friction in your engine is not what you think. Piston rings rubbing against the cylinder walls generate more friction than any other part of the engine. More friction and temperature means more wear and less horsepower. Fortunately, the team at Total Seal knows how to reduce friction and wear through innovative piston ring design. If it takes a piston, Total Seal can build a better ring.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. So now we're going into something special. Judy, we're going to be talking boat racing, and Ralph Sheehan is with us and is going to be hosting the next session. So again, thank you to our sponsor for making this program available for free for everyone in the industry. So a special thank you to ETS, Racing Fuel, Fifth Third Bank, Peak, Penske, Scott Lewis Associate, Total Seal, ARP, and Performance Plus Global Logistics. And
you know what I noticed this morning? We have had so many new companies on, and that's really, we're just blossoming into what we're covering. And that's been a joy to listen to a lot of new people, new series, engine building.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great start, and Ralph is with us. He's back with us. Good to see you, Ralph. What a good start today.
Yes, as is fully was expected, Francisque. We've got a loaded list of great guests today and all week long.
Absolutely. And team is on. We've got a world champion coming on. So we're going to ask him to start his video. And when Tim is on, we're going to start the session with a little video he wants to share with the audience. So we're going to ask him to start his video, but while we wait for Tim, maybe we can start with that little video. So I'm going to ask Reed, our producer, to maybe launch that little video about F1 powerboat, and then during that time, we'll bring Tim on.
Formula One powerboats are sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable, with a power-to-weight ratio among the highest in all motorsports. Their performance speaks for itself, accelerating from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds, keeping it on par with a Formula One car. Top speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour while making 180-degree corners at 100 miles an hour, pulling 7 Gs in the process, making them the hardest-turning race vehicle in the world. Formula One powerboat competition begins with a 20-boat field lined up at the start pontoon, with their engines silent, awaiting the modified Le Mans start. At the drop of a flag, the world-class drivers ignite these rockets to life, and their engines roar. Rooster tails shoot thousands of gallons of water as they simultaneously accelerate towards the first turn. This spectator-friendly racing on tight courses made up of right and left-hand hairpin turns with various straightaways provide deck-to-deck racing action front and center for the fans in the viewing area. No 2 laps are the same due to the ever-changing wind and water conditions, making an F1 boat one of the most challenging racing machines to conquer on the planet. The Formula One Powerboat Championship is an 8-race series contested across North America from May to October. Established in 2017, the series features weekend-long community events highlighted by the Formula One boats capable of speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. Along with support classes of Tri-Hull and Formula Lights, the family-friendly up-close and personal sponson-banging competition creates thrills rarely experienced by motorsport racing fans. U.S. powerboat racing heritage began in 1903, formation of the national governing body, the American Powerboat Association, that still governs today. Formula One racing for the last 6 decades has been the pinnacle classification in powerboat racing, recognized as one of the world's most spectacular racing vehicles. The F1 boat's lightning-quick acceleration combined with its razor-sharp turns, creating the unique non-stop action on the water. The races are more than a series of one-day events. They have evolved into marquee, multi-interest, weekend-long community festivals. Formula One Powerboat Championship Series produces some of the largest entertainment events in the major markets they visit, attracting tourism dollars to the local economy, while entertaining huge global audience. Large on-site event attendance and coupled with mass media exposure through various channels regionally, nationally, and internationally, our live streaming programs give each event global reach on various social and traditional channels, reaching millions of fans.
Thank you and welcome back. Tim is with us, so Ralph, we'll let you take over.
Okay, great. Thank you, Francis. Tim, welcome. Great to have you here on the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So Tim Siebold is a 19-time national and world champion in F1 powerboat racing. He is also the managing director of the F1 Powerboat Championship. Tim, a lot of folks maybe have not had a chance to see an F1 powerboat in action. Your video did a good job of explaining it a little bit. Can you take us a little deeper into what an F1 powerboat is?
Oh, for sure. So a Formula One powerboat is a tunnel hull. So if you're familiar with offshore racing, it's just like an offshore cat. They're very similar in design. The Formula One boat is very light. It's got a high power to weight ratio. So at 1,175 pounds minimum weight with the driver after the race, and couple that with 275 horsepower outboard motor, you've got something that'll go 0 to 100 in less than 5 seconds. And it's capable of speeds over 120 miles an hour while pulling up to 7 Gs in the corners. So these things are very agile. And the big difference between one of these boats and any other boat that you see is the fact that you're flying this thing as much as you're driving it on the water. So you've got aerodynamics and hydrodynamics all working together.
Literally 90% of the time, the only thing that's touching the water is the prop.
Yeah, so if you look at the two-seater right behind me, you'll see that particular boat's 18 foot. And if you're running on the last foot of the boat, that's when you got it running right. So it's a balancing act of when you accelerate, as you drive one of these, you'll come out of the corner, you'll trim it up, just like you do on your normal bass boat, to get the bow of the boat up. And what you want to do is you want to pack as much air in that tunnel as you can to get it to accelerate. And as you pick up speed, then you start trimming it down to level it off. Now, the whole trick is to keep as much air underneath it, make the boat as light as possible without too much, and then blowing it over and crashing. So as the water gets rougher and rougher as the race goes on, that becomes more of a trick. And then when you're coming down the straightaway, you've got it leveled off. You're constantly trimming the boat. Then you'll set it down, wet more of the running surface, so that way you can turn it. And when you're a quarter way through the turn, you're back on the up button to get it to accelerate.
You've talked about blowing over. Of course, that's the fear of every boat racer. Crashing in a boat is obviously different than on a motorcycle or a car. There's a whole other element of danger brought into it, and that's the water. Boat safety, racing safety in this form of motorsport is greatly improved over years. Can you talk a little bit about some of the latest safety measures that have come along that have really helped make F1 powerboat racing some of the safest on the water?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, just like all motorsports, Formula One powerboat racing has evolved over the years. The sport's been around since, powerboat racing's been around since 1903. So as far as the Formula One boats, they really took off in the early 60s, 63, 64. But as we progress and refine these racing vehicles, then the safety becomes more and more. And it really got to a point in 1985 where they had to do something. So these boats are equipped with safety cells. So just like an IndyCar pod that you see, the driver strapped in, and the boat that is around him is built to take the blow, not your body. So then on top of that, we have had tremendous strides in the composite materials world, the process, the materials, and how you manufacture these boats for better strength. And then on top of it, now we have, there's about 3 of us that manufacture it in the world, airbag systems. So it's not like a car airbag system where it's gonna block you from hitting something. What this does is it will sink the back end of the boat and raise the front of the boat. So that way, if the driver's knocked out, this will raise him above the waterline.
Wow, that's quite a development right there in itself. Boat racing, you race on lakes, you race on rivers, you race in a wide variety of different forms of water. You have to deal with different things that other forms of racing don't. I remember the first time I saw the F1 powerboats in action was on the Sacramento River, and they had to actually stop the races. This was back in the late 80s. I know you and your family were competing back then. They actually had to stop the race because of logs floating downstream. Type of thing we don't deal with when it comes to any other form of motorsport. You have to constantly be thinking about what the water is doing if it's safe for your competitors to go out.
That's right. You know, it's constantly changing all of the time. So the unique things about powerboat racing is, number one, the vision. So with the spray comes lack of vision. So that's one set of issues that you have. The rooster tails that come off the back of the boat, that creates a problem because you can't draft. It's not like cars or motorcycles where you can draft the guy in front of you. You've got to stay off to the side because otherwise the rooster tail, the boat will actually just climb up that rooster tail and go over. So the other thing that's extremely difficult on these is the fact that you're flying them as much as you're driving them. So you've got to, there's a fine line between all of that aerodynamics and hydrodynamics as you're racing, and the rougher the water gets, the harder it is. So when you know, unlike, let's say, an asphalt track, you know, if there's a turn, a bump in turn 4, that bump is going to be there every time you go through turn 4. With powerboat racing, the course is constantly changing and the rough water is moving down the course. So the bump in turn 4 might be in the middle of the straightaway the next lap, or might be in turn 1 2 laps later. So it's constantly changing, making it very challenging to drive the Formula One boats.
Your championship is a true national championship. Tell us a little bit about what your 2024 schedule is going to look like.
Well, 2024 is shaping up to be a fantastic year. You know, as all of us in motorsports and festivals know that COVID really set us back. And it just seems like now we're coming back out of it and getting back onto par where we were. So we've got a strong schedule coming out for 2024. We haven't announced it yet. We're still putting the details on it, but we have got at least 2 new events that we're looking for, one in the Midwest that we're looking at, and another one down in South Central United States. But we will go from the beginning of April all the way through the end of October with our schedule, and it'll span from the East Coast to the West Coast, South and North. So we're really looking forward to a strong schedule next year.
As far as that schedule goes, you do televise your schedule. You do a lot of live streaming. I know at Speed Sport, we've been very active in working with you and helping to promote and televise F1 Powerboat racing. In fact, we worked with you on the 2023 season, and folks can go to Speed Sport 1 and watch the 2023 championship. And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, we're getting close to having that together again for 2024.
We are. You know, we've been doing the live streaming. We occasionally have it on national television. But one of the things that we like about working with Speed Sport 1 and the live streaming aspect of it is it gives us some latitude with our sponsors. So it allows us to custom make packages and do some of the things that you can't do on national television. And it really helps when it comes to giving the sponsors what makes the best sense for them.
And remember, Speed Sport 1 is completely free, so there's no charge to watch F1 Powerboat racing. Just go to speedsport1.com to find out how you can see it where you are at. Your championship is highly competitive, Tim. What have you been doing over the last few years to help make the series even more competitive?
Well, I think a lot of that falls not only on the series, because what we wanted to do, we started this in 2017, John Schubert, my partner, and myself, and we weren't happy with the way that powerboat racing was going. So what we wanted to do is we want to come in, take a fresh look at it, and we felt that it had diminished in the talent level and also the equipment level. And since 2017, we have virtually rolled all the old equipment over to new equipment. And as doing so, 2 manufacturers in the US have stepped up and began producing boats again. And, you know, when you have that, competition feeds this. So the more competition we have in the boat building, you know, with the different engine packages, with the different teams, that's what elevates your competition level. And it just kind of gets into a frenzy and keeps building upon itself. So the teams have stepped up, and they are really have grown in the last few years. We've taken new drivers and brought them along in the sport. And I think that's important to all of motorsports, is the fact that you've got to have that feeder program, so that way you can bring them along and bring them through the classes to ensure that your top Formula One class has good competition and experience when they get there.
I've been fortunate to call a bunch of your races, and there is a kid category where they're actually using boats where they're actually kneeling on the boat. Can you explain that a little bit and how young kids can get involved with this?
Well, you can begin boat racing as early as age 8. So we have the J Hydro division, which we bring to race sites that the water will lend itself to some smooth water racing. And we bring the kids out there so that way they can get some experience, see what it's like to get behind the wheel, and really use this as a training ground. Now, it makes a lot of sense for us because we've got a lot of second, third, even fourth generation families that have been in powerboat racing. My family, for instance, started powerboat racing 1939. So when I was 8, that was the first thing that I was doing, was getting behind the wheel. And it really helps us develop and keep the sport strong.
Talk about a J Hydro, because it is a very unique boat. If it's something you've never seen before, these kids are not encapsulated in the boat the same way the F1 guys are.
No, it's a hydroplane. So it's a little outboard hydroplane, 15 horsepower on the back of it. The motors, pretty stock with a racing lure unit, and it allows the young kids to learn structure of following the rules, understanding the rules, knowing what the flags mean from the official on the shoreline as they're racing. And it really just starts developing them to understand more about powerboat racing, not to mention that it's the most fun that they ever have. So, to build powerboat racing, it's got to be fun, not only for the kids, but all the way through.
Yeah, you talk about the fun for everybody. That goes for the fans as well as mom and dad that are out there supporting their kids who are maybe chasing a career in this. Your events really bring a great family style atmosphere to them. And I know you work hard at providing a great atmosphere for your fans. Can you talk a little bit about how each one of your rounds is not just a race, but truly an event that incorporates the entire community?
Well, thanks for bringing that up, because that's a great point. Over the years, powerboat racing was a endurance race in the early days, and the courses were long. So now what we have done is we have refined that, made shorter timed races with different shape race courses, and all the action is up close and personal right in front of you. So if you come to a race, you're going to be able to view the entire race course from your spot that you're sitting. That is a big deal to us. One of the things that we have done in the last few years is we have done more events with other disciplines of boat racing. So we have raced with P1 offshore, OPA offshore, and we've done races with H1 unlimited hydroplanes. And what we feel with this type of package is it creates nonstop water action, and it allows for different disciplines to kind of promote each other. And it really gives a variety for the fans and gives them just all different types of aspects. So it's more of a festival than just a race.
When I talk to your sponsors, they talk about how great the return on investment is for their participation in F1. Can you talk a little bit about how your sport and what you're doing with F1 powerboat racing has become such a sponsor-friendly atmosphere?
Well, I think that sponsor-friendly is the key. And in order to accomplish that, you have to have flexibility. The whole structure and the landscape of sponsorship and motorsports has changed tremendously in the last 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. So you have to be flexible with your packages and what you can offer the sponsors, It's got to be business to business related. A lot of times it has to be personal on some basis. So connecting the sponsors with a team, connecting sponsors with an event, that really makes sense, where the sponsor can come in, bring their customers in, and give them a unique experience that they're not going to get somewhere else. We've done that with the two-seater. So we've got a two-seat Formula One boat that we can give some VIP and corporate rides with. And that just really tops off the whole experience.
I'm saving my ticket for that. I tried to do that at Havasu with you, and the Mother Nature didn't allow it to happen because wind is an issue for you, is it not?
Oh, it sure is. You know, powerboat racing is an open air festival, really. So one of the challenges that we run into is the fact that it's ever changing, and every time you go to a new race site or a race site, you're building that whole race scene from scratch. The entire event, the entire layout, all of that has to be built from when you're there on Wednesday through Sunday. So it's a little more difficult than going to a racetrack that is there all the time and has grandstands in place where you can usher their fans in, and it's pretty simple. But you know, we've worked around that, and we've gained a lot of experience to make that a more enjoyable fan experience. I think the other thing that helps us too is the fact that we have open pits. So our fans can go in and interact with the race teams, the race drivers, and really get an understanding of what it takes to put that boat on the water and to get on the podium.
Yeah, it truly is a great racing environment for the fans. In fact, one of your fans from Colorado just chimed in on our chat. If you'd like to interact with the chat, please feel free to do so. Send us your questions. And he wrote in from Colorado saying how great the event is when you visited Colorado in the past. I remember calling races from Colorado with you, a tremendous venue. And I'm thinking about a lot of our folks that are watching here today who might live near a body of water that are thinking, gosh, I know of a lake or a river that would be great for this form of racing. How do they reach out to you and encourage you to maybe bring your tour to them?
Well, some of it is from history. Some of it is we go, generally, I usually attend the teams. It's a meeting where cities come in and they look for events to put on. We are going back to Windsor, Colorado in 2024, incidentally, and that's where we always had the races there. Fantastic venue. It has some challenges because it's nice and tight, but you know, you get up to 5,000 feet altitude, all of a sudden the horsepower is not what it normally is. So then you have a complete different selection of props that you have to use.
You talk about that for a second, because those that maybe don't get into boat racing that deep, the prop itself is really the key to making your boat go fast. How many different props will a team bring to a given weekend?
Oh gosh, there's quite a variety, but you know, some teams will have 20, 30 props in there. And the propeller on a Formula One boat is your tire compound and your suspension all built into one. So you have different pitches, you have different diameters, you have different blade shapes, and these, they'll CNC them, but they finish them off by hand at the end. So you'll get props duplicated, and they just have their own individual characteristics, and it's very hard to duplicate. And as soon as you find the one that works the best, that's about the time that it expires on you.
So props are like snowflakes, right? No two are alike.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They don't last forever.
So if a family is listening and thinking about maybe getting involved, there's some different ways they can do that. We can get little Billy, little Jenny off into the J holes and get them started at the bottom. Dad can maybe start in a tri hole before he progresses up to an F1 boat. What are we looking at as far as expense to start racing? And then if I'm thinking about a future as an F1 powerboat racer, what does my step up the ladder look like?
Well, our progression right now is we start them off in the J hydros and get them some experience. With some experience in J hydro, then we can get them into the other classes, which is a Formula Light earlier. And so a Formula Light is a 2-cylinder outboard motor. It's on a shorter, scaled down Formula One tunnel, really. That's why they're called Formula Lights. It is a fantastic class because they drive similar, and you're gonna learn things in the Formula Lights class that you will use as you progress into the Formula One class. Tri-Hull is another one of our support classes, and it's called the Texas Tri-Hull, and it's kind of an animal all its own. It's your, let's say your bomber class for lack of better words, but those guys like to bump and grind, and they like it wild, they like it rough, and they put on a heck of a show for the fans.
Yeah, it's definitely a more physical form of boat racing, isn't it?
Oh, it is for sure. And we've got Scary Jerry Rinker, who's 78 years old, still out there doing it. So, you know, it's whatever you're, you know, if you're into it and that's your life, because, you know, racing is a passion, and that passion crosses over into a lifestyle.
I have a gentleman who's reached out from Minnesota. Any chance? They got 10,000 lakes up there. Can you pick one to go racing on?
Well, that's a great question. And we are actually talking to 2 different venues up in the Minnesota area for next year.
Tim, as you sit back, you mentioned the fact that your legendary family has been involved in powerboat racing since, I think you said, 1930s. And here you are now, literally closing in on almost 100 years later. What's your vision for F1 powerboat racing going forward? Where do you hope to take the sport and the legacy of your family name down the road?
You know, our biggest challenge is to get more eyes on what we're doing. I think the program we have sells itself. What we need is more eyes on it, more publicity, more people like Speed Sport One, more platforms like we're doing today, as part of the education program of introducing this to more fans. And if we can progress the sport, that's how we're going to progress the sport.
If somebody is looking to find out more about the sport, where do they go and how do they get involved?
You can go to the F1 Powerboat Championship website, and it's got my number, my emails on it. We can also get you hooked up depending on what kind of racing you want to do. From there, the American Powerboat Association, and we can, they're the governing body for all of powerboat racing in the U.S. So reach out to me, reach out to us, and we will try and steer you in the right direction to make sure that we get you involved.
Folks from Cleveland just reached out. They'd like to know if any chance you're going to come racing up on the Great Lakes.
Well, I don't have anything right now near Cleveland, but we are open. So if they have some opportunities up there, please reach out and give me some information, and we'll see what we can do.
When you think about a venue site, what do you have to have? I mean, is there a specific depth of water that you have to have, or shoreline? What do you think of?
Well, there's all different types. Like you said, we've raced on intercoastal, we've raced on bays, we've raced on rivers, we raced on small lakes. So each one presents its own challenges. For us, what we're trying to do is get into a little bit a bigger tier market, so that way we can have more on-site exposure to the fans. But we've got to get the boats in and out. Sometimes we do it with a ramp. Sometimes we do it with cranes. We've got to have a fan area. We've got to have a pit area. And that's all something that we can work through those challenges. So we haven't really been to a place that we couldn't race. We've always got it worked out. So anybody that has ideas, reach out to us.
F1 powerboat racing is an international form of motorsport. Talk a little bit for a second, if you will, about the international side of F1 powerboat racing and what's it like out there these days?
Well, it's, the powerboat racing is strong on, it seems like, the larger levels. And I think unlike some of the other forms of motorsports, it hurts powerboat racing a little bit because we don't have the local clubs like we used to in years past that ran races more centrally located where you live. So that's kind of been a challenge for what we're doing. But we are just, constantly trying to get more youth involved. Now, the Formula One on the World Series, they race all over the world except the US, is F1 H2O. And they've got a great series that goes country to country, one race per country. And they've got about a 6-8 race schedule this year, and they're looking to add to it for next year.
What's your field look like, Tim, when you roll into a venue? Obviously, depending on where you are in the country, you might add or detract a couple of boats here or there. But on average, what's a field size look like?
On average, for a Formula One class, you're looking at 18 to 22 boats. On the support classes, you're looking at 12 to 16 boat in the support classes.
That's great. Francis,
Ralph,
I don't know.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
And I know we've run over a little bit. I didn't want to take more time than you had allotted here.
Thank you very much, team. I'm sorry, I'd love to keep you for another hour or two, but we have to move into our next session. We're going to still be talking about boat racing. So, team, stay with us one more second, and we're going to bring Daryl, and we're going to be talking boat racing again with H1 Unlimited. So, Daryl should be with us any second, and then Ralph, you'll carry on. And that was a great session. I mean, those boats are unbelievable. Daryl is with us, so we'll let you take over.
Great. We'll just move on to a different form of boat racing. Hi, Daryl. Welcome.
Oh.
I'm not seeing Daryl just yet.
He's right there.
Yeah, we're seeing him. We're just not hearing him.
I think I'm unmuted now.
Yeah, you're good now.
Daryl Strong joins us, the owner of Strong Racing, and one of the board members for H1 Unlimited Hydro Racing. Daryl, unlimited hydroplanes are unlike any other form of motorsport machinery out there. Very, very, very unique piece of racing equipment. Can you talk a little bit? We just heard Tim Seabold talking about what an H1 or what an F1 powerboat is like. What's an H1 Unlimited machine like these days?
It's about 6,500 to 7,000 pounds. It's about 3,000 horsepower. It will go up to 200 miles an hour on the straights. And sometimes it'll take off like an airplane and flip.
You've used a variety of different power plants over the years. Piston engines out of fighter airplanes were pretty much where the whole sport began. And then now we're on to the turbine engine a jet engine, basically a rocket ship on the water. How has that evolved over time, and where is it at currently?
Yeah, and in the mid 80s, they went to a turbine engine, and then they settled somewhere in that period of time into a uniform one. It's a Lycoming T-55 a turbine jet engine out of a helicopter. So they're from the Vietnam era, and there is one piston boat still running, which is a V-12 from a World War II airplane, and then there's vintage boats that run, but almost all the current boats would use this turbine jet engine.
When you look at an H1 unlimited hydro and you think about what it's going to do, on paper, it makes absolutely no sense. It's pretty ridiculous what you guys are racing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when we're going down the straights, our propeller, our rudder, and then what we call a skid fin, which is like a side rudder, are the only things in the water. And we're actually running on a cushion of air. But they're pretty spectacular. They're throwing about maybe 150 feet of water behind them in a big rooster tail. And pretty dramatic when you see them live, especially when you see 4 or 5 coming around a corner side by side.
Dramatic in sight and sound. What's the schedule going to be like for 2024? I know you guys have increased the dates. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, we only ran 4 times last year. This year we have 6 races confirmed, and I believe we'll probably be confirming a 7th one shortly. But we go to Guntersville, Alabama on June 28th through 30th, Madison, Indiana, which is a historic race we've done over 70 years, July 5th through the 7th. Tri-Cities, Washington, Pasco, Kennewick, Richland is July 26th through 28th. Seattle, Washington is August 2nd through 4th. Detroit is August 23rd through 25th. And San Diego would be September 13th through the 15th. And they're weekend events. And like some of these, we take over the town for the weekend. There'll be a parade, there'll be a concert. It's a pretty big event for some of these towns. I think Seattle will have 200,000 or 300,000 people in the crowd. So it's a big event up there.
Yeah, Seattle is all part of the famed Seafair weekend up there that the entire state of Washington gets into, and really the entire Pacific Northwest. And then you talked about Detroit and San Diego. Those are legendary stops. If people are not familiar with your series, to put that in, say, NASCAR perspective, that's like Daytona, Talladega, and Darlington right there.
Yeah, I mean, the Mission Bay one in San Diego was actually designed with Bill Muncie, a legendary driver behind it from San Diego. It actually was created with a unlimited hydro race in mind. So it was built for that venue, for that race.
You talk about building the venue for that race, competing with your boats. You really have to think about a lot differently than what Tim was just talking about with F1 power boats. He can race on rivers and small bays and lakes and a lot of tighter, narrower areas because his boats turn so much quicker. Your boats at 200 miles an hour, you need a lot of room and some pretty heavy runoff, I would assume.
Yeah, and Tim's boats will go both directions, I think, and ours only turn left, much like a NASCAR car. And we typically run a 2.5-mile course with straights. So we have to have a straight, or we have to have corners big enough to get 5 boats through them. And but typically we want 2.5 miles. Seattle goes 2 miles, but we need a pretty big area, and then we need a pit area, and our boats have to go into the water via a crane. They can't be launched off the trailer. We travel with 2 boats and 3 semi-trucks. So there's a lot. I mean, when we show up at a town, you know we're there. So
yeah, seeing your boats going down the highway is a spectacle all to itself. Where do they go about getting those trailers designed and built just for your machines?
Yeah, I don't know. Every time the two boats I bought had the trailers with them already. So that's a good question, Ralph. I'm not sure where you get them. Usually they come with the boat.
I was going to say, I mean, I know as a former boat owner, if I go to my local boat dealer, I get some sort of trailer with my boat just to take it to the ramp, right? But yours are a little bit different.
Yeah,
I truck to pull that one.
They ride up on a tilt, and they ride at a certain angle so they're not too wide for a lane of a highway, but they're still low enough they can get under underpasses. So, but you're right. I mean, you look at other race cars, they're inside an enclosed trailer. We'll have a semi pulling a boat on the tilt, and yeah, you'll get 2 or 3 going down the highway together. It'll stop traffic, and people will actually start texting and emailing and Facebook of where they're at when we go cross country. It creates a scene with the fans.
Yeah, for those of us of a certain age, we grew up watching race cars being towed behind in an open trailer, and that was always something that got you really excited. So it's thrilling to see your boats going down the highway, because you're right, it really does stop traffic, and everybody's looking out the window and pointing and trying to get to their phone to take a picture.
Yeah, we tell sponsors, I said, you've got 15,000 miles of a pretty spectacular billboard running down the highway that you probably get more exposure than even the races.
Oh, certainly, certainly. When you look at the venues where you go racing, what do you need to put your event on?
We travel with the safety crew, with the safety sled. We travel with the pylons. We travel with media people and our officials. We have a start-finish gear. We have drones in the air. At one time, used to use helicopters, but drones are cheaper and actually better. They can go lower. We have a truck that just comes with the safety and officials equipment. While we're there, the race site will set up internet for us and a pit area. We need at least 2 cranes, possibly 3. So it's a pretty big event for a lot of these towns. We are the biggest event they do all summer when we come to race.
If I wanted to get involved as an H1 Unlimited pilot, because that's really what you're doing, you're flying one of these things, how do I go about doing that?
Most of the time we're pulling drivers from the lower classes. There'd be at least 5 classes of race boats besides what Tim talked about, racing inboards, and usually we'll pull somebody this race there. But keep in mind, we might only have 10 to 12 seats available, and some of these guys are great drivers, win multiple national championships at a lower level and never get a chance to ever be in one of these boats. So like the drivers I have are in their early 40s. They'll probably be on these seats for the next 15, 20 years. So it's really hard. They don't come open very often.
Is there a specific training ground that's better to get into unlimited hydro than something else?
I think if you're running the Grand Prix, which are the level right below us that are blown alcohol V8s, that's probably as close to the experience. But we have 5-liter, which is I own a 5-liter, is a smaller boat with a V8 in it. We pull from that class. You'll see that a lot of, like, my drivers, one of them drives a 5-liter. Another one also drives a 1-liter and a 2.5-liter. So they drive multiple boats all year, besides the Unlimiteds.
As I mentioned in your introduction, you are a member of the board of directors for the series. What's the governing body like for H1 Unlimited? Who runs it?
H1 Unlimited is a nonprofit LLC formed in Washington State, and you know, a lot of the owners are involved. Other people are involved. It's a sport actually that was very prominent in the 80s and 90s, and then most people are familiar with the Budweiser boat, and we were on Wide World Sports, we're on a lot of things, and then it started to go down a little bit, and I think COVID, we're building back up out of the COVID where we had our season canceled for a year, but the sport's definitely on a comeback right now, but we do monthly meetings on our board, and we kind of self-govern. We are also sanctioned by the American Powerboat Association, and usually get a 3-year sanctioning agreement with them.
I know at Speed Sport 1, we televised your 2023 championship this year, and fans can go and watch all the races for free on Speed Sport 1. So we're excited about that and looking forward to hopefully doing business with you again in 2024. Just go to speedsport1.com and you can sign up for free to watch all the races in your area. In fact, I believe we have a video to show now what H1 powerboat racing or H1 unlimited hydroplane racing looks like.
3,000 horsepower fighter jets on water at speeds of nearly 200 miles per hour. Generating massive 300-foot rooster tails. This is unlimited hydroplane racing. Featuring all-out side-by-side racing flying inches above the water. Its rock star drivers and wily veteran crews have just one goal in mind: hoisting the oldest trophy in all of motorsport, the coveted Gold Cup. Hydroplane racing attracts massive crowds in a festival-like atmosphere. Hydroplane racing creates massive engagement through its extensive digital media, streaming broadcasts, and national television partnerships. Hydroplane racing's fans support the brands that support the sport. No other motorsport combines the history, technology, spectacle, and festival-like atmosphere of unlimited hydroplane racing.
Well, the announcer is fairly familiar to me.
Yeah.
And we got a good look at some of the boats going down through the town as they do the parade. You can see the trailers, really unique. I love the inflatable boats for the kids. Those are fantastic. And it shows that that interaction with the community is very high on your list of make sure we do this right every time we come to town.
Yeah, if you see these boats live, Ralph, you'll never forget it. It's unique, I think, in the presentation and all the water flying everywhere. And what's great is I think the last year we probably had the closest racing we had in a long time. Where boats are deck to deck.
What do you attribute that to? Something with the rules or development of the boats?
I just think we've got a good group of owners, and they put a lot of money into their boats. And we're hoping to pick up, we're working with 2 to 4 more boats, see if we can get our numbers up even higher. But I think it's more just a good group of owners that have developed good programs.
You guys do a regatta style start. For those that maybe don't know what that is, can you explain it?
Yeah, all the boats go out 5 minutes prior to the start, and it's a time start, and the clock is ticking down. And there's certain rules. I won't get into the minutia of it, but they're going around there. They're fighting for lanes, and so really half the excitement is before the race even starts. And so these boats are. They're fighting for lanes, and which lane everybody wants lane 1. Sometimes the boat will be set up for lane 3 or something, whatever. They have a plan going in. They have radio guys in their ear. They're looking, they're telling them, hey, we got this boat coming up here. And there's a lot of strategy. And then when the clock hits 0, they have to have timed everything. So they're right at the start line at that point.
Can you give us an idea of what, as a team owner, it takes to put a boat in the water, how many people are on your crew, how much you've got rolling down the highway compared to maybe what some of our viewers and listeners are used to with either a sprint car team or a stock car team, for example?
Yeah, we're running about 8 crew per boat. And then it seems like we have a few other people. So we travel with about 25 people for 2 boats. And we run 3 semis and 2 boats. And the extra semi would have 4 or 5 engines in it, maybe 6 different gearboxes. We might travel with 20 different props. We'll have replacement wings, fairings. We'll have replacement cowlings that go over the engines. We'll have everything in there. So if we do get hit, or the water, if you get behind a boat and you get in the rooster tail, that will break up, like the cowling over the engine. So we're traveling with all of that. So we're like a traveling circus, really, when you see it. But we're showing up with about 25 people.
And those 25 folks, are they all touching the boat? How many are working on the boat on a given weekend, and what are their responsibilities?
I think there's maybe 16 to 20 people touching the boat. And then we have tech people. We have a tech truck. So all these boats have GPS in them. And after every heat, you get data on your own boat from a race pack, and you get it from every other boat. So we'll be going in and we'll analyze. And this is a part I wish the fans could actually see, because it's a fascinating part of the sport. You'll look at it. Let's say you got third in a heat. You want to know where you got beat on the course. So they'll overlay that with the other data, and you can say, wow, we're 4 miles an hour coming out of turn 2 and turn 4. And then you might change to a different pitch prop, or you might change to a lower geared gearbox, shorter gears. So there's all this strategy when you look at that data between races where you're changing things out. And you might say, hey, we want to fire out of the hole quicker, and we know we're going to run out of top speed a little quicker down that straightaway, maybe 70% down. But it's always that interplay of how fast we got out of the corners versus how fast are we when we end the straight. So all of that's going on in one of our trucks too.
That's a lot of activity, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's interesting that you get to peek into what the other teams are doing. Did I understand that correctly?
True. Yeah. And I think what's interesting about our sports is it's a series of heats. And so it's not like, say, a NASCAR race where you're making in-race adjustments. Here we'll race, we'll study the data, we might change our setup for the next one. And then the top 5 or 6 boats make the final, and it's a winner-take-all final.
So what does a race weekend look like if I'm planning on going to one of your events? What, as a fan, should I plan for?
You know, typically they'll be qualifying and testing on Fridays. And then Saturday, they'll probably have testing and qualifying in the morning. In the afternoon, they'll be running probably at least 4 heats, and 4 more on Sunday plus the final. And typically, Ralph, we're in with other classes of boats. So it's not just us there. Tim and I talked, we would love to get our 2 boats together, our series, and do events. We'll probably usually have the Grand Prix with us, and a lot of times we'll have the 5-liter boats also. So there's multiple races besides ours. I mean, the goal really is, to have a race every 20 minutes or so of a class. I mean, obviously we can only go out about every hour because we have all that data to look at, and so the key is to team up with 2 or 3 other classes of boats so we can be on the water continuously.
And then as a fan, usually at these venue sites, am I sitting on the hillside along the banks of the water, or is there grandstands? What am I looking at?
There's a little of all of that. Actually, there are grandstands usually at every place. There's VIP tents. There's just viewing areas. A lot of times there'll be a park along one waterfront, and they're charging admission to get in, and people have set up, their little tents right by the right by the water, but the viewing's great. Some of the races, the pit's on one side and the crowd is all on the other side. There's several race courses like the Tri-Cities where actually it's the perfect width of the Columbia River, and we have corporate tents and crowds on both sides. And so you'll see a pretty big crowd. The pits are open, so people can come and tour through the pits and meet the drivers and everything during the weekend also.
Tell me about the famous log boom at Seafair.
Yeah, that's so in Seafair, it's on Lake Washington. So the crowd is on one side with the pits, and they run probably a mile up the up the shoreline, and then on the other side they run a log boom, and then boats can tie up to it in just a long line of boats. And I've heard the show out there on the boats is actually better than the race sometimes, but I've never had the luxury of going out there. I'm always busy during a race. But the great thing is, right when we came out of COVID, we had maybe 10 boats found that log boom, and now we're back to where it is full. And there could be 40, 50 boats out there.
Got a good question in from Ed, who's tuned in and watching. Post-race, between rounds of competition, each event, how much maintenance is involved? Are you pulling the engines out completely and putting a fresh one in, or what do you do? How much lifespan is there to one of these jet engines?
It's interesting. You know, we were down when I ran 4 races last year. We never took our number 1 engines out of the boats. So we ran the whole season on our top engines. We can change an engine between boats. It's not too long. We would probably change a gearbox more than we would change an engine. Like I talked about the data, and we might say, hey, we need to get faster out of a corner. But what's great about the turbine engines, there's a lot less moving parts, and they don't break near as much as the piston boats did.
As you look forward to the future of unlimited hydroplane racing, is the turbine engine going to be the power plant for the future, or are you guys already thinking about and looking at something else?
Yeah, we've been looking around. I mean, I think there's a lot of pluses, and they're very exciting to watch, and they're very reliable. And if you think about it, they're about 650, 700 pounds, and you get 3,000 horsepower out of them. So they're a great engine, but, you know, they're also Army surplus. So there's a limited number of them. We still have plenty to race for 10 more years. But at some point, and I think the offshore racing might use the same engine that we do, one of the classes. But, you know, we're always looking at possibly going back to a marine V8, or we've even talked to somebody about looking at some kind of a hybrid engine. I think we've also looked at biodiesel, running the turbines we have now on biodiesel, because they'll run on it. They run on Jet A diesel racing fuel right now, but we've run it on biodiesel before, and that possibly would help us to be more of a environmentally friendly sport.
Interesting. How many boats do you get per weekend? What's your field usually like?
It'll be anywhere from 6 boats to 10 boats. So when we get to the West Coast, most of the boats are based out of Seattle. And so when we get to the West Coast, we'll see 9 or 10 boats at a race site. On East Coast, we've been running 6 or 7 boats. We run a round robin format, so if we like to get 4 boats out in every heat, and that feels you get 5 boats out there, it gets pretty tight. So,
yeah. As you look towards the future as the board, what is your goal for H1 Unlimited hydroplanes? What's the future look like for the sport?
I think the partnership we have with Speed Sport One is a big deal. I think it's a sport that's been very important to the cities it's in and the fan base it has. but it's a sport that's fallen off the radar with a lot of people. So I'd like to get it back into media, and it seems like streaming is the future for sports over network TV. So I like our partnership. I'd like to get up to where we're running 8 to 10 races, and we're running 12 boats.
How far off do you think that is?
Maybe 2 years. Yeah,
Okay.
maybe 2 years. I mean, we made big. I mean, we might go from 4 races to 7 races this year, and run 10 boats. So we're pretty close.
That's moving the needle pretty quick. Unlimited hydroplane racing, and in fact, boat racing in general, they've always said is one of those sports of kings, right? Where the owner, and you probably know this all too well, the owners tend to have to pay a lot of the bills for the sport to participate, and there's not usually a huge purse payout on the back end. You're racing for the glory and the ability to hoist the cup, the gold cup, for example, in your form of racing. How much sponsorship involvement do you have in the sport these days, and how has it improved over since the 80s, for example? I mean, we all saw Budweiser and, you know, Oh Boy Alberto and some of the famous brands that were involved in the sport. How many of them are still around and coming back around and sniffing around saying, yeah, we like what you're doing?
You know, the interest has gone way up, actually, in the last 12 months. I mean, we get close to $1 million of sponsorship for our team. And I mean, when I look at the venue, like take Seattle, if you're sponsoring, let's say you're advertising in the stadium, the football stadium with the Seahawks, the NFL team, you're getting about 700,000 people over a season, and typically the same 65,000 every time. You come and you race in ours, you're getting 300,000 people, and they're all different people. Well, there might be 150 different people out of that 300 over a weekend, and it's a lot less money. You know, it might be 300,000 to sponsor that event versus $1 million to advertise inside that stadium. So I think as we're starting to get the word out and people are starting to see the racing we do, there's more space between boats. Sometimes in NASCAR be bunched up. You see the sponsor decals real well. We're really developing our drone coverage. And if you watch, we'll buy more drones this year, but they've got one where the drone will hover down by the water and the boats will go screaming by on a straightaway. That's just unbelievable to see the power and everything of the boats. It probably captures it more than anything else I've seen on camera. So, you know, I think interest is going way up, and it'll be interesting to see how that our partnership with Speed Sport One helps that.
Well, we look forward to helping prop that for sure. Pardon the pun.
Thank you, Ralph. I'm sorry I have to be the timekeeper here, and I hate to interrupt you. It was a great session, but it's time to move into our next one. So Darrell, thank you very much for being with us today. Ralph, stay with us a few more seconds, and then we are going to move into NHRA directly. We've got Brad Gilly ready to take on our next special guest, and we have Brad Gerber from NHRA that's going to be joining us. So thank you. We're running 2 minutes late, so we're going to give you another extra 2 minutes. And Brad, welcome back to the program. I think Brad Gerber is ready to go, so we'll let you carry on.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis. Thank you very much, Judy. We appreciate that. We'll see y'all here shortly. And Brad Gerber, I want to welcome you to Race Industry Week, and here on our first day of what is truly an amazing week of industry people and great stories as well. Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, doing great. Thank you, Brad. Love your name, by the way. But yeah, doing great. Things are really going well with NHRA, and excited to be on. You guys had a great list of panelists so far. I've been enjoying watching all the interviews and the discussions and stuff. Really, not only learning a lot, but just you know, it's good information, great information. So thank you for hosting this and putting this on.
Yeah, really appreciate the compliments. All right, well, let's talk about 2023 for the NHRA. And when it comes to the pro divisions, Doug Kalitta, Matt Hagan, Erica Enders, Gage Herrera, you have some great champions right there, and it was truly an incredible, memorable season.
Yeah, it really was. It's kudos to our competition team at the NHRA. They really put on a great competitive series this year, and wow, that finals race was just amazing. If you're there in person, there's almost nothing better. You just got goosebumps and shivers, and seeing Doug Coletta and Leah Pruitt go up against each other, and it was a winner take all for the final race, which is only happened 4 or 5 times in the history there. So that was very exciting, and Doug ended up winning in Perseverance after 26 years. The guy, he's going to be on the show here as well, which is great. But it would have been great if Leah won too, because it's a great story there with Tony Stewart Racing and Tony Stewart coming into the sport. So we were happy, very happy with the way that ended up. And then also, with Matt Hagan winning the Funny Car Championship, and there's 3 drivers there, 3 teams, Tasco with Ford, Hagan with Dodge, and then Robert Height with Chevrolet coming down to it. And that came down to the last race as well. So, and then Erica coming in, 6-time champion. It's a very interesting fact. I was doing a little bit of research back in pro stock days and stuff, and looking back, and Erica, I think she started in 2008, and she finished last in the actual in 2008, which is crazy. And she went on to be the 6-time champion, now the winningest female in the history of the NHRA, if not motorsports. So that's pretty amazing. Then Gage Herrera, that guy, what a phenomenal rider. Terry Vance and Vance and Hines found him and put him on a pro stock motorcycle bike. He was already racing Grudge and things like that, but his style of racing is just very unique. His 60-foot times is very, 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 very quick, and just what a great season. It's been really a good season, so we're very happy with the way it ended up.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, and again, that's just talking about the pro divisions. Obviously, there's a whole lot more to the National Hot Rod Association that we're going to be covering as well. But let's talk about successes. And you guys are actually going to kick off 2024 with a new title sponsor. What can you tell us?
Yeah, great. Well, for number one, I guess you thank Camping World. They came in during COVID. And came in. So thank you, Marcus Lemonis and Camping World, for coming in. They're great partners, and they're going to stay on board as well. So they'll be a partner of ours for the coming years. But Mission Foods came in. They're involved in a lot of different motorsports, and they'll be obviously sponsors for multiple people that are talking throughout the week here. But we created what we called the Mission Foods Too Fast, Too Tasty program, which created racing on Saturday, which was really cool. That program, I could go into that a little bit later, but that program actually went so well that they kept on engaging with us about what they can do differently, what they could do better, what they could do more, which is great. And we came to an agreement that they'll be our sponsor for the next 5 years. And as important as being our series sponsor there, our series entitlement sponsor there, is just the fact that they are going to be activating in every single market that we go into as well. So 2 weeks prior to the race, they'll be activating in the local C-stores and things like that, with standees of our drivers and things like that in there. And then they do a great job in venue as well, entertaining and having fun and really high energy. So that creates a lot of a good environment there for us. And so very excited about Mission Foods and Mr. Gonzalez and what they're doing there with Mission Foods and what they'll be doing with us for the next 5 years, so at least.
Oh, that's amazing. And there are so many things to really talk about when it comes to transitioning a title sponsor. Obviously, the recognition, making sure you get the word out there, but growing Mission Foods into a title sponsor for the series as well. Let's go a little bit deeper in the history, because I know for a lot of people who are watching today, anyone involved in racing, especially when it comes to sponsorships and partnerships, there's no one magic way to do things, but there are a lot of great stories that really help out with some best practices for people. So whether it's a series like NHRA and the sponsor like Mission, that everyone can really work together and improve each other's brand.
Yes. Yeah. It's a good point, Brad, because everybody obviously would like to come in and get that big client to come in and sponsor one major sponsor on a team or a sport or a league. And we would love that as well. But many times the way that this all happens is you get them involved in the sport, you show them what you're all about. Once you get them out into the sport and show you what you're all about, then you work hard to grow that. We work really hard for our fans. We want to make sure we have an entertaining sport, number one, so we get the fans that come out. And then we have our own production. A lot of people think it's Fox, but it's actually NHRA Productions that actually creates it. And so we want to have a captivating production, so we retain those viewers and grow our viewership. And then also our sponsor partners, we need to have an engaging ROI. And I say engaging ROI because it's not easy to get a lot of these numbers. But it is, if you work hard to make sure that you're engaged with your sponsors, they're engaged in venue, things of that nature. We turn out race reports. We call race reports that we turn out after every race for our sponsors, give the very highlights on that particular race. We track everything, give them their results and things of that nature, how they're tracking along, and then quite frequently our sponsorship with our partnership, with Fox Sports allows us to do a lot of things with our partners. And we have contracted 550 hours on Fox Sports, but last year we had over 720 hours on Fox Sports. So that just creates a lot more added value for all of our sponsors as well there.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on, a lot of different areas.
Yeah, that's really impressive. And I love the fact that you've got someone like Mission Foods that is going to actually get out in the market and put the NHRA, put the drivers, put the personalities, all of that in front of people who aren't necessarily going to the racetrack, who ideally are going to see things like that and say, hey, that looks interesting. Let me go down to my local racetrack and check it out. I mean, that's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always, we have such great teams and drivers. They all want to know what they can do to help the sport and how they can help our partners and things. But when you walk into a Kroger or a Vons or a Safeway or wherever you may be, a Walmart, and you see a person standing there, a life-size standee, standing there in their fire suit, and you see them there, and it's like you said, you either know who they are and you say, hey, that's great. Maybe, the standee all of a sudden goes missing, which we know has happened. But then in addition to that, if you don't know who that person is, it drives curiosity, right? So there'll be QR codes and things like that people will be able to buy tickets for a sponsor with Mission Foods. We work in the program where they'll get discounted tickets if they scan that QR code and things like that. But that we are very fortunate that Mission Foods is out there. We have a lot of cool ideas that we want to do. Obviously, people know the tortilla slap, challenge and things like that we'll be having fun with. And we talk about taco eating contests and, maybe potentially a top fuel or a funny car in a store that may be a taco truck, and end cap and things like that. So a lot of things, and they're a great partner, not only for the series, but, as we are going through it, they're great partners for these stores as well. And why is that? They have research that shows that if you are to buy a Mission Foods product, wraps or tortillas and things like that once you buy that product and that ends up in your cart, the average cart goes from approximately, don't quote me on these numbers, but it goes somewhere from a $40 cart to an $80 cart. So these stores like that, because if they buy a wrap, what are they going to make? They're going to make tacos. So what are they going to buy? They're going to buy meat. They're going to buy tomatoes. They're going to buy salsa. They're going to buy lettuce, maybe some beans, things like that. So there's a lot of things that go along with it, which I never really, thought about, when we were talking to them, but they did this presentation to us, and it's very enlightening. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? While we're talking about sponsors, and we'll definitely talk about competition and some other things, but, the NHRA does such a fantastic job. And whether you have a huge amount of endemic sponsors and, we think about automotive and all of the sponsors that you have, it's a natural fit for the NHRA. But the non-endemic sponsors, the Mission Foods and a lot of the other sponsors that we see on race cars, sometimes you walk out to the racetrack and you see someone step up to the line and you're like, wait a second, how does that fit here? But it does fit here. What do you think is working right now for the NHRA and why you see so many people coming on board?
It's a good point there, Brad. When you have someone like a Camping World that comes in, and we know, and you have all this research, that you could point out and say, hey, that we are number one in all major sports with hunting, camping, and fishing, but it takes one person to come in And it takes one person to come in, and when that person comes in, I like to say it's kind of other people start looking at you and saying, hey, what's going on over there and why? And so our philosophy has been over the past 6 years, like I had 8 years since I've been here, but we had a little hiccup during COVID, like a lot of people did. Okay. But we kept persevering through COVID. Kudos to our team. Because we lost a lot of money during COVID, but we knew we had to be relevant during that time and stay out there, fulfill our TV contract as much as we could, stay out there and stay relevant. From that, we were the first major sport that actually came back and was actually competing. Okay. And again, I think that drove a lot of eyes, but from Camping World, from the demos, hunting, fishing, camping, okay, if they're not at track camping, okay, which we have over 400 teams with toter homes and things like that, trailers and things like that. So those are all the people that are actually buying Camping World product. But then outside of that, they're actually camping and hunting and fishing as well. But then you have things like the Air Force, okay, and the Air Force wants to recruit. Well, we have this thing called the Youth and Education Services Program, where they're one of 4 partners, and it's just basically a career platform. Basically, we have Ford as a sponsor of that, as well as the U.S. Air Force. Ford's looking for technicians. U.S. Air Force is looking for recruits. Mac Tools is looking for franchisees. Okay, that'll actually use these tools at Ford, or Gerber Collision, which is another 4th partner there. They're looking for technicians. They all have these great career opportunities where there's a training development program at Gerber Collision, 18-month program that basically you can come in and they'll put you through the program, and you could be a collision expert now. Okay. And so there's a lot of these types of things, but really they're all lined up somehow. SCAG, okay, SCAG power equipment, lawn mowers, blowers, things of that nature. A lot of exposure for them, but their primary focus is entertaining and meeting their distributors at track. They have about 1,800 distributors, I want to say. I was talking to the CEO, Randy. He said that he was able to see in person over 700 distributors at our track. He could never do that if he was flying around the U.S. and seeing them all. Okay, so they all have different little things they're doing. In-N-Out Burger, okay, great partner. Came on board, rebranded our raceway to Drag Strip. Why is that? People go to the drag strip. They don't say we're going to the raceway. Okay. So little things like that we have great partners we're working with. So it's the In-N-Out Burger Pomona Drag Strip. It's also the In-N-Out Burger Finals. But then they're also phenomenal partners as well, where they're putting up little stickums and stuff and table tents at the In-N-Out Burgers around Pomona Drag Strip to just drive people to our drag strip. And then in addition to that, we just had Veterans Day, okay, on Saturday of the finals race. They decided, and it's amazing, they decided, hey, we're going to give every veteran and active military personnel a free double combo. They gave away over 7,700 combos at track. Wow. Okay, which is absolutely phenomenal. So very excited about some of the partners that we have there. I'm missing some of them. Things like Flavor Pack. Okay, Flavor Pack, way into racing, very large frozen food company, but based out of the Northwest. But it just goes on and on from there. So a lot of great partners that we have in there.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I want to shift gears here with you a little bit, Brad. We have a question from the chat. This came up earlier where we were talking with Steve Phelps from NASCAR and having a lot of diversity. And really an example that was given was the NHRA and how the NHRA has been so good at not only bringing females into the sport, female drivers. I mean, look, we have a champion. We have successful female drivers in all of the pro divisions of the sport as well. But just why the NHRA has been so successful in doing that and bringing in a lot of diversity.
Yeah, well, it starts with our junior program, and it's generational. You've heard other people say, the last person that was on was talking about generational drag boat racing and things like that. But a lot of it's generational, but also it's very, we have a junior program that we have about 35 to 40% of our juniors are female racers right now. Okay. Which is great. Starting at 5 years old. Okay. I've been out to multiple junior races and I'll see a father or a mother out there racing with their 2 children. And so that's great. But it really, our hashtag says it all. NHRA hashtag speed for all. Okay. And it really is speed for all. We want everybody to come out and race, whether you both gender or ethnicity. Okay. It doesn't matter. We want them all. Okay. We have multiple new drivers coming out right now from overseas as well, females as well. So we have new top fuel racers next year, 3 new top fuel racers. All 3 of them are female. Okay. So that's Julie Natas, Jasmine Salinas, and Ida Zetterström. Ida is from Sweden. So that'll be exciting, but really we have diversity within the racers, we have diversity within the owners, and we have the diversity within the fans. And it really, we're proud of the diversity that we have in terms of the ownership structure as well, because, we have Antoine Brown there being an owner. We have Ron Capps took off and they split up and now he's an owner as well. One is championship his first year out as being an owner as well, which is a great thing. Antoine, I think, came in second last year. In 22. So that's good. And then like I said, the youth in terms of racing and in both the Junior Dragster series, we call it the Junior Racing Series, the Summit Junior Racing Series. Or we also have that youth program that we have for careers. Okay, so 15 different events. We have high school students come out, juniors and seniors in high school, and first and second year out of high school. So that gets the youth coming into our sport in terms of careers. And then also they get introduced to drag racing. We entertained over 30,000 students this year, complimentary. Okay, it's basically a field trip on a Friday. We race on Friday afternoons. Okay, so they can come out to the drag race. They go through a little program on, great little program where it talks about careers and staying out of trouble and what opportunities there are. And if they want to take the next step, these teams actually let them come into their pits so they could meet drivers and meet distributors or meet Ford dealers per se, or go engage with the U.S. Air Force, whoever it may be. So it's a great program that we have, both in terms of, like I said, diversity in terms of gender and ethnicity. So proud of that, and that's why we're Speed for All.
Yeah, that's really cool. Brad, it's really, the NHRA has always fascinated me, and just how big it is. Again, a lot of times we talk about the pro level events and what we see on Fox and what we watch on TV, but the amount of different series that you have, from Lucas Oil to the JEGS All-Stars and so on down the line, all of the big, massive regional events, all of the weekly racing that goes on and everything. How hard is it? How about that? How do you, as an organization, manage everything that the NHRA does?
That's a good question. I sometimes wonder myself. We work hard. There's no doubt about that. But we're also set up in 7 different divisions within NHRA. So we call them D1 is up in the Northeast. D2 is down in the Southeast. D7 is in the Southwest, and D6 is in the Division 6 is in the Northwest, and 3, 4, and 5 are in the middle. Okay, so each division has its own division director, and each division has on average about 15 different member tracks. So just over 120 member tracks that we have. Each one of those member tracks they host things like the Summit ET Series. They host regional races, divisional races. Wednesday night, you want to come out and do and come out racing, which is just a regular car, and have some fun. You can come out on Wednesdays and come out and have some fun. Okay. We have the Junior Street Series that if you're I believe it's 14 years old, you can actually, Brad, you can come out and take your car, family car, whether it's a station wagon or a sports car. Okay. And we don't care what it is, but you can actually go in there and put as long as you're in the passenger seat, you can put your son or daughter at 14 years old going down the drag strip. Okay. So that's another program that we have going on. So we really create a lot of these different programs. We are running, we it starts at the top with our president, Glenn Cromwell. He rose through the ranks within the NHRA, being a division director, then being in event operations and becoming our president. And his work ethic and showing people that he's willing to get down in the trenches with everybody. It kind of goes all the way down the line with everybody that works in that NHRA. So we're always willing to step in and help out. And it really, it takes a group. Takes a as they say, it takes a village. Okay, but and we're our own little village here, but it's not only the village of the NHRA, it's the village of the race teams and the racers and the fans. You see our fans, they are every ticket is a pit pass. Okay. And we say that because you can buy a general admission ticket. And at the races, if you buy one general admission ticket, 4 kids under the age of 12 can come in free with you. Okay. You have to do that online, but 4 tickets, kids can come in free. But it's an open pit pass, but then also our fans are very respectful. For the most part, just saying they know where to go and where they can't go. Okay. There's ropes up, and so they don't go by those ropes. Okay. But they can go in and they can actually touch a car, or the car's back right out into the pits, as you know. Okay. Or right out into the walkways there, and right into all the fans. I always call it part the Red Sea. Okay. And fans are there and they're touching the wing and they're touching the Goodyear slicks and things like that. You know, I'm like, wow, the car's going to go down the track at 330 miles an hour in about 15 minutes. And you're able to touch it. And it just all respectful. So, just a good group of people out there and a family atmosphere. And I think that's another reason why a lot of people like to come out to the NHRA and, be not only a sponsor, but stay with us for a long time.
Yeah, I can speak to that myself. As a kid growing up in the 80s in North Texas, my dad and I used to go down to the Texas Motorplex every fall. As I graduated high school, went to college in Huntsville, south of Ennis. We would come meet in the middle and do all of that. And those were some great memories. I had a NHRA hat that I just wore plumb out. And, it was a lot of fun. So that was great. Looking ahead, 2024 and beyond, what do you see new or expanding?
Well, you brought up Ennis, Texas, and Texas Motorplex. They're doing a phenomenal job out there with the Stampede of Speed that they've been doing for the last few years there, and it's a 10-day event that culminates with the Ennis race there. But into 2024, I guess number one, Mission Foods. Okay, so that'll be our partner there. We will be not only Mission Foods will be our series partner, but also they'll be doing the Mission Foods Too Fast, Too Tasty challenge. Next year, they'll be expanding that to both 4 wides as well. So we're going from 12 to 14 races. We'll be doing that on to both 4 wides. And for anybody that doesn't know what that is, it's basically we take the semifinalists from the previous race and we line them up in the next race during qualifying days. So we have racing on Saturday, which creates a lot of excitement. Okay. So instead of just qualifying, we're actually racing for some big money. So that's a lot of fun. So we'll be expanding that. The Pep Boys call outs are back again. Okay. Top Fuel and Funny Car. So Top Fuel will be in Gator Nationals in Gainesville, and the Funny Car will be in Indy there. But we'll be expanding the Pro Stock and Pro Stock motorcycle. We have a new partner called GetRex, and they're a credit card processor, the fastest name in credit card processing, as they say. And that'll be expanding in the Pro Stock and Pro Stock motorcycle categories. So that, and then, teams and team hospitality. We know we'll have some expanding teams and team hospitality. Team hospitality is where all the team sponsors can come into their team and actually be a part of the team for the day. It's like you're inside the locker room, which is very unique in motorsports as well. So doing a lot of that. We'll be expanding our streaming services and our AVOD platforms. Okay, we have over 6 million hours viewed on AVOD in 2023. So that's pretty crazy. So there's a lot. I could talk for hours. I know I'm running out of time here, but there's just so much more going on. We'll be expanding the Pro Stock schedule as well. Okay, so Pro Stock will be going to every race in 2024. So that's great. We will be expanding our gaming business, okay, as well. So we'll be expanding that. We hope to have some really good news here in the next 3 to 4 weeks. So that'll be exciting for 2024. With Tony Stewart on board, Rick Ware on board, Joe Maynard came on board buying different teams. I understand there's another one of our sponsors that's looking at buying a team or 2 nitro teams, which would be pretty exciting when that happens. So there's a lot going on, just exciting sport. We're made, we always say we're not only we're fast, but we're made for millennials and Gen Zs. I mean, we race in 4 seconds. If you can't, we could capture their attention span. Okay, which is great.
That's awesome.
A lot of good things going on.
Brad, the NHRA for decades has just been amazing for motorsports as well. We appreciate you giving us time here today. And again, I think we could continue asking questions to you all day as well with so many things that you have. But it's just great to hear the success stories and how much of that success is sitting right here within motorsports. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. It's great to be here. And thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy, for hosting this.
Thank you very much, Brad. You did a wonderful job again, sharing your enthusiasm and your energy and, all the positive things you're doing at NHRA. So stay with us 1 more second. We're going to take a very short break from for our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Land speed record holder George Poteet's Speed Demon rocketed 481 miles per hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats. You don't go that fast without ARP fasteners.
There is no way that we could go the speed that we've gone, the number of times we've gone, with a lesser quality bolt than ARP supplies to us. And we absolutely wouldn't be where we were today if it weren't for ARP.
When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
We're Performance Plus Global Logistics. Our team of dedicated performance industry and logistics experts get valuable cars and components to the track on time in top condition. We provide expedited logistics solutions for the performance industry using direct routes instead of deferred options, and communicate all necessary information to the appropriate resources to meet regulations and ensure a smooth transit and secure delivery, both domestically and internationally. And we exceed customer expectations by providing best-in-class service with an efficient and cost-effective system in place. Contact us today to book your next shipment.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With Shop Monkey, we've been able to grow the shop by 20% in gross sales since implementing it in the shop. Everything that we were doing before has been sped up with Shop Monkey. All of our parts ordering, all of our approvals, all of our mechanics knowing what to do next. And I've had friends that are in the trade that own shops ask about Shop Monkey, and I highly recommend it just because of easy use. There's nothing like it with that kind of platform.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. What a day so far. I wish every session was 3 hours. We would have more time, but we can't. So we're going to be talking land speed next with the SCTA. So I am getting a signal that both Bill Latin and Pat McDowell are with us. We're going to bring them on screen, and Brad, we will let you, carry on.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you again, Judy. We appreciate you and putting all of this together, by the way, which is what just truly an amazing week of motorsports. But now let's talk about land speed racing, the Southern California Timing Association, the SCTA. And as you can see on your screen right now, joining us are Bill Latin and Pat McDowell. So as soon as we get them on, we'll talk about all the great things that they have. Bill, we see you there, and we'll get Pat here momentarily. So that'll be a wonderful thing. So Bill, Pat, welcome. We appreciate both of you coming on today. How are y'all doing?
Well, thank you.
You're good. Awesome. Let's see. I think one of you, there we go. Awesome. All right, Bill, let me start with you and just talk about land speed, SCTA, and some of the things that you want to tell some folks about who are joining us here on Race Industry Week.
Well, land speed racing, Bonneville Salt Flats and El Mirage and all this is one of the oldest form of land speed racing, or any racing for that matter. NHRA started up from us, and we're an all volunteer organization, and we do it all just as cheaply as possible. And I think it's on everybody's bucket list to join us. So.
Yeah, I think so too. And Pat, let's talk about you, your experience with land speed racing and some of the things that we can look forward to.
Well, I'm a worker bee. Speed Week's been a 25-year consecutive event for me, which I'm still young compared to a lot of people in those numbers of years. And like Bill said, our volunteers, I would like to just take a second and to recognize our volunteers. We owe them so much gratitude. They come and from every walk of life and every area of the country, outside of the country, and give us their time and their body and everything else. And you know, they really don't get paid, and we appreciate it. And I think there's none better, and we owe them a really a lot of thank yous, and we appreciate them. And we obviously couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And what a wonderful way to lead as well, from both of you, talking about the people who make it happen and the people who volunteer their time for land speed records. Because look, let's be honest, I don't care how old you are, how young you are, when you start hearing about vehicles, automobiles, motor powered, whatever it might be, setting records, it is just an incredible thing. So you mentioned the two different places, El Mirage and Bonneville. And Bill, I guess I'll ask you, tell us about both of those places. What's similar, what's different?
Well, the similarity is that they're both a long race. El Mirage is 1 3/10 miles long. You have to be in a club, one of our 11 clubs in Southern California, to participate in that, or especially to set a record in the book. Bonneville is a 3-mile time course up to 5-mile time course, which is pretty much a big difference. And it's in the same rule book or record book. And but the records are different at Bonneville than they are at El Mirage just because of the distance of the courses.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Pat, take us behind the scenes just a little bit. Number one, tell us how it is that you can actually officially set a record. What all has to happen?
Well, everything's got to stay together twice. Records are set by, you have to eclipse the record, the existing record on your down run. And then you go to impound and you have 4 hours to work on your vehicle. Certain things you can do, certain things you can't. Used to be, you know, a 2-hour turnaround because you could run both directions. We don't have that luxury anymore. So you go to impound for the day, unless circumstances are changing and you come back the same day, but normally it's impound overnight. And we run record return runs at sun up the next morning, and your two-way average obviously has to eclipse the existing record, and you become a record holder and have that 400-mile-an-hour smile, even if you went 35 and set a record. And the smiles are all the same.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And Pat, I'll stay with you. When it comes to different divisions and, you know, like you said, hundreds of miles per hour to, you know, what we might not necessarily think of as fast, but what the record is set on is fast for that. So does everything fit within a certain class and category? Can you create your own? How does this happen?
Well, we have classes for, I would say, everything that has got an engine in it, really. You know, engine size dictates the class, a lot of it, and then body style and stuff like that. But we have probably over 100 classes of motorcycles and close to that with cars with different, like I say, different body styles, engine combinations, stuff like that. And I mean, the French came this year with a little tiny motorcycle that was run by friction drive, like the old Whizzer kind of things were made, and set 3 records under 35 miles an hour. So, but like I say, the smile's as big as 400 miles an hour. So yeah, there's something for everybody out there.
Yeah, that is incredible. All right, Bill, I'm curious in your experience and things that you've witnessed before, things that you've been a part of. Give us an example or two of what's been the most impressive.
Well, I guess for me, when I was 17 years old, I got in the 200-mile-an-hour club, and that was pretty impressive. But I was stealing cars at an early age, so my dad said, "Well, you got to go racing." So that's how I got started. And but my record would stand till 2 years ago when a kid 16 years old, and we're all good friends and everything from Colorado, got in the 2 Club at 16. And I was very impressed with that. And I set up all the racetracks and everything on the salt, and Pat, we do it all. And then I saw a car go 500, a wheel-driven car go 500. That was another pretty impressive deal.
Wow. Any motivation at all to actually try and reclaim your record?
Well, you only hold a record for a short time because there's always someone that's faster than you. And so it's kind of like renting a house. You're going to not have that rental anymore, and someone else is going to rent it. And then you can always go after your record again. And that's what I'm doing this year, is I'm going after a lot of records that were taken from me in the past few years. But I'm also going to go for #1 points at El Mirage, which is a big deal in the SCTA and the points race and the 6 meets we have here in Southern California.
Wow, that is really impressive. I have to ask, what is it that what records are you going for? What is it that you drive?
I have several cars. I'm actually getting I have a vintage comp coupe that I built several years ago, and I've run vintage engines in it, 4-cylinder Model Bs, Model As, V8 flatheads, overheads, and we're building a blown flathead and a blown overhead. So I think between those 3 or 4 engines that we have, if they last, I could get #1 points, which is pretty difficult to do because you have to break the record, and then for every mile you go over the record, you get extra points, and there's other people doing the same thing. So it's a good, fun game to play.
That's impressive. Pat, how about you? Any records in your history?
No, I'm a worker bee. I used to road race a long time ago in SCCA, our redheaded cousin or whatever you want to call him, and that was an amazing experience. And I'm one that believes personally that once you get out of a race car, you stay out of a race car, and I'm past all that, but I just enjoy being part of it and doing what I can to help, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's wonderful. You know, you mentioned volunteers and talked about how proud you were, both of you did, about all of the volunteers that have come out and helped with the Southern California Timing Association. Tell us about that. And Pat, if I wanted to become a volunteer and come out and help with all of that, what would I need to do?
Ask. Just ask, and we'll hand you something to do. We have a pretty good group of people that do it every year, and you can pretty much count on them. And there's always those last minute can't make it deals or whatever, and some of those, depending on what they're doing, is really tough to replace at the last minute. And I personally have been in charge of the course stewards, which are like our on-course patrols, for a number of years, and I don't breathe the week before the race because every time my phone rings, I'm afraid somebody's not coming. And you can't just pick people out of the air. But I mean, if if somebody's serious about doing it, you maybe just have to hound us a little bit, and eventually your number is going to be called, and we'll put you to work. And then the thing is, once you start working, we're going to call you every year. I mean, we have some of us are there 8 to 10 days before the race starts. When Bill and I get there, it's just salt. And that to me is one of the things that's always amazed me and really does it for me, is we get there and it's the salt's in its natural beauty. And then we see the whole thing take shape, and we pretty much, between the two of us, know everything there is to do, and Bill especially does. And then you see the whole thing take shape and all the cars run. Then the final day, it all comes back, and at least one of us, or usually both of us, are the last to leave the salt. And I always like to stop and turn around and look back at the salt, and there it is at its natural beauty again. And that's one thing we really strive for is to keep the salt what it is and still enjoy it.
Yeah, that's really nice. Well, Bill, tell us what it takes to prepare this course and to be able to go out there and do it as much as you guys do.
We usually start months before our event. We go out as soon as it dries. Mother Nature quits raining on it. It's all dry. We go out spend a few days. It takes us just a day just to figure out where we're at. It's just such a vast area. You know, we're making a city out of the middle of nowhere. And once we figure out the best salt to run on, we'll figure out if we can get 1 or 2 courses or 3 or 4 at the most. As we've ever had is 4. It depends on how many entries we get on pre-entries. That's why that's very important. And then once we find the courses, we have to set up a center line, and then we use drag trucks and drags that we make homemade drags out of H-beam and I-beam, and we make cutters and smoothers. We call them different things, but it's pretty much to get on the salt at the right time. Kind of like concrete. You want to not get on it too early because it'll be too wet, or too late, it'll be too hard and won't be able to cut it. And then we drag very slow, 10 miles an hour, 15 at the most. And we drag for days because we got to, one course is going to be 10 miles with a 5-mile shutdown, and you get another course that's 8 or 9 miles and a couple more short courses. And it takes a week just to get that all prepared. Then we have to figure out where we're going to put the pits and make sure it's a safe distance off the racetrack in case we have an incident, and create a village. We create a pit area, an impound area, vendor area, everybody's pit spots. The pits are average about 1.5 miles, 2 miles long. And
what maintenance goes into it? Do you have to do things in between runs every hour? Are different types of vehicles doing different things that might dictate what you might have to do from a maintenance perspective?
Well, lately the salt hasn't been in real good condition, so we set it up so we're 4 racetracks wide. So like maybe we'll run and we'll decide, hey, this racetrack's getting tore up too much. And so we'll shut the whole thing down. It takes us a couple hours to move it over, and then we'll start racing again. But we try and move them at night so we're not interrupting people's time to race. People are coming from all over the world. We're trying to accommodate them the best we can. And pretty much the salt condition in Mother Nature is depending on how things go.
Yeah, that's interesting. Pat, we were talking earlier about different types of classes, race cars, and all of that. A question from the chat: as far as electric vehicle classes, what are you planning for additional EV classes?
Well, that's a fluid situation, if you will. We're just now scratching the surface of it, and honestly, we're not experts at it yet. And the electric vehicles are. Battery technology is changing every day, and that has obviously a lot to do with them. And there's a lot more, you can get a lot more, amps or whatever out of a smaller source now. So our classes have to change. We're trying to keep up with it. They do present a new set of issues, for us rule wise, and how we allow it, and God forbid if something happens, how we deal with it, and so we're trying to stay on the cutting edge of that, but it is a changing thing. And we've come up with a set of EV rules this year, which people spend a lot of time on, and I think we're pretty up to date with all that, and we're looking forward to having a lot more electric vehicles out there. I don't claim to know anything about them. I don't know how you get an extension cord to go 10 miles, but the amount of torque they have is unbelievable. So it's a different thing, and it's really something to see something take off and go that fast and not hear it. You can hear the salt crunching. It's a world we're entering, and we're trying to enter with both eyes open. So.
Yeah, I love that. You can hear the salt crunching. Look, we can go back a century, and there was a time where, we were going to decide where we're going to go steam or petroleum powered, and obviously gasoline won, and that's where we are. And who knows if we're at that same or a similar crossroads in something as well. If I want to get involved in this, Bill, let's just say maybe I'm already a racer. Maybe I'm just a gearhead. Maybe I think to myself, this looks like something I want to try, and I set my goal for whatever record I want to set. How do I become involved from the competitor side?
Well, the first thing I would advise you to do is set up a pre-entry, and because it saves you some money, and then watch all of our announcements, make sure the weather's going to be good, and then show up to the salt. You'll go through a short rookie orientation, which gets you orientated to where we're at. And you make sure you go through a inspection on your car so that it's inspected up to our standards. And then you have to license up. So you're going to take a pass at the 3 mile mark, which is we call the short course. And you license from 125 to 150 to 175. And once you show us, you know what you're doing and you're turning out to the right way. And see, if you turn into the inside, then we think it's an emergency and all of the people go and we make sure everybody's okay. But if you're turning out the right way and everything's done properly, then you can go for a record. It might take a day or 2 or 3 or whatever it takes. And this is racing, so stuff breaks all the time. And pretty soon you get in the record book.
That's really cool. All right, I'm curious. 2-part question. Either one of you, either Bill or Pat, what is the fastest land speed record that's ever been set? And then the other part of that too, are there any major records that might be on the cusp of being broken as we look ahead to some of the events that are going to be happening this upcoming year?
Well, we're on the cusp of a 500-mile-an-hour record. What we deal with are all wheel-driven cars, no rocket cars, no jet cars. That's a different deal. So we had a run of over 500 miles an hour. That was an exit speed, so it wasn't used as part of the record. And because of weather, he didn't get to back it up. But the fastest time speed was that run was 493, I think, is on his time slip. So that's the official speed, although it's not a record because it wasn't backed up. But we have a handful of vehicles that are probably very close to breaking the 500-mile-an-hour barrier, which is pretty incredible because most of these, they run on nitromethane, and trying to keep something together that's running on nitromethane for 5 miles is, to me, is amazing. I mean, when you see dragsters go 5 seconds and blow everything into the grandstand. So it's quite a feat. It's not just get the biggest motor you can, throw it in something and put your foot down. It's a complete science out there.
That's incredible. 500 miles for that is just amazing. Question from the chat. What steps are being taken to manage the salt conditions at Bonneville to allow the racing continue long term?
Go, Bill.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, we have several companies or entities that, for example, Save the Salt, that are working with the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, and the mining company for doing a mass balance return. They draw salt over to do their production of stuff that they sell out, whether it be potash or they call it liquid gold and salt, I believe. But they do a mass balance return. So the byproduct that they don't use is the salt that we want. And in the wintertime, when they have a lot of water, they try and pump it back over to the other side of the highway, which is where we race. And the Highway 80 splits between the mining company side and the part that we race on, the Bonneville Salt Flats. And the more brine we get during the wintertime, the better. And in my opinion, if they could pump it during the summertime when it's dry, and then we don't get any more rain for the whole summer, it will build that salt, make it nice and strong and durable. And that's really what we need.
And you know, that's just Bonneville. What can you tell us about El Mirage? Are we in a similar situation? Are we looking at, you know, the potential where maybe we have to sit out a year or two, or maybe there is an end in sight?
Well, El Mirage, we rely on alkali, and and Google Maps, if you look at El Mirage Dry Lake, you see Mount Baldy, and it shows a gray V mark going down the mountain and it ends at El Mirage Dry Lake. So that's really the compound that holds that lake bed together. So we've been to other lake beds and like Muroc and Black Rock. There's a bunch of lake beds that we race on, but if you take one pass, it tears it up. So it doesn't have the binding agent that El Mirage has. El Mirage is used by a wide vast of people, recreation vehicles. And so we're always competing with that. Now that the SCTA, I'm very proud of this. I go to all the meetings and stuff, and I provide as much volunteerism and support as much as we can to give us a safe place to race and keep that lake bed going for everyone, really. But it's kind of the same thing, you know, the lack of rain, lack of weather, and Mother Nature not helping us out. And the earth goes through cycles, so it's going to come back around. It's just we're going a little low right now, and we're able to set up about 5 racetracks on El Mirage per year, and it's been going down. So, you know, we'll just keep trying.
Yeah. Well, again, volunteers, Mother Nature, all of the other things. It sounds like you guys are just doing amazing jobs as being caretakers of all of that as well. Question from the chat. When are the events at Bonneville, and are there spectators who come out to watch but maybe not volunteer? I'd love to experience it, but need to find out more about how to do it.
Well, Bonneville, we have in August. That's Speed Week, our main thing. And then we have the World Finals, weather permitting, in late September, October. And spectators are always welcome. You don't have to volunteer. You pay at the gate, and we have a pass for the day or for the week, whichever works. It's very affordable. And there's, you know, you can go to the starting line. You can cruise the pits. And that's one thing we pride ourselves on is everybody will talk to everybody. And there's no secrets and all that kind of, you know, some racing, you know, everybody wants to hide their stuff, but everybody's very open. And it's really, I mean, I started out obviously as a spectator a long, long time ago. And I figured out the first thing I didn't do was bring enough film, but it's amazing to come to. It's like Disneyland without the rides. It really is. And we have 6 El Mirage events starting in May. We have a 2-day meet in May, and then our ending meet in November is a 2-day meet. And then there's 4 other meets in between. Those are all club races, but once again, yeah, there's spectators welcome every time.
That's really neat. You know, Bill, on the spectator end of things as well, Pat was just telling us about a lot of the different things that you can do and expect. What do you know when you're there? You know, PA systems, people saying, drawing your attention here, there, things like that. What do you expect from the fan experience?
At Bonneville?
At Bonneville, El Mirage, if I want to go to any one of them. The question was specifically about Bonneville from the chat, though.
Yeah. Bonneville, well, you take this long asphalt road out to the salt flats, probably, 3 miles or so, and it just dead ends onto the salt. And then we make a little ramp, so it makes it nice and easy. And once you drive out there, the starting line is like maybe half a mile away. You can see it bigger than life. And there's a bunch of people there, tens of thousands of people. And then there's actually 3 miles all the way to the pits, which is all spectators. There's a bunch of people just line up every day along the pits. They try and save their spot for the next day by leaving their shade and battening down the hatches, because sometimes a squall will come through in the middle of the night, just uplift everything, and we get there early in the morning and put it all back before we go racing, you know. But it's you know, once you go there and you see the curvature of the earth and the vastness, and it's unbelievable. The car, especially in the pits, about the 4 mile and a big Hemi going through, it's beating your heart for you. You know, it's very impressive.
That is really, really awesome. Well, I would encourage people to check you guys out as well at scta-bni.org, the Southern California Timing Association. And gentlemen, we can't thank you enough for being a part of Race Industry Week here with ePartrade.
Well, thanks for having us. We enjoy our sport, and we enjoy talking about our sport. And, you know, I've said many times, Bonneville will change you forever if you come out there. So.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, and please stay with us. We're going to run a very short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with you.
ePartrade is a digital platform that we've created basically to make life easier in the business community of auto racing.
ePartrade, there is no e-commerce. It's literally a connection just like at a trade show. So now, any time of the year, a buyer could reach out to a supplier.
When you see a product that you're interested in, all you need to do is click on request more information, and then from there it is forwarded directly to the buyer or to the supplier.
ePartrade really eliminates having to travel, closing down your shop. Now you have a place to showcase globally your racing product and technology.
Pull your visor down, strap in. Racer is about to take you deep inside an exotic and high-speed world. From the start, Racer in all its forms has shared the passion, beauty, ingenuity, and commitment that make racing a way of life.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
You work as hard as your truck, and you have no time for downtime. That's why more truck owners trust Blue Def, America's #1 diesel exhaust fluid brand. Each batch is guaranteed pure, so you can avoid costly repairs caused by inferior DEF. Demand America's best for your truck. Blue Def at Blue Def Platinum. Put trust in your truck.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2023. As we mentioned earlier, we're live on Zoom, but we're also live on YouTube, on the ePortrait YouTube channel, Racer YouTube channel, and Speed Sport YouTube channel, as well as live on racer.com and speedsport.com. Mike Bursch is our next guest and he's already on. So good afternoon, sir.
Great to see you.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Francis. Thank you very much, Judy. We'll talk to y'all here in a little bit. And Mike, it's wonderful to see your face here today. I'm sure I'm going to see you many times this upcoming week, especially considering that one of the sports that Speedway Motorsports is a part of, NASCAR, is celebrating champions this week in Nashville.
Yeah, looking forward to getting to Nashville and kind of now one of our home venues with Nashville Super Speedway there. And be great to see the team there. But just great to see everybody in the industry coming together, celebrating for Speedway Motorsports was a great 2024. But I think for NASCAR as a whole, had a great year and a great champion in Ryan Blaney, and always fun to get to Nashville. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of fun as well. Mike, by the way, is the Chief Operating Officer for Speedway Motorsports. And, you know, when we think of Speedway Motorsports and the racetracks, obviously we think of things that happen with NASCAR, be it Charlotte Motor Speedway to the Roval at the same venue, to Bristol in Texas, North Wilkesboro Speedway, Sonoma Raceway, Atlanta Motor Speedway, all of the great tracks as part of the Speedway Motorsports portfolio. But it's not just NASCAR. There are a lot of other major pro motorsports that happen at Speedway Motorsports tracks. If you just had to do just a quick Rolodex of your brain, what are some of the different series that people can see?
Yeah, just about every series out there that races, and I've enjoyed listening to some of the other series and recognizing a lot of faces earlier today, and obviously we've got some of the best drag strip facilities in the country with the four wides at Charlotte Motor Speedway and out of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So really excited to be hosting the NHRA again in 2024 as that sport continues to grow and evolve, and with a new title sponsor there, and Glenn Cromwell and the team there have been great to work with. So excited about that. The last event we had here in Charlotte, the World of Outlaws, their World Finals event, and with dirt tracks at Texas and Charlotte and out in Las Vegas as well. Always look forward to hosting those events. And then we've got asphalt tracks, the bull ring out at Vegas. Always great racing there, and just a lot going on. And what I'm maybe most excited about is U.S. Legend cars that we produce, and as one of the largest manufacturers of race cars in the world, just the growth that series has. And when you look back on the history of that, and we have a picture here at Charlotte Motor Speedway down the Speedway Club of Jim France driving one of the early Legends cars. So when you have such racing greats as the Busch brothers and Bubba Wallace and Dale Jr., so many people who got their start, we're really excited about what that series could hold for us going forward. And we just had some recent news with Graham Smith, who was overseeing that division for us, has now moved into a really important role here with us at Speedway Motorsports as being the vice president of our OEM partnerships. So Graham will be working very closely with so many of the manufacturers that we do business with at our facilities. But consequently, that leaves a hole in the organization, and we are just starting the search to look for somebody to kind of lead U.S. Legends and NX, the sanctioning body. And there's just so much opportunity there as far as the membership base, the potential for improving the broadcasts, a lot of people tuning in. How do we distribute those races? How do we sanction more races? So that's definitely on the agenda for 2024, is continue to grow U.S. Legends.
Yeah, it's incredible. And for me and my history, actually, the first time I ever worked at a racetrack at Texas Motor Speedway was a Legends car race on what was the 5th Mile asphalt track. Now it's a great dirt track that will host micro sprints again in 2024. But even moving beyond that, running a series in Texas and doing everything. Mike, when we look at NASCAR today, for example, it truly is amazing to me. I know you mentioned a couple of names, Kyle Busch, Kurt Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., so many of the drivers that are in NASCAR today that came from Legends cars. Again, a personal one for me, Chris Buescher, seeing him get 3 wins this year, coming out of not only the Texas Legends car program, but also spending summers in Charlotte, racing in the Tuesday night shootout and doing everything that he did there. It is literally, I don't know that you're going to find a resume in NASCAR, or it'll be rare to, at least right now, to find one that didn't somewhere start in Legends cars.
Yeah, I was watching the Chase Elliott documentary on Peacock, and he had a shot of him with his Legends car, and Joey Logano, another big Legends driver. So it's just a great way, kind of the Pop Warner, the grassroots form of racing, and that's really where it all starts. And a healthy grassroots system, getting more kids involved in our bandoleros, moving them to Legends. The great story about William Byron, who literally started on iRacing and went from iRacing to Legends, and now competing for a NASCAR Cup Championship in the Final Four. So it's a great way to get involved. Again, NX is the sanctioning body. That's short for inexpensive. So it's all relative, I guess, at the end of the day. But as far as motorsports goes, getting people involved, with bandoleros, with Legends cars, really a spec series. You don't have to spend a lot of money or effort or know a lot about the engineering of the car. The engines are sealed. Basically, you're buying your tires, and unfortunately, if you wreck, you got to buy parts. But it's a lot of fun to watch, and I always enjoy it in the summer, as you alluded to here in Charlotte on Tuesday nights, looking out of my office window, and so many names now that are starting to percolate up were names that I was listening to, 7, 8, 10 years ago, the Kaz Grallas and folks like that, who now are starting, hearing that name as a young line in Legends cars, to now see him moving up the ranks is a lot of fun. So again, a great way to get started in the sport. We're looking to continue to grow it. Again, with streaming, so many great stories to tell. Again, you talk about, we're all looking for how do we get more diversity and inclusiveness in the sport. You've got Black drivers, you got female drivers. That's that's the future of racing, and getting kids started young is a great way to continue to make sure the sport has a bright future.
Well, and we have a worldwide audience here today, Mike. So we should also mention, too, Legends cars are not being shipped just to wonderful dealers throughout the United States, but there is a large portion of what gets manufactured right there in Harrisburg, North Carolina, that goes overseas as well, right?
Yeah, it's the full name is U.S. Legend Cars International, and that international is very intentionally for a reason. And we continue to see tremendous growth in Europe, where it's become a partner series to a lot of the NASCAR and stock car racing over in Europe. We see tremendous growth in the Middle East and northern Africa, in Asia, South America. We're literally shipping cars to every continent and growing the sport there. Personally, I have a dream. I'd love to one day see the Legends cars be in the Olympics, and we need to start working with ACUS here in the U.S. and with the FIA globally to get that sanctioned. And again, it's a form of racing that's occurring across the world, and I'd love to see U.S. Legend cars rolling into the Olympic Coliseum as part of the opening ceremonies of the Olympic Games one day.
I think that would be actually pretty amazing. And why not, right? I think we should have motorsports.
Got to dream big.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Let's talk about some of the things just in the racing world. And again, this is not certainly NASCAR focused. We talk about NHRA, we talk about World of Outlaws, Legends Car Racing, and so many other different racing series that are being run at Speedway Motorsports facilities. Where we are right now, we got to see some great races this year. Also talked about a lot of success stories. A sellout of the Coca-Cola 600, for example, is just one of the sellouts, by the way. But where the trend is moving, where's the pendulum swinging these days?
Yeah, we really worked very closely with Steve Phelps and Ben Kennedy and Steve O'Donnell on the 24 schedule. And, we had this, mentioning the Olympics. The Olympics caused a huge, scheduling challenge with our partners at NBC, having the rights to the Summer Olympics next year and having 2 weeks there in the schedule that really wouldn't have made sense for us to go up against that, and would have been really challenging for NBC just to find broadcast channels to distribute it on, let alone find production people. But given that, I think we were able to come up with a really great schedule. We actually moved everything back a week to accommodate that extra week off. So the season next year, and Steve Phelps probably went over this a little bit, going to end a year later next year. But we're really excited about Atlanta Motor Speedway and the reconfiguration there. The reprofile has created some of the best racing in the series, and there's really 2 showcase events next year. We're coming off the Daytona 500. We're going to go right to Atlanta Motor Speedway, and that traditionally has been one of the biggest television audiences of the year. So I think it's a great opportunity to expose fans to a really exciting form of racing at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And then we took the summer date. We're going to move it back to the first race of the playoffs, which you get the playoffs opened with a bang there, and we're going to go from the high bank half mile of Atlanta to a true road course at Watkins Glen, and then wrap up that first round at Bristol. And going to be super exciting there, going from 16 to 12. Always a lot of energy and tension there. And speaking of Bristol, we're going to go back to 2 races on the concrete there. And, we really enjoyed the dirt experiment, and it was a lot of fun and produced a lot of great racing and a lot of memories and great moments. But felt like it kind of run its course. What we heard from the fans, they loved the racing on the traditional Bristol profile. And moving that off of Easter, that was another challenging weekend for some of our fans at Bristol. So moving that date into March, and getting it back on the traditional asphalt or concrete there, it should be a big win for us, and we're looking forward to that as well.
Opening new venues, also, really opening a new old venue in Wilkesboro Speedway. And it wasn't just 2023. It actually did open in 2022 with just a great month of asphalt racing, from modifieds to late models and everything. And Mike, I don't remember if you were standing there one winter with a weed eater in your hand or not with everyone else, but to be able to do that, and not just the challenges that go into reopening something that sat dormant for more than a quarter of a century, but also the decision to pull the trigger and say, yeah, let's not just open it, let's rebuild the infrastructure just like it was. And just here a couple of weeks ago, let's go ahead and add some new asphalt to the surface without taking away the character. What all goes into that?
Yeah, and really, first of all, credit to Marcus Smith, and he was one of those folks who was out there. He and Dale Jr. Were the ones out there, kind of whacking the weeds, just so really we could preserve it digitally for the team at iRacing to be able to go in there and scan the racetrack. And should give iRacing a lot of the credit for what happened at Atlanta as well, because we were able to extensively test the profile there before we actually moved an inch of dirt or laid an inch of asphalt virtually, and that really helped us to work out a lot of the kinks and develop a great track there. And so we wanted to preserve this great track digitally. But then, as you said, we had some great racing there 2 years ago, and one night when Dale Jr. brought the Sundrop car back out and we put 20,000 people there, we said, wait a minute, this place might still be viable for major racing events. And we had the opportunity celebrating the 75th anniversary of NASCAR last year. Wouldn't it be great, or this year, last season here in 2023? Doesn't seem like it's over already, but we had the chance to, hey, what a perfect way to kind of put a little bit of an extra special twist on that by having the All-Star race there at North Wilkesboro, and the energy and the excitement, and see so many smiles on people's faces, and a great, really 5 days of racing there, culminating with just a dominant performance by Kyle Larson. Credit to him to just, he's such a talent. Unfortunately, didn't produce some of the most exciting racing, but it was awesome to watch him put on that performance. And now we're going to, as you alluded to, we're going to repave and see what that does. And paving technology has come so far. And again, Steve Swift and our team at Speedway Motorsports, who redevelops these speedways, excited to see how that asphalt changes the dynamic, and maybe get a little more compelling racing there. The truck race was great, but looking forward to hosting the All-Star race there, and maybe a little bit less well-known repave that we're doing is out at Sonoma Raceway. And that was really, again, driven by motorsports. It wasn't driven by NASCAR per se, but that track is used every single day. There are people racing on that track, and the asphalt was really getting worn out. And it was okay from a racing perspective, but the feedback we were getting from a lot of other people were using the track saying, this place, needs a repave. It's starting to throw up a lot of chunks and things, and so we're gonna repave Sonoma. So again, another opportunity to push technology and use things like iRacing and new technology and asphalt to hopefully create a better race there in Sonoma. So we're excited for that. And then we'll also be taking a look, as we do annually, at all of our other facilities. And Texas is one that gets a lot of people asking. I thought we had a great race there when we finally had a race there this past playoffs. The first year, the race teams decided this is going to be the playoff race where we experiment with tire pressures. We had rain. We had rain. We had a new car, so it wasn't really a good test of the surface. And so we had a really good race, I think, this past year. So we're moving that race to April this year. So it's going to move out of the fall, getting away from football, which we all know is king in Texas, getting into that April window, which historically was the more popular of the two races when Texas had two race weekends. So we're really excited to see what racing does in April, and we'll take a look at that. But if we have a race like we had this past playoffs, I'd encourage everybody to go down there and see it. There's nothing like being in Texas for a race. The fans are great. The Fort Worth market is tremendous. So much to do. So great food. Good eating. A lot of fun. A lot of good times. So we're excited about the spring race in Texas this year as well.
Yeah. And the other part of that, and I'm glad you mentioned it too, that is the traditional race weekend, literally the traditional race weekend, April 12th through the 14th. You go back to 1997 when Jeff Burton picked up his first career victory in the NASCAR Cup Series. It was that weekend that all of that happened. And now here we are moving into 2024, but even enhanced with the weekend. Not only is it the triple header race weekend, but it was just announced that Kyle Larson's High Limit Sprint Car Series is going to run at the 4/10 mile dirt track as part of that weekend. The 5th Mile dirt track is going to be used as part of that weekend, and so much more. So when it comes to planning an event weekend, there are races during an event weekend, but it is an event weekend, and adding all of that to it. Mike, when it comes to all of that and everything that you can offer the fans on a race weekend, what kind of conversations happen to say, hey, let's not make this really fun. Let's make this one of the coolest things someone's going to do all year?
Yeah, that's really being there. If we learned anything during COVID, it was the importance of having fans at the track. It may have been a lot of fun to be able to watch racing when we were starved for sports, nothing else was going on. There's nothing like being at the track and the energy and the excitement that the fans bring. So not only is it looking at, okay, how does the Cup date play out, but then what other support races, where do the trucks fit in? Where does the Xfinity Series fit in? As you mentioned, triple headers, double headers, practice and qualifying. How do we balance that? And then if we've got some time left over, what other events can we bring? I think one thing you'll see next year is we're really going to get focused on the racing and the racing culture, and how do we get more drivers out into the fan zone to interact with the fans. We brought Trackside Live back and had Kenny Wallace at a lot of our races last year. Fans are there to engage in racing. So again, how do we bring in more legends? How do we get more people involved in the sport out in front of the fans? How do we get more race cars out in the midway? How do we get the fans better access to the cars when they're on pit road, around the garage? Racing is why people come to the racetrack. So we're always trying to figure out how do we get more racing and how do we get them closer to the racing, and for people who are really into it, how do we give them the best experience possible? So really looking at focusing on the racing and more racing, more different types of racing, and just more access to those involved in racing is something you're going to see from us going forward.
You know what? I'm glad you brought up Trackside Live. And for someone who doesn't know, you go back to the days of Speed Channel. They used to do that every single week. And it was actually a series of weekend-long events. And Mike, what Speedway Motorsports has done is brought that back with original talent as well. You mentioned John Roberts and Kenny Wallace. I know Wendy Venturini has helped out on several weekends, and a lot of great people out there. But I almost want to transition that into another aspect of motorsports as well. And this is a big part of the fan experience, and that's the midway. Whether it is the souvenir trailers to displays and all of that. And sometimes I look at it and think to myself that, you get into COVID or you get into a recession, and I'm sure there are people who run marketing departments at companies and say, you know what, maybe that was a nice to have. So if we need to trim a little, we'll trim that. And now I start looking at those things as really need to haves. If you're a company, we need to be in front of our customers. We need to have these road shows and these displays, but also from the racetrack side of things to put things out there, like you mentioned, with the speed stage again, to be able to go out there and say, here are the people, we're pushing them out to you as well. So can you give us an idea of that side of things, the outside the gate fan experience, and maybe where things are going with that now?
Yeah, we're definitely starting to see that come back, and I think smart marketers are starting to realize that not all engagements, not all touch points, and I think even the driver is starting to realize not all engagements are the same, and interacting with your fan base on social media is not the same thing as looking them in the eye, of shaking their hand, of signing an autograph, of taking a selfie. Brands are the same way. Going down to Texas Motor Speedway and going and getting a sample of Andy's frozen custard is a whole lot different experience than seeing a picture of Andy's frozen custard. So being able to actually interact, touch, feel, try, really experience what the brand has to offer, I think marketers are starting to realize there's real value in that. And not all these touches are equal in terms of the impact it can have on a fan base. So, we're seeing, again, the merchandise trailers, seeing more companies coming in and starting to sell merchandise, but really the brands are starting to realize, and even we as a sport are thinking about how do we get more of the sport into the midway. So NASCAR, creating the NASCAR experience and bringing that to every event, that probably something we couldn't do individually as speedways, but when we come together as an industry, it starts to make sense to have a high quality way to introduce a fan to NASCAR and show them what's going on, and be a place where we can showcase a lot of these things and host a lot of these events in a footprint that is there week to week, and that consistency is really important. But I also think it's really important to maintain the personality of each event, not even each track, but as you know, the Roval event at Charlotte has a much different feel than the Coca-Cola 600 does, and the power of Memorial Day and the pre-race there at one of the I think only 2 or 3 events the Department of Defense actually supports from a sports perspective. But having that kind of flavor and uniqueness, that pre-race at Sonoma should be much different than pre-race at Texas. The wine infused, maybe versus the steer infused, and the iconic events up in New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and the AC/DC tribute band that they have there, Dirty Deeds, on Saturday night, where fans bring out their red wagons and just hang out and sing along to songs that they love. Something that fans look forward to every single year. So you want to build those kind of tentpole events, and the fan base in Dover, and we've just been so impressed with their commitment to the Monster Mile, and how that midway continues to grow, how the fans continue to come out and support the event. They put up with a lot of challenging weather, and that's one thing we really looked hard at is can we find a date to move it around. And the hard part about a race is it's a data point of one. It's one weekend a year. So again, if we were one day off at Dover for the last 2 years, we would have had racing on time. So we still encourage people to get there, especially if you're in the Northeast. The racing is great at Dover. The experience is fantastic. The fans are great. I'm a little biased. I grew up in the southeastern Pennsylvania area, so Dover's kind of the closest track to me as far as growing up. But the fans up there love racing, so it's really fun to see that. And I'd encourage folks, who have a home track, to maybe think about, can I get to one of these other facilities? Can I go see racing in another part of the country? Because it has a whole different feel. The fan base is different. The racing may be very different. Road course versus short track versus flat intermediate versus super speedway. All those variables of the racing, but getting to see the people and feel the vibe of an event is so much fun to go to these different venues, and even different forms of racing. Going to an NHRA event has a much different feel than a NASCAR event, or a dirt track event has a different feel, from another form of racing. So trying out different things. You may not love all of them, but you'll make some new friends, and you'll get to see drivers who are really talented, and pit crews and teams that are working really hard to put on a great show. And I think the message I would also reinforce is, if you love racing, you have to go out and support it. I think the biggest threat that we have is the value of land. It is unbelievable. We see that in the housing market, but land continues to be incredibly valuable. And you see so many of the smaller short tracks around the country, families and promoters who have worked so hard and realized that, can I continue to bleed and sweat and work incredible hours and squeak out a minimal profit, or can I take this and generate generational wealth by selling this land to be redeveloped for some other purpose? And that's the biggest threat that racing has, is racetracks going away. And the way we combat that is by getting out and supporting racetracks, going out and seeing races, and let people in the racing industry know we're fans. We're not just on social media. We're not just watching, but we're actually spending our time and our money to go to the track and support the sport that we love.
And I think that's very well said. And with ePartrade really supporting the entire industry, from racetracks to sanctioning bodies to suppliers and vendors and all of that, Mike, with what Speedway Motorsports has year round, not just during the major event weekends, but year round, the things that people don't necessarily see on the public facing side, it supports all of that. And we really appreciate you coming on here today, and looking forward to a big 2024 season upcoming.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate all your work you do in promoting the sport, and appreciate that everybody's put this together, and really enjoyed it. See you all soon.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you very much. Brad, stay with us, and we're going to be back in a few seconds with USAC. So we're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back. Thank you.
you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to Race Industry Week. Our next session is going to be with USAC. So we should be joined any second by Ralph Sheehan and as well as Kevin Miller from USAC.
And this will be Kevin Miller's 4th year. So he's one of the originals that joined us, and he's really expanded USAC. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, how are you?
You again.
Great to be
Good
here.
afternoon, Kevin. Thank you for allowing us to have you again this year. I know you have to travel overseas this week, so thank you for making time for us. So we should have Ralph with us any second. Is right there coming in, so we'll let him take over. We had a very busy schedule this morning, so thank you very much, Ralph. We'll be with Ralph is right there.
Yeah, right here. I had to turn around for a second. I want to welcome the president and CEO of USAC, United States Auto Club, Kevin Miller. Kevin, how you doing, buddy?
Great, Ralph. Great to see you again, bud.
Okay, so Kevin, when I think of you and I think of USAC, I think of this.
It's awesome. That
Okay,
is awesome.
maybe not this generation, but basically a midget in a sprint car, and my heroes like AJ and Mario and the Unser brothers and Johnny Rutherford and guys like that. But Kevin, the modern USAC is so much more than that. I recently went to the 8-hour sports car race in Indianapolis, SRO event, went to go get my credentials, and boy, did I go to the wrong building. I went to the Speedway building. I needed to go to the USAC building across the street because USAC is very much involved with groups like SRO and helping them put on their events. You guys have broadened USAC into areas where when AJ crawled into that sprint car way back when, he had no idea USAC would ever go in the direction it's gone.
It's interesting. It's been quite a run, but if you look at our history, you look at the past, and you'll find our future. In 1958 to 1962, USAC had the largest road racing championship in America. Actually, the U.S. Road Racing Championship was USAC. And in 1962, the champion was Roger Penske. So you don't have to go too far back. But our history, included stock cars, road racing, sprint cars, midgets, and obviously IndyCar for 40 years. And when I came on board in 2008, we just had sprint cars and midgets and Silver Crown. And when you look down the path in 2008, the financial troubles, the market, the economy, it wasn't a healthy time for anything. And we knew as an organization, for us to be relevant in motorsports, that we had to look at a broader footprint for USAC long term. And we've done that. We've grown steadily since 2009 when we added Torque, the off-road series. You remember those days well. We added quarter midgets in 2009. And slowly we've built an organization that now includes the largest footprint of snowmobile racing, off-road trucks, a very large footprint in road racing with SRO, with Road to Indy, Radical, and the Porsche Sprint Challenge Series we own and operate. When you look at the footprint of USAC today, it's vastly different than 2008. But again, when you look at the past, it's not far out of the realm of us to do multiple series at one time. And we have focused on being a great sanctioning business as our core, which goes out to any motorsport operation out there.
I know the sprint car and midget world is near and dear to your heart, so I know it's not going away from you, Seth.
No.
But it is a very small part of what you do. You and I were talking not that long ago. You said 3% of the business, just 3% is sprints and midgets?
Well, when you look at memberships, so, back in 2008, 100% was sprint cars and midgets as a membership base. Today, as a membership base, it's 3%, meaning that we have virtually most people who race off-road today in the United States are USAC member to do that. King of Hammers, Ultra 4, the Gas Series, the Core Series up in Wisconsin, J Oklahoma, all those series are under the USAC umbrella and share a license program and insurance platform for commonality among all of them. We have a common off-road license for that. Same with snowmobile racing. There's over 40 snowmobile racing organizations, series, under International Snowmobile Racing, which we own and operate that. So when you start adding 4,000 snowmobile racers and 4,000 off-roaders, you get pretty strong mix and see why that 3% of sprint cars and midgets as the core is small. That doesn't mean that we treat it as 3%. Obviously, sprint car and midget racing with 100 events a year, stream live on Flow. We just had the Turkey Night Grand Prix on Saturday that was a packed house. One of the biggest ones we've ever seen at Turkey Night in recent history. And that is obviously a passion that we have, the dirt track racing. But there's a common thread through everything we do. And it's at a core, putting races on, timing, scoring, competition oversight, rule books, memberships, licenses, insurance. As a core, we are a sanctioning body, and that crosses whatever type of motorsport you want to operate in.
So you can really tailor make a program that works for whatever form of motorsport I might be trying to sanction.
Absolutely. Again, those commonalities between anything you do. When you put a motorsport event on, you've got to, you got to look at a rule book. You got to have safety. You have to have insurance. You have to have an entry system. You have to have somebody provide competition oversight, race director, timing, scoring, points, and pay the people. And no matter what racing series you have, that common aspect, we can take and shape it to the type of series that you have. We are truly focused today. I would say we started this project in 2016, and we doubled down last year in technology and how we're using technology to make our role as a sanctioning body much more efficient, and we can provide that efficiency to other organizations. Like SRO is a great example. SRO is a very major road racing group in the United States, yet underneath a lot of SRO today, you'll find USAC embedded throughout the process, whether it's license process, the registration process, the entry process, race control, timing, scoring, and the points. All that all works. Even near to your heart, Ralph, is the relationship to TV broadcast, feeding the timing, scoring, feeding the data, feeding the broadcaster and the announcers the information they need to talk about the race. All that's provided by USAC today. So we are using and investing heavily in technology as the world is changing. AI is really starting to play into, again, your mix as an announcer. We are now using AI for predictability. At what lap will car X take over car Y? And predicting that and feeding the announcer information that they now have to look at and can talk about what's happening on the track using AI to feed information of predictability. We're using AI now and again, going after that USAC very efficient model. We are now having the ability to take our timing scoring information, and as let's say you as the announcer, Ralph, you want to talk about car number 10. you, the announcer, have the control to push in car number 10. The cameras will actually follow car 10 automatically because we know where car 10 is on the track through GPS. So without anybody else but the announcer controlling the aspect of the broadcast, you, the announcer, have the complete control using AI of which cameras to operate based on what you want to talk about, based on the feed and the insights coming from the data of timing scoring. So we are working hard on technology. We know that that's the next plateau to complement where broadcast is going, meaning streaming, and trying to make the data, the race control, all complement together for the output of broadcast and streaming, and being very efficient because we all know that travel today, I look at it this way: when we travel a person to an event and we have to put them in a flight to get there, it's a $3,000 bill for the weekend. Person, travel, airfares, we're averaging right now $880 a flight versus just a few years ago was $330. Hotels, rental cars, everything is way up, food. And so the more we can become efficient, travel less people, do a better job, the better we are going to be prepared to help other series run an event at a cost-effective basis. That's our end game.
And it's interesting too, like I might not see a lot of USAC jackets walking around the venue, but they're there.
Yeah, we have taken another thing we did in 2016. We take a white label approach. Robbie Gordon, we operate the Robbie Gordon series from the competition standpoint. We don't own the marketing. That's let that be Robbie and all his marketing wisdom. But when it comes to competition on the track, that's USAC's role. And so you won't see USAC at Robbie Gordon when he's in Toronto, but behind the scenes, we're operating the competition side of that. SRO, our people walk around in SRO gear. We are taking a white label approach to the point where when we design, and we're managing many partners, entry systems, registration systems, license systems, all white labeled to their look and feel. And so you'll go get a media license, Ralph, at many of these events, and you're actually going through the USAC process to get that. That's why when you went to Indy, you came to the USAC building to pick it up.
Yeah.
And again, that's part of what we has been a success factor for us, is that white label approach. We're not trying to go blast USAC everywhere. We're trying to be the glue underneath that holds it all together and let the series and our partners shine in their marketing approach. And it's been very good. Even the Porsche Sprint Challenge, we actually own the Porsche Sprint Challenge series, or we license it from Porsche. But you don't see a lot of USAC around there. It's all Porsche. Porsche ID, Porsche websites. We put all that in place so Porsche is the lead, and it feels and looks like you're really embedded with Porsche, but USAC is actually running everything in that system. And again, part of our magic, part of our business plan, part of our success is taking that approach, which makes our partners feel very comfortable that we're not trying to come in and overrun them.
Yeah, I will say that when I went to Indy for that event, there wasn't a lot of USAC at the track, but over at your building, of course, all the ladies that were working registration and check-in were outfitted in USAC gear and everything. And the system ran very smooth and was very high tech, very similar to how buying a car these days has become the way you sign in and go through the whole process. Very, very smooth. Okay, but listen, Kevin, I still need dirt in my beer. So
yeah, for sure.
I go to a sprint car midget race every now and then. And you guys did have a very successful swing through California here just over the last couple of weeks. You had the Hangtown 100 at Placerville. You had Turkey Night. Car counts are up. I know Chili Bowl is not one of yours, but my God, 330 cars shows a midget is very strong in this country these days.
It's interesting because internally we feel midgets are strong, but they're pressured. We look at car counts all the time, and car counts are up, down. I can say that they're vastly improved from 2013, 14. Historically, you go back to Turkey Nights, there's 60, 70 cars. So they're not up to the history of Turkey Night, but it's healthy. At the same time, there's a lot of money in midget racing. The costs are high. We're concerned long-term. Like we keep looking at those things. We did introduce many years ago, it was an unpopular move that we did in 2013, but we put RPM limits in midgets to try and keep affordability in play. I was at Mopar many, many years ago when at Mopar, you remember the days when Greg Anderson seemed to win every race, and there's a lot of investment made in chasing RPMs back then and I know at Mopar we spent a lot of money, and it was all just how much air and fuel and how fast you can make that go through an engine, and those are the three combinations. And by controlling RPM, you can control some of the cost. We did that in midget racing. Again, midget racing is unusual. You don't have a spec motor. You have different motor platforms, push rod, overhead cams, all over the map. And to try and equalize that, like road racing, when you have the balance of power, to try and put balance of power in a midget racing is almost impossible. And by putting RPM limits in place through a balance of power approach, it does allow us a throttle that we can bring in newer, lower cost engines. There's a lot of things out there that are being produced today, motorcycle engines, two-cycle engines, or two-cylinder motors, things that you don't, that there's no way, but they're producing the power output that are equal to what you see on the track. So there's an interesting future in midget racing, but we need to have that throttle to make sure that people feel that it's equal when it's on the track. But the racing and midget racing today, I'm not sure you can find much better racing. What's happening on the track and the competition, the level of it. And it's very healthy, because when you look at where the new generation of racers are coming from, quarter midgets and micros, and that pipeline is full of raw talent. We see kids when they're 8, 9 winning quarter midget races, and they step into micros. And there's quite a few of them that have moved up the ranks. Hell, Alex Bowman was a quarter midget champion for us back in 2009, 10. When you look back and see Carson Hocevar, who won a whole crap load of quarter midget races, and now he just landed a cup deal. There's so many names out there that are in the pipeline today that started their careers in quarter midgets and micros and moving up, and there's so many more in that pipeline. I think the health of motorsports, at least on the side of the business of circle track and dirt tracks, very healthy for the future.
Got a few folks that have come in through our chat line. One gentleman, Paul out of Mexico, is wondering if you're going to be bringing USAC south of the border anytime soon.
Well, I lived in Mexico City for about 5 years, my days at Mopar. I don't see us crossing the border. I'd love nothing more than to have a race in Mexico. Logistically, it's just almost impossible to do that with our teams, transporters, to take them into an operation like that. You would need a very large scale event that paid a lot of money to have something happen like that. But logistics almost preclude that. Even today, when we go to Canada for road racing, you do have challenges with logistics and crossing the border that do make it very difficult, and you always lose quite a few cars that will go because they just don't want to take the hassle of that.
Chris Stifler just chimed in as well, said thanks for everything you're doing with the Porsche Sprint Challenge, and he's looking for any updates for 2024. How's that schedule going to expand?
We got a great schedule. I'm very excited about 2024 for Porsche. We're hitting all the big venues. We added Watkins Glen. We start with Sebring. We end at Sonoma. We hit Coto. We hit Road America, of course. Great venues. I think there's 11 races in total between the National and the West Coast Series. So that That program has been very, very good. I know our car count next year, we're expecting about 60 cars per event, just Porsche, which is just tremendous. We're adding an endurance mini series. At 3 of the events, we'll do a kind of a 1-hour endurance race at the end of Sunday to close out the weekend. And we will be announcing a 4th endurance race as a standalone next November, hopefully soon. So the Porsche community of motorsports is very, very healthy. We bring on the new GT4 RS next year as a brand new car. I think there are 26 of them committed already. So we're experiencing something great there. And we did take a fresh approach to a one-make series like Porsche. We're trying to bring a little bit more fun for the weekend. And again, part of it was a little bit being a little naive when we got into Porsche series. We came in with a whole bunch of banners. We're thinking like dirt track racing. We got to ring banners and flags, and people don't do that at road racing. So, and we brought in really nice hospitality, tried to make it more fun. We have every weekend we have a prost where we celebrate all the drivers with us. We have a pizza maker and hot dog maker. We have free pizza all weekend long. So we take a whole different approach that most of these are gentlemen racers that are spending a lot of money for the weekend to be there, and we want to make it fun for them. They have choices. They can go boating, they could go travel, they could do whatever they want that weekend. They choose to be there. We want to make sure they're having a good time.
Okay, well, let's talk about the other one then, sprint cars. We haven't dipped our toe. I got to see the USAC cars in action this summer at Knoxville during the Hall of Fame induction weekend. And boy, there's something about watching somebody who really knows how to drive a non-winged 410 sprint car and backing it in. It is still a spectacle that is something that you have to witness. Is sprint car racing, the non-wing version, going well? We see everything that's happening in the wing world these days. How about non-wing competition?
Absolutely. It's interesting. Again, we've been sprint car of our Circle Track series. Sprint cars is the fan favorite. It is definitely the one we have more resources behind. The points funds are larger. We've put more behind it every year. You see guys like Brady Bacon and the Robert Ballows who are making a livelihood out of that series. We don't have the level of financial impact that the wing guys do have today, but we're very healthy. Healthier than we've ever been in the past. Levi Jones, who's a 7-time USAC champion, will give me grief. I bet you every week I get a text from Levi that shows his Oakley watch he won in 2008 and not the $100,000 prize. But it's a great reminder of how far we've come because again, Levi, being a 7-time champion, can look at the days he raced and look at what we're offering today. And it's a reminder that we have put a lot on the table for our racers. This year we did a trifecta where we were going to pay, if you win, place, or show on 3 races, up to a $30,000 bonus. We have upped the ante on Indiana Sprint Week to $10,000 to win races. We have several $20,000 to win races, a $30,000 win race. So what we took approach for our sprint car group a year ago is let's build quality over quantity. Let's not add races. Let's take the ones we have and make them better. And that approach has really worked well. Again, the NOF trifecta idea, we took 3 races that already existed, raised the purses, put the bonus out there. In fact, one of our bonuses did hit Logan Seavey. We said if you win 2 of our Triple Crown, we double your prize money. And so Logan won the Midget Championship and the Silver Crown Championship. So he doubles his points winnings that will be awarded next Friday night at our banquet. And if you win all 3, it's a $300,000 deal. So we feel really good about the money we're putting out there for sprint cars. and our schedule kicking off at Volusia. In fact, we have our largest ever race schedule for Florida between Volusia and I think we're 2 weekends at Bubba's Place in Ocala and Volusia in the middle. So there's a whole bunch of nights of sprint cars to kick off the year in February, and the biggest schedule, the most aggressive schedule we've had.
Fantastic. Kevin, as long as I've known you, you've never shied away from getting yourself in hot water with stuff.
Oh, where are we going with this?
Well, and taking maybe directions that not everybody agrees with at the time when you take the direction, but then after a while they see that your vision wasn't so far off base. And one of those for you was streaming. You were one of the first sanctioning to embrace streaming, and a lot of people thought that was going to kill their gate. But look at where we're at now.
Yeah, what's interesting, Ralph, is we actually streamed Turkey Night in 2009 live successfully, but so it was one of the first years I was here. We used the back end of IMS, their servers, to do it. I think the people my old agency, J.R. Thompson out of Detroit, helped us. And at 29,000 people watching, it broke. And throughout the, streaming was hot and cold, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And I always thought and stated that we weren't going to stream until we were ready to, from a quality standpoint. And in 2019, Flow approached us. And I'll be honest, had no clue what Flow was, and wasn't even really talking to Flow at the time. We were actually talking with Dirt Vision and looking at a partnership there. But when Flow approaches with the economics of $149 a year, but you got hockey, basketball, all these other sports, it really reminded me of ESPN and Thursday Night Thunder when ESPN started. And we took a gamble with Flow. We were the first people to sign with Flow, first group. We had 300 people watching night one. And I just got the result. The numbers for Turkey Night was over 100,000 people watching. We did have problems the first couple of years. We had very vocal track promoters that came and said, "Hey, you're going to hurt our gate. I don't want you to do this." And we pushed forward. We have a couple of promoters that still don't want it, and we've honored that and respected that on some cases. But at this point, we have proven the success of streaming. Again, our biggest crowds. I'll shout out to Reese O'Connor and Tom Helfrich, two of the naysayers early on, who both called me this year and said, "Don't ever let us talk about streaming again," because they had huge crowds this year. So we're very thankful for that direction of the sport. We do believe it's building the future audience for us. And if you're not relevant on this iPhone, if you can't see things live, I don't think you'll be relevant in the future.
Okay, so since you're the great visionary of things going forward, what's the next thing that you're going to tell everybody we should go do, and they're all going to think you're crazy until it works?
Well, you can just follow our lead. We have invested. We doubled down on technology a year ago. We hired a head of technology, chief officer of technology. We have put in place things in the last 12 months that nobody knew even existed. And like I think I teased before, we will be using AI in the near future on race operations to make it more efficient. And so technology is where we're going to not only double down, we're going to triple down technology, and that will make USAC an efficient platform for any partner that we work with to operate races more effectively, more efficiently, and more exciting. because at the end of the day, you'll be giving more information to the fan base. And that's where we are taking our direction, technology.
That's really exciting. Kevin, I know Francisca is going to be jumping in here any second now to move on to the next.
I see him.
You see him. All right. So just before I let you go, give me one or two things that you want folks to know to look for with USAC across all your different platforms, whatever you want to highlight going into 24.
Yeah, I think the word for us is really being a great partner. Whether you see us at Porsche, whether you see us at an off-road event, I know like my guys are flying out Tuesday to meet with King of the Hammers to try and make King of Hammers enhance competition, enhance the event. What we're trying to do is bring together expertise and be better partners across the board with everybody we work with. So when you see us at the track in 2024, our message is we're hiring great talent. We're leveraging that talent. It could be the same race director that at an off-road event to a rallycross event to a Porsche event. And we're leveraging those people to make them experts in motorsports and share those instead of just bringing in one guy a weekend to do a specific event, and then we won't see him again for 6 weeks. So again, we're trying to build quality over quantity, and that is our key message right now.
Great, Kevin. I look forward to seeing you at the races in 24.
All right, thanks, Ralph. Thanks, Francisco. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going to transition directly to our next session, Ralph, and we're going to bring Bob Sargent with us. And as we heard Kevin talking about the importance of streaming, I'd like to remind everyone that this year, not only we're live on Zoom, but we're live on YouTube, on ePortrait YouTube channel, Racer YouTube channel, Speed Sport YouTube channel, as well as on racer.com, on speedsport.com. And so, we are going to be, we're being joined right now with Bob Sargent. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. Welcome back to the program. We had you last year, and we are waiting for Ralph. He's taking a little.
Ralph will be right back. But it's been so fun to watch Kevin grow the USAC series, and I remember him coming into the PRI office years ago when he took over that position, and look how he's grown it. Proud of all he's all the different directions with TV, streaming, just everything. It's amazing.
Absolutely. Bob, while we wait for Ralph, one of the questions that the attendees often ask is, where did you start and how did you end up to where you are today? You have a very interesting career.
Yeah, we fortunately started at a small dirt track in 1985, Macon Speedway, and just worked with Kevin a lot at USAC and many different series and sanctioning bodies, and did more and more racetracks as we went through the years. So kind of had that quantity that he was talking about for a long time, and he's right. Now I think it's time to start working on quality, and we're proud to be able to work with all the different partners that we have.
Well, we're happy to have you back on with us. So thank you. Now you're in a professional's hands with Ralph.
I agree.
Hey, Bob, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, Ralph.
Good. Listen, there's so much to talk with you about. And I think the first thing, for those that maybe have never met you or don't know the list of the depth and the breadth of everything you've got going, can you tell us how many racetracks you're currently running and how many different races you put on this year?
Oh, Ralph, that's a tough one. But, I think just Track Enterprise alone was doing around 26 racetracks at our specialty events. And then when we took on the different series, CRA, Midwest Tour, helped with Southern Super Series, started our Stars National Tour, those numbers of tracks just really multiplied quickly. So a lot of racetracks.
It's incredible. And you're involved in 2 wheels and 4.
We do. We're proud to work with AFT. We've done some motocross before, but AFT at the DuQuoin Mile has always been a lot of fun. So, just glad to be doing a lot of different types of racing, and again, worked with Kevin Miller there a lot. So it's just good to have a wide variety of and a lot of depth.
Let's start by talking about the ASA Stars National Tour, which you have the logo behind you there, which I got to be a part of this year in the inaugural rejuvenation of the series, which was fantastic to be a part of that. We ran 10 races this year. They were all very successful. What was your reason for going out and attempting to unite all of these late model racers the way you did?
Well, I think the number one reason was the demand. As we were doing more pavement racing at Nashville and with our friends at ARCA, we were hearing more and more about a pavement late model national tour. A lot of people talked about doing one. A lot of people talked about the void that was left after ASA All Pro. Bob Harmon and Rex and everybody Robbins that was doing these national tours per se. Seemed like there was a void. Seemed like the teams and the fans were asking a lot about it. So as we progressed from Nashville on to purchasing CRA and then talking with Greg McCarnes with the Midwest Tour, and then obviously our relationship with Tim and Pat at the Southern Super Series, it became more and more evident that this national tour was possible to get started again. So that was kind of the thought process. And again, it's only been less than 12 months when we announced this, and we did get our inaugural season in with 10 races, but again, we feel we're in the very early stages of really doing something good.
As I think about the late model series that are running around the country, it's very challenging, I think, even for those that are in the midst of it, to really understand everything that's going on with it. And there's super late models and pro late models and late models. It gets really kind of confusing and convoluted in there. How do you go about then diving in and saying, okay, I need a little bit of this, a little bit of that. We're going to mix it all up in a pot, and this is going to be our national tour?
Well, we focused on just the super late models. So even though we found out as we got started, those rules were a little bit different from region to region, the basic super late model out there across the United States was very similar. It's different than the pro late model. It's different than the limited stock. It is a true super late model on pavement. And those rules basically just needed tweaked and joined together a little bit better from different region to region, possibly some things that happen over the years, normal progression that maybe got not teched the same in different areas. So that's what we've done. We've spent a lot of time in joining all those tech procedures and gray areas in the different regions of the rules together. And, we really have a lot of focus working with the teams on cost containment. As I think a few of your other guests have talked about, the cost of racing, cost of living in our society today has really increased dramatically since COVID and some of the supply chain issues. So we're going to spend a lot of time with cost containment for these guys.
You were able to unite almost the entire country in just the first season. How tough is it going to be to pull everybody together?
Well, again, with us being directly involved in the three major regional series, whether we, talk to the people out west or the people out east a little more, I don't see it being that difficult for us to get on a national set of rules, similar to what the 410 sprint cars, Kevin Miller's USAC sprints, the non-wing sprints, some of these other series have done a good job. Now, a lot of that was dirt I just mentioned, but the philosophy and the theory is still the same. If you can race in Madison, Wisconsin, you can race at Pensacola, vice versa. So we're really focused on getting everybody together, even working with some other sanctioning bodies and some other series. But maybe that can help in the cost containment is keeping these people all on the same rules.
You did a tremendous job in putting up big purses for these racers each and every round, and you took them to the most famous, most sought after venues that they all want to say they raced at and won at, including North Wilkesboro this year as part of the rejuvenation of that historic venue. You went back to Winchester, you were at Nashville, Madison, Milwaukee. I mean, the ASA Stars National Tour hit all of the famous tracks, Five Flags and so forth. Where do you go from here now? How fast can you expand out? Will it be 10 races again in 24, or are you going to go further?
No, in 24, we're going to have 10 races again. We hope to announce this schedule at PRI. It is pretty well put together right now. So it'll be 10 races again, 10 plus. You know, when we talk about these other 3 regional tours, those are very important to us. So we feel that we really need to continue building the strength of all this and, you know, just not grow too fast. We did learn some things about the teams and the travel and the budgets. And for 2024, we felt that 10 races was a good number for these teams to be able to afford. You know, when we ask them to go up and down the road to the south or to the north, you know, that's expensive for these guys to do. And when we first started, and maybe even today, 10 does not sound like very many, but we found quickly that that was a tall order for pavement racing to be able to go and spend the money with the crews, the motels, the tire bills, different cars. It's so much different than dirt. So we learned that very quickly. And we feel that to do this properly, looking ahead into 25, 26, that for 2024, we're going to stay with 10 races.
You also brought in a great cast of racers. We had hugely popular veteran super late model racers like Bubba Pollard, and we had bright young talent like Gio Ruggiero, who came out and won races this year. So it looks like the core of what you need there from the driver's part of it is set, that you're able to attract a legend like Bubba, yet show that if you come and race with the ASA Stars National Tour for a young driver like Gio, then maybe it's a stepping stone up the ladder to something bigger and maybe onto NASCAR like ASA did back in the 90s with drivers like Johnny Benson and Jeff Neal and so forth and so on.
Well, yeah, I mean, you hit it on the head. We had over 121 teams this year participate with us. You know, one race had 55 drivers. I mean, so we had great participation. And I think me being the promoter that we've done all these races and watching series and what makes it successful for the fans, take ARCA, for instance, when we had Frank Kimmel and Ken Schrader and everybody racing there, and then the young people were coming up through it, whether it be how Justin Allgaier did or the multitude of drivers that came through ARCA here now and went straight to NASCAR. This is just like maybe a series below the ARCA Menard series, and we feel that we have the same strength for the fans in our driver talent pool, where the Bubba Pollards or the Stephen Nassies or on down that list can continue to stay in this series, make a living, obviously go to some other races throughout the summer, but this is a good place to stay. Or it's a great place for a young driver to come through, hone his skills, get a lot of laps, learn about pit stops, learn about crew members, learn about the car, and have some NASCAR scouts watching him as he's making laps here in this series. So I believe that's what we're going to build on. We're going to build strongly on the veterans versus the young kids coming through. And, you know, whether it's the young females, the diversity programs, whatever it be, we feel that's a big part of this. And another thing that we found, Ralph, is that team owners, you know, we have owners just like NASCAR, just like ARCA does, that can give up a good young person a great place to race and some good equipment with a good pit crew and a good spotter and a good chief. So we just think that this level was looking for something that like we're getting ready to offer them.
I got a lot I want to get to with you. And one last thing here with the ASA Stars National Tour. One of the things I really liked this season was that you got on to some of the traditional events throughout the country that super late model racing, ASA racing has been a big part of, and you made those a part of the future for ASA. One of those, for example, big race up at Kaukauna, Wisconsin International Raceway. traditional race date, traditional event, ASA Stars headline of the show really helped take it to another level.
It did. You know, we're fortunate to have some great venues, but also some great partners in these promoters that took a chance with us. They wanted to take it to the next level. So what we do now, again, we're only going to pick 10, and there's always that fine line of the local, the regional contingent versus these national guys that are going to travel from the south to the north or vice versa. So we really have to be conscious of all that. And again, by only keeping it to a 10 race schedule for now, we think that we'll be able to really pick again 10 premier facilities for these racers to go. We've already announced our opening date, so we can talk about that. Be a first time for us. We'll be going to New Smyrna down there in February for their World Series, for their Speed Weeks type event. On Tuesday, February 13th, will be our opening race for the Stars Series. So we think that's really going to kick it off great.
That's fantastic. Last year was at Five Flags. I assume, I know you can't talk about it yet, but hopefully you'll be going back to Five Flags again. That's such a fantastic speedway for late model racing. But New Smyrna during Speed Weeks, kicking off Speed Weeks, that's just tremendous. Okay, let's shift it a little bit to something else I know is very important to you, and that's the Milwaukee Mile. You've had a long history of working and promoting at the Milwaukee Mile. What can you tell us about what's coming there in 2024?
Well, there's a lot of racing, I can tell you that. You know, when we started there with the late models several years ago with Greg McCarnes and the Midwest Tour, the management, the staff, some of the fans had one of the media ask me, why are we even trying? You know, they thought it was dead. It was beginning to get its last rites, and we were fortunate. The fans came out, the racers came out for our first late model race there on Father's Day weekend, and we stuck with it. We made some improvements. We brought the Arca Menard series in with a great sponsor, Sprecher. Just everything was coming together really good. And then we got our NASCAR truck race. So last year was our first NASCAR truck race there with Clean Harbors. And I tell you, it was just a huge crowd, a great race, a great weekend to be involved. And so we feel proud about building all that. And then this year, you know, well known in the media, IndyCar will be coming back also. So, man, the Milwaukee Mile will have a lot of racing going on this year.
Is its future secure, or does it always depend on how it did this year? Is it whether or not we go again next year?
The future, I believe, is very secure, at least as far as I'm concerned. And one telltale sign of that is the state of Wisconsin and the Milwaukee management there at the facility has done such a good job, and they've invested a lot of money. Last year, I think they spent over $3 million in safety enhancements for the NASCAR truck race. And this year, they're even spending more. They do it a phase 1 and a phase 2, and I think they'll even be in a phase 3 not too long. So I think that's a pretty good telltale sign that the Milwaukee Mile will be open for a long time for auto racing.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. I know one of the things that you and I talk about a lot that we both scratch our heads over, and we hate to see it winding down, is mile dirt track racing. You promote two of the best in the world at DuQuoin and Springfield, and unfortunately, just two of the few that are left racing. Why can't we keep mile dirt tracks open for business with auto racing?
Well, again, I mean, I don't want to be selfish, but I'm very proud to say that that we're working with the two that are left, Springfield and DuQuoin, and again, the future looks very bright there. The state of Illinois, the governor's very bullish on what we're doing there. To speak of the other ones that didn't make it, just different, areas and markets. Where Syracuse, what happened to that? Indianapolis, we had a part of that for a while, and they moved forward with some economics, and they're a dirt mile, very big, very large. So we don't get to race there weekly. We don't get to race there bi-weekly. Sometimes we race there once or twice a year. And some of these state entities felt that the economics weren't making sense. Part of the reason for not being able to race there more often is these cars that we have today, the weekly cars, just really aren't built for these big tracks, whether it be the motors, the transmissions, the roll cages. A lot of things aren't built for these high-speed tracks. So to go to the dirt miles is is going to be a luxury that we're all going to get to enjoy, hopefully for a long time. Back to USAC again, the car counts have been through the roof lately. We approach 40 every year, where back in, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we were lucky to have, 15 show up. So that's increased greatly. The ARCA counts are picking up more. Again, the flat track motorcycles are very exciting on the dirt miles. So again, we're just happy and proud to be involved with Springfield, McCoy, and the other tracks. We're just going to have to settle for what we have.
I know Cal Expo is going away this year from the flat track schedule out in Sacramento, my hometown. And the reason being, the horse community doesn't want the cars on the track that the horses are racing on. Now, I understand that we've had some issues with horses getting injured and all that, and that we don't want to see that happen. But can you explain from your experience what the cars do to the track that's so bad for the horses?
Again, my experience is they don't do anything to the track. Today's equipment, we can make the track hard. We can make it soft, deep. We can do anything we want. So I don't think that's it as much as the horse people just want it to themselves. So it's that simple. I mean, we've been fortunate working together with the people at Springfield, McCoy, with the horse people. We respect them and try to give them the racing service right back as quickly and as the dirt as they want it back. And the track crews do a good job with that. So I think there is definitely a course for horse people to work with the car people or the motorcycle people. So I think it's all just in, the preference of the facility and the state. And hopefully that's all driven to work together and allow both, because there are fans and participants on both sides.
One place that's doing very well these days is Nashville. You've had a lot to do with Nashville. Can you update us on what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, this day and age, everybody can probably read their phones every 15 minutes, but definitely in the news a lot down there. We've been running what we call a local program for several years now with our 10 races, culminating with the All-American 400. And it's been going very well. You're right. And we're proud of what we've done there. But the place is needing some upgrades. They've built a new soccer stadium right beside us. They've upgraded the streets and the areas around us. So the facility of the racetrack, it is in great condition for what some tracks are we race at, but it does need some painting and some upgrades. Still doesn't have soft walls, still doesn't have a tall fence, new lighting, new scoreboard, some things like that it will need. Or Bristol, the people at SMI have put forth a proposal to start all over with a bigger, fancier, real brand new place. So we're in support of whatever it takes to keep racing in Nashville. We work with the SMI and the Bristol people very well. And it's going through the city process now. Nashville is owned by the Metro City of Nashville. So the Fair Board's approved the new plan by SMI. And now they're going through the process with the city government to get the proper votes. And we'll see. Again, that's all going to be coming up very quickly. And hopefully, any way we can, we'll see car racing to continue in Nashville.
Bob, as you look at the life of a traditional weekly promoter, what's the biggest challenge for promoters these days as opposed to, say, just 5 years ago?
Well, I don't want to be cliche, but as cycles go, the society, again, we can talk about 2008 when the economy went bad. We can talk about COVID when we just had this shutdown. We can talk about supply chain. We can talk about the fairly new invent of our internet and iPhones and things like that. We can talk about more competition for these racetracks locally, whether it be festivals and fairs and people at the bowling alley or wherever they might be, going on vacation, it's easier to travel now than it was years ago, things of that nature. But I think the biggest challenge for a weekly promoter is just the fact that our expenses have went up, and we need to do a good job at the racetracks, promote these events. They're still live events. So if you see a sold out NFL game or a sold out college football game, there's no reason we can't have a sold out racetrack. We're putting on a event, a place to bring your family, your kids to grow up with a tradition. And by the way, it just happens to be a sporting event that they can root on different drivers. So I think the biggest challenge for the weekly promoter is just keeping up with the times and doing a very good job at promoting his or her facility.
How in tune to social media do you really need to be a successful promoter these days?
I say this often, and again, not being cliche, Ralph, but you have to be in tune to many things. This is a big bowl, a big stew that has many ingredients, and social media is one of 30 ingredients you need to be really paying attention to. Whereas, again, 20 years ago, social media was not a bother of a weekly promoter, but now it is, and it's just part of it. You need to be very in tune. You need to use it to your advantage, and also keep in tune of the bad things that are happening on social media. So it's just another tool in the toolbox that a promoter can use.
When you look at the marketplace, do you see any young promoters out there? You used to be that guy, Bob. You used to be that young promoter who is very aggressive and coming on board that all the older promoters would look at and say, here's a future star of the promotion game. And you've become that. But do you look out there and do you see a few across the country that you say are sports in good hands? Or do you greatly worry that it's too tough these days for a young guy to get what he needs, whether it's a bank loan or somebody to give him an opportunity or that sponsorship that he might need to open a facility up to keep the sport growing?
I don't think it's too tough. I think if you look back to the 1930s all the way up to now, any small business is tough. We know the failure rate of small businesses is very large. So this is no different. It's a small business. It's a very aggressive, very challenging one. But again, I'm sure people that own restaurants would say the same thing about a restaurant or a gas station or a trucking company or a concrete company. They're all very hard work. And your point about new promoters coming up, I don't see as many as I'd like to see, but they're out there. They're just a little farther and fewer between. Again, you don't have to read the paper very long or the internet very long to find out that we're all in high demand looking for employees and the next person to take on a business. So I don't think we're any different than the other local business down the street.
Is it easier? I've heard this from promoters these days. It's easier to promote every now and then a big event than it is to promote weekly.
Ralph, it's absolutely easier to promote a bigger event if it's already established and making money. Now, getting to that point is not easy. So my point to that is, they don't just come and fall off trees. The Snowball Derby, the World 100, we could go on and on and on about big, popular events, but none of them fell off a tree. The Chili Bowl, they said, didn't make money for the first couple of years. So none of them are easy. But I don't think a young new promoter should look at those big events. You should be consistent. Do your best job at the ones that you do. And when you get fortunate enough or work hard enough to get one that takes legs and starts growing, then grow that, yes. But the bigger ones are not easier, no.
I know Francis is going to be jumping in here in a minute, so I want to get two more in here real quick with you. Is the cost of promoting an event from some of these sanctioning bodies too far out now to make it feasible to put on? The cost of everything, as you said, has gone so high up, and you're on both sides of it because you're taking a touring national body around that you need people to maybe promote your events with. At the same time, you're dealing business with other sanctioning bodies. Have they gotten too expensive?
It's all relative. Some of them have, yes. But again, it's what your facility or what your market will bear. Do you have a big sponsor? Do you have an arena that will seat 2,000 people or 20,000 people? So again, it's all relative. And I think the job of that promoter is to be honest with himself and the people he works with and work within your means.
Bob, as you look towards 2024, what would you like race fans and the industry to know about what Track Enterprises and all of this stuff you have going is going to be doing next year? What should we look forward to, and how do we stay up with everything you have happening?
Well, I think you can go to trackenterprises.com and follow about everything. You can go off on all our different branches, from our events to our facilities to CRA, Midwest Tour, Southern Super Series, and then, of course, the Stars National Tour, the ASA Stars National Tour. So you can find your information on all that. But I think we should look forward to, again, just us being a little more entertaining. Again, as Kevin said earlier, quality. I think we can fine tune some things that we've been putting a lot of work into, and now we can address more entertainment, more responsibility with our teams and our drivers, make it fun for them and profitable as we can. And again, the bottom line is to make sure that the paying fan and his family see a great event in a timely fashion.
Well, Bob, it's been great to have you on here. Thanks for letting Speed Sport be a part of the production team for the ASA Stars National Tour 2023. We look forward to continuing that relationship with you down the road. And I cannot wait to get back to DuQuoin and Springfield for some mild dirt track racing. Two of the best ever. They're fantastic. And any young promoters out there, you can't be afraid to get your hands dirty like Bob does. This year, I saw him on the tractor, dirt farming at DuQuoin. As soon as he got off the tractor, he got in his car and drove all the way to Milwaukee to do the race there. Always on the move. Thank you, Bob. Great having you on here again. Francisque, back to you.
Thank you very much, Bob. You know, Ralph said it perfectly. You are what this industry is all about. Thank you very much, sir. Ralph, thank you for all your sessions today. We'll see you back in the next few days. And now we're going to transition directly into our next session as it's already 1:30. So we're going to be talking Track Attack. That's a series I love because it's basically an open rule book, and you go as fast as you can on one lap on the racetrack. It's fantastic. And we have Jason again with us this year. So I see Jason on. So Brad, we'll just dive into it directly because it's already 1:31.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Francis. Thank you very much, Judy. We will see you guys here shortly. And this is going to be a fun one. Global Time Attack is what we're going to talk about here now. And Jason, I don't want to mispronounce your last name. Is it Dienhart or Deinhart?
Dienhart. Thank you.
Dienhart. Okay, good. At least I got it right on the first guess. But anyhow, how are you today? Thanks a lot for coming on with us.
I'm doing great. I appreciate you guys having us on. This has been a great experience the last few years. It's always nice to be able to have the opportunity to talk about time attack racing.
Well, let's give a quick review exactly what time attack is. And man, you guys are coming up on your 20th season of this, if my math is correct, 21st season.
Well, there's an event that we've taken over that Super Street Magazine started back in 2004 that they used to call the Super Lap Battle at Buttonwillow. It was always the week after SEMA. It started off the first few years as an editorial event. I used to actually work there as an event ops person for the magazine, and luckily was a part of creating the rule book back with John Laderi, who was the editor at that time back in 2004. And the event went on 2004, 5, 6, on upwards to 2010. When we started Global Time Attack, I ended up leaving the magazines back in 2006. Long story short, 2012, we started working together on that event, and I've taken it over since as Super Street's become less event oriented, no more magazine, they're online only. So yeah, we're very grateful, proud to be able to be the curators of that event now and carry on that tradition of the first organized time attack for our scene in the United States back in 2004. So yes, we just had the 19th one. And yeah, next year is going to be the 20th. So we're looking to do some special things next year to commemorate that.
Wow, that's pretty special for sure. Well, give us an idea of what an event weekend is like. In fact, you guys have your first one coming up at the beginning of March as well. So
yes.
Tell us a little bit about the 2024 schedule. And for someone who's never experienced it, what is a weekend like?
All right. Well, if you don't know what time attack racing is, it's a race against the clock. They're not racing for a checker or in a traditional race in a time format of a 40-minute race or a 20-minute race. It's almost set up like action sports in a sense to where each team will be in a group of cars, maybe 12 to 15 cars, depending upon the track, and they'll get 4 heats. We call them sessions per day, 2 before lunch, 2 after. They're usually 15 minutes long. And those are the only opportunities that you have to go out there and lay down your fastest lap. Usually events are 2 days, and that will happen over a 2-day period, normally Saturday and a Sunday, sometimes a Friday and a Saturday. And whatever your fastest time was for your team, your car, over that 2-day period is what gets used to create, the winners in the podium. Each of our competitions are different. Like a lot of racing series, the first one you talked about coming up in March is at Circuit of the Americas, otherwise known as COTA in Austin, Texas. Beautiful facility, awesome track. We've been renting that one out as our first event of the year since 2019. The past one that we just had back earlier in March of 2023 was the biggest and baddest one that we've ever had yet in terms of an overall event. So this one's a little bit unique because we go in as the full promoter, and Time Attack is the star of the weekend. We have support racing series there like Grid Life's GLTC, which is a wheel-to-wheel racing competition that they have and a series that they have. So one of their first stop is at our Super Lap Battle event at COTA, which is great. We also have a drifting element. Lone Star Drift comes out, does ride-alongs. They do some parade laps. So that's a lot of fun. There's an exhibition going on in the skid paddock. Just Vibes Car Show has a huge car show. Last year, there was 300 cars on display. COTA also thankfully does a Cars and Coffee on the Sunday. So there's like another 400 or 500 cars out there for the Cars and Coffee. So it just creates a really cool motorsports festival. It's very accessible. The paddock's open, the pits are open, the garages are accessible for families to come out and young people to experience these cars, and for fans to come out. Because it's an F1 track, we're able to get some of the best time attack cars in North America to come at the same weekend and compete against each other. We've had some international teams in the past. COTA kind of put a little speed bump in the road on that, but the prices for containers are coming back down to normal. So we're looking at creating that pathway again and getting some more international teams from Australia and from Japan. We work closely with Ian Baker of World Time Attack Challenge in Australia, which is the largest event that happens once a year, usually every October. Road Atlanta is in May. It's our second event traditionally. That one, we're a support series, so this one's much different. We're not the star of the show at that one. It's a Formula Drift event. It's actually called Drift Atlanta. And I believe it's Formula Drift's first major event that they ever had was this particular event. I want to say that was in, gosh, I can't remember, maybe 02, 03 or something like that. So it's been going on for a very long time. We've been a part of it as a support series since 2012. So again, long time running. That's what we like to create with these time attack events. Are annual events, obviously once a year, at really cool tracks, cool circuits, same time of the year. So we could just build, a tradition. And Road Atlanta has been one of those. That's great. After that, we've got a new one that we're adding to the schedule at Pikes Peak International Raceway. It's called Ascend. It's their event, and we're coming on as a partner to be the time attack component and to take over that portion of the event and make sure that that's safe, fast, fun, and good for everyone. So we're really excited about that. They live streamed that one. They had their first one just back in July, a couple months back. So we're happy to be a part of it at the foundation, and hopefully for years to come, it could be something cool for people in the Colorado Springs area and even just that region to come out to. It's spectator heavy. They have a big fireworks show. It's right around 4th of July. So it's another, it's a little bit more like the Super Lap Battle COTA vibe, where it's a full event that we're a part of with spectators and whatnot. where Time Attack is the star of the show, which is great and always good to see. After that, in August, we're at the Ridge Motorsports Park up in Washington State. Not sure if you're very familiar with that track. It's really cool. They had to clear out a forest, basically. It's just pine trees everywhere. It's super beautiful. Portion of the paddock is where you see the main straight, and you take a hard sweeping left and you go up on the ridge. So from the spectator area on the paddock, it's kind of hard to see what's going up on the backside. But then they come back around and they have their own version of the corkscrew, like Laguna Seca does.
Oh, wow.
Which is really great. So for fans and for video and whatnot, it's a really great location to see the cars come back down and enter that corkscrew, and then the sweeping left before they go back down the main straightaway and just hit like huge mile-an-hour speeds right there. We're going to live stream that one for the first time in 2024. I think we started going there back in 2019, if I'm correct. That one, we're the star of the show in that one in terms of Time Attack. We're the main promoter on that particular event at the Ridge. We've partnered with the track. Lone Star Drift follows us up from Texas all the way up there to Washington, does a drift ride-along program and an exhibition in the paddock. And what's unique about this place is that they do allow us to do full course drift. So we have a drifting session for about 15 minutes to break up the Time Attack sessions mid-morning, and then again after lunch. And with that corkscrew, I mean, love it or leave it, it does look cool with someone drifting down, multiple cars drifting down the corkscrew. It's a pretty fun deal. And then like I said, it'll be the 20th gathering of Crazy Time Attack drivers and Crazy Time Attack cars at Buttonwillow, November next year. So like I said, we've got some tricks up our sleeve for that. We're hoping to bring out some legendary cars from yesteryear and some exhibition classes and just kind of see what they can do for fun. So yeah, I'm just really positive and grateful for the support of the Time Attack community that, some of these events have been going on for so long. It's just really a testament to the passion out there for this type of racing and building these types of cars.
Yeah, I think it's awesome, especially to be able to bring, not just great racing events, but car culture to a lot of these places and everything that you're doing. So I am curious, we have a lot of suppliers with the part trade, and I think to myself, with the 6 different classes that you guys have, I would say we probably have a supplier for every class in some way, shape, or form, and I would imagine every class could use just about everyone that we have here on the platform. Tell us about the cars, from an enthusiast class all the way up to a pro class.
So, of course, the enthusiast class kind of sounds like what it is. It's more of what our entry level class is, what someone would compare it to. But just like any of the classes, if you look at the rules and you take it all the way up to where you're just almost creeping into the next class, those cars do look, not so mild to, what you would think is an entry level, but they've got to be on the least stickiest tire, like a 240 tread wear or higher. They have minimal aero that they're allowed to do, so no flat bottoms. They're allowed to add 1 aero element to the front. So let's say a splitter or some canards. The splitter could only be 3 inches out from the furthest point of the stock point of the bumper. They could add 1 aero element in the back. So let's say it could be aftermarket wing, or it could be a diffuser, one or the other. There's limitations for them on the sizes of those as well. So that's one thing. Tires, aero, also interior. The interior needs to be stock, except for safety, of course. And as you go up to the next one, like street class, you're allowed to have, more aero elements in the front, more aero elements in the back. Still no flat bottom in that particular class. You're allowed to go with a much stickier tire, like the preferred 200 tread wear Yokohama AO52, which is a great tire. Holds a lot of records in that class at a bunch of different tracks that we go to. You jump up to limited. Now you're allowed to get really wild. So if someone looks up Time Attack cars and they find some of our wild looking builds, or a wild looking build from Japan or from Australia, it's going to be limited class and the unlimited class. So limited, you're allowed to do a flat bottom. You're allowed to have Lexan windows in the back and the sides, still glass in the front. You're allowed pretty much to take out almost all of your interior. Still need to have a functioning and stock looking appearance dash. You could run the same tire or up to a 40 tread wear tire if you didn't want to run the Yokohama. Oops. You guys still there? Okay, sorry about that. My computer keeps shutting off on accident. Sorry about that.
We haven't lost you for what it's worth.
Oh, okay, good. It kind of freaks me out for a second. So yeah, limited class, you're also allowed to have what we consider a pro driver. So, you know, someone that's obviously a pro driver, or, you know, where's kind of the line on that? If you get paid to drive, we consider you a pro driver. So even like a Formula Drift full-time driver that would like to come and run in the time attack, we consider that person a pro driver because they do it for a living. The unlimited class, it's not actually fully unlimited, but I mean, it's really close. Not many people take it to the limit of the unlimited class. You're allowed huge aero in the front. I mean, where it looks insane. You know, some people do it, not everybody does. You also have to have the horsepower to move that thing around the track. You know, if you've got a ton of aero, obviously. Again, you're allowed to run a flat bottom. You know, you don't need any interior in the car. It could be full race car spec on the inside and look like a full race car on the inside, even though it started out as a VIN numbered production car. That is the commonality between all of the 4 traditional time attack classes, is that it must start out as a road going, mass produced, VIN numbered car. So no factory race cars, you know, no factory prep like Porsche Cup cars or things like that. So that's something that helps level the playing field between, you know, whether if you've got someone with, like, let's say a front wheel drive Honda that's got to compete in limited class against an all wheel drive Subaru or a rear wheel drive, you know, Corvette or something like that. So it's one way to level it out with the things we talked about, you know, the limitations on the aero, the limitations on the tire. And the one reason why we do the interior thing, it's one thing, it's for weight, but really not so much. It's also for aesthetic. You know, we want our fans to be able to differentiate between the different classes easily. One thing that we do is each class has its own sticker color for the windshield banners. Kind of go by like a karate format, yellow for enthusiasts, and it kind of goes up to black for unlimited, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But again, that's just something to where visually, when people are watching our live streams, we want for them to kind of quickly see like, oh, okay, well, you know, what car's Brad? And okay, it's, you know, that Corvette there, and it's got a blue windshield banner. Okay, well, that means he's limited class, you know, so that kind of helps, you know, we think. And that's part of it as well. Someone comes and walks by and looks at a car in the paddock and it's got full interior, but he was one of those people that took it to the limit in enthusiast class. You know, is it a street class car? Is it not? Well, it's got full interior. It's definitely an enthusiast class car. So that, again, that's part of the reason too that we're trying to make it for a better fan experience as well.
That's really cool. And it's, I mean, look, on the website, you guys have a very extensive set of rules, which covers every single class, covers the general rules and all of that, which is a really great thing. I mean, when you start talking about competition and getting racers out there, this has been a popular question here today on the chat, and we're going to ask you for Global Time Attack as well. Do you have any electric vehicles, unlimited or anything like that? Where do EVs fit in right now?
Yeah, we allow them. So one thing for us so far that's actually been kind of easy for us to integrate them in is in all of the classes, enthusiast class, street, limited and unlimited, and even pro comp, there's no limit on horsepower. None. So if you did want to create an enthusiast class level car that's running on 240 treadwear, narrow tires, limited aero, right, and have 800 horsepower, good luck. I highly doubt that you're going to be the fastest car on the scene. It just doesn't really work that way, as you know. You know, you're going to need aero. You know, you're going to need, you know, much, you know, the car to be much more stable and whatnot. And in the enthusiast class, it's tough to do that with that much power. Now, because of that, you know, we didn't look at the electric cars being like a power plant then that we shouldn't allow. So we've allowed it. And we just make them adhere to all the other things that I kind of barely touched upon, some, you know, bullet points of the rules, you know, in the classes and whatnot. As you've seen on the website, it's much more extensive than that. So yeah, we've had Teslas for probably at least 3 or 4 seasons now, sporadically, that would compete. There's an outfit called Unplugged Performance out of Southern California that's been pretty active with us. And just recently, to be honest with you, which was a big surprise, and it was great. But the Buttonwillow event that we just had a couple weeks ago, the quickest car and the winner of the event was Unplugged Performance, Unlimited Class Tesla Plaid. I have to double check. I think he ran a 143. Excuse me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't have it in front of me. But very fast time, fastest of the weekend. Would have loved to see him get into the high 130s, because then you're starting to kiss the record, which is really cool. But it is great to see these guys take that car to that level so quick. They've only been in this program for a couple years now. They've raced a car at Pikes Peak as well. You could look it up and see it there too. Craig Coker was driving it. He's driven a street class Tesla with this many times, and now he got his hands on the big one and was able to lay it down. So yes, they have been a part of it. Evasive Motorsports also does a Tesla 3 that Dai Yoshihara drives in Pikes Peak, and he's also competed with us as well at Buttonwillow and also at Coda, which is pretty cool with that car. So yeah, they're in the midst. They're there.
I like it.
We welcome them, you know, like anything else. You know, we'll see how things go, you know, season to season. We try not to make any big changes without any long warnings, you know, but right now we're, you know, going to stay the course with allowing them again, you know, and looking at the power plant as just another power plant.
Yeah, I like what you said about being able to lay a lap down, because again, depending on which class you're running, you know, whether your Tesla has ludicrous speed or not, for example, or you bring something with big power, if you're in an enthusiast class on that 240 tire, that's what you're going to be limited to. So, I mean, to your point, high horsepower might not necessarily mean smooth laps around the racetrack, right?
100%. I come from drag racing, and that was my first love. And that's just something that we wanted to apply to this as well. And in true time attack, that, you know, really comes from Japan and a long time ago, that was another thing as well, that the power was never a limitation. It was always about tire, aero, and, you know, other things. So we just thought that that was a cool way to carry on with it, and we haven't had to adjust it since.
One thing I like about this too, especially considering the fact, like you said, you don't have horsepower limitations and all of that, is the innovation that you can see throughout the series as well, and what people are doing, what works, what fresh ideas that people have as well, because with such a variety of race cars, I would imagine that, Jason, you guys just see everything.
We do. I mean, that's really a unique thing about it. People will build a car that they want to build. You know, so it might not be traditionally the fastest car, maybe known for, you know, track racing or circuit racing, right? But it's what they want to create. And it's their expression of, you know, their racing dreams, you know, with a car or even a truck, you know what I mean, that they want to build. We have the Phelps brothers out of Washington State. One of them has a like mid-80s S10 Chevy pickup that's just been fully built to the unlimited class global time attack rule set, again, which is touching, you know, but I mean, full on time attack race car that he built, you know, out of this truck, which is just super rad. And his brother's got like a 56 Tri-5 like Bel Air Chevy that's all black, and this thing looks awesome, you know, that all time attacked out with, you know, full cage and, you know, tweaks to the suspension and big wide tires on it. We've got Mike Burrows with the 308 Ferrari with a K24 Honda engine in it. That's, you know, got the internet going nuts. And he brought the car out just to Buttonwillow, had a couple issues, but that's time attack. Everybody does. But it's great to see, you know, and again, the Tesla one from Unplugged Performance, you know, that's something new and different. So yeah, you see a huge variety of the types of cars. You know, 10 years ago, it was predominantly Asian imports and European imports. Now those cars are still very active, or those types of cars, but we're seeing much more Corvettes, much more BMWs, and much more, I don't want to say oddities, but just different cars, like we talked about the Phillips brothers and the two different Chevys. There's a gentleman, Navarez Racing, I think it was, at Buttonwillow that had like a late 60s Mustang, which was really awesome to see. So, you know, that's American Time Attack. You know, it's definitely different from our counterparts in Japan and Australia, but it is neat to see the uniqueness of what, you know, people in the States bring out.
That is really cool. And I am curious your thoughts on why you think maybe the trends have shifted to where they are. Is it that maybe some of the tuner cars that we're running, the Asian cars and all of that, is that just a fad that is shifting to something else? Is it availability of what I might be able to reasonably take a car and build? Because these all have to have been production cars at one point in their life, right? So
yes.
Is it a combination of that? What do you think it is?
I don't know if there's so much of a fall off of the amount and the interest in the Asian import cars. I still see, you know, a lot of the big spend builds with those types of cars, meaning like a dedicated Time Attack build that I know someone spent, you know, upwards of over $200,000 on this car. I still see that. I'm seeing some fresher builds coming from these different areas, like the older American cars and newer American cars. I think that's really just coming from the sport growing and becoming more accessible to more people that didn't think that it was something that they could do with their car. And yes, the way that our rule set is, you know, it doesn't say that you can't have a V8, you know, it doesn't say that you can't have a push rod, you know, so if you want to come with that flavor, that you can. You know, and it's just, it's taken years for people to build these cars. That's part of the heartache for me as a promoter, but it's just the nature of the beast. You know, these people are sole proprietors. If they do get support, it's usually not huge monetary support, usually product, which is still great. Again, talking about these different companies that support you guys and, you know, the ones out there that support the teams and whatnot. And I see some of them that are, like ARP, I know they're out there supporting a lot of these Time Attack teams too. And that's a lot of it is just helping getting these teams to these events. It doesn't even always have to be actually helping GTA as a series sponsor. You know, it's about just helping the community get out and go fast.
That's really cool. I know the first event for 2024, March 8th through 10th at Circuit of the Americas. We did have a question from the chat earlier when you were talking about the schedule, asking about a Vermont event planned for 24 or 25. Think you can make it up there to Upper New England?
Not in 2024, but I don't rule anything out. We were at Palmer Motorsports Park up in New England a couple years back to try that out. But the paddock is really small, and for growth, it just wasn't something that was going to work for us. And where the place was at, they want to enforce a decibel limit that's really tough for unlimited horsepower vibes, you know? So probably wouldn't go back to Palmer unless those things change. But, you know, we're always on the lookout to go to somewhere new or to revisit somewhere. And the Mid-Atlantic area is a place that's been tough for us to have a consistent annual event at. We've been to New Jersey Motorsports Park probably 7 times at least over the past like 12 years, but the last few years it's been every other. It's been hard to get like nailed down one date with them that's been able to work each year. So sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So again, that's why I've always got my ears and eyes open for opportunities. But to be honest with you, no way in 2024 we're set with what we've got right now.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Well, I'll tell you what, this has been a lot of fun, Jason, chatting with you about what you guys have going on with Global Time Attack. And we appreciate you coming on with us here on the opening day of Race Industry Week. I would encourage people to go to globaltimeattack.com and check it out. You guys are pretty thorough with anything that a racer might need.
Yes. Thank you so much again. Thank you for the opportunity. It's always great to talk about Time Attack. And I really enjoyed this, this week. It's great. I'm looking forward to the rest of it.
Thank you very much, Jason. Great to have you back on the program. And thank you, Brad. This concludes our first day of Race Industry Week. Again, we've been live on Zoom, but also on YouTube, on racer.com, on speedsport.com. We will be back tomorrow morning at 5:45 a.m. Pacific. We have a big lineup from Oreca to the WEC, IMSA, the FIA. We're going to talk with Formula E, Rickware Racing, NASCAR Euro Series, SRO, SRX, IndyCar, Grid Life, World of Outlaws, Smart Tour, Outlaw Pooling, North Wilkesboro, and the Supercross WSX. So again, thank you very much for being with us. Wonderful job, Brad. You were very busy today, and we'll see you again tomorrow. So thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 5 a.m., 5:45 a.m. Pacific. Thank you.